も言いたいこの僕に何ができるって言うんだ。窮屈な箱庭の現実を変えるために何ができるの。人生の半分も僕はまだ生きてない。逆らって抱き合って無意識に刻まれてゆく経験のタトゥー。崖っぷちに立たされた時不難な僕の腕をつかみ、自分自身のありかが初めて見えたんだ。もっと広いフィールドへもっと深い大きなどこかへ予測もつかない世界へ向かってゆくだけ。教えて強さの定義、自分貫くことかな、それとも自分さえ捨ててまで守るべきもの守ることですか。サバンナのガゼルが土煙を上げる風の中、あいつらは死ぬまで立ち続けなければいけないのさ。人は歩き続けてゆく、ただ生きてゆくために不完全なデータを塗り替えながら進む。始まりの荒野を一人も歩き出してるらしい。僕はハイになるまで僕であり続けたい。遠い昔どこから来たの、遠い未来にどこへ行くの、知らないまま投げ出され気づく前に時は終わるの。始まりの荒野を一人も歩き出してるらしい。僕はハイになるまで僕であり続けたい。崖っぷちに立たされた時苦難が僕の腕をつかみ、自分自身のありかが初めて見えたんだ。もっと広いフィールドへもっと深い大きなどこかへ予測もつかない世界へ向かってゆくだけ。It's calling me again. It's calling me again. 僕は僕のことが知りたい。残酷な天使のように少年よ神話になれ。青い風が今胸のドアを叩いても、私だけをただ見つめて微笑んでるあなた。そっと触れるもの求めることに夢中で 私の愛のゆりかごあなただけが夢の使者に呼ばれる朝が来る細い首筋を月明かりが映してる世界中の時を止めて閉じ込めたいけどもしも二人会えたことに意味があるなら私はそう自由を知るためのバイブル残酷な天使の手で悲しみがそして始まる抱きしめた命の形その夢に目覚めた時誰よりも光を放つ少年よ神話になれ人は愛を紡ぎながら歴史を作る女神なんてなれないまま私は生きる残酷な天使の手で窓辺からやがて飛び立つほとばしる熱いパトスで思い出を裏切るならこの空を抱いて輝く少年よ神話になれ
You look absolutely stunning tonight. I just thought I'd let you know that. So, what do you like to do in your free time? You know, I'm actually a game developer. I've been making this game. It's called Yandere Simulator, and it's gotten a pretty big following on the internet. So basically, in this game, you play as a yandere, who it's a Japanese term for a girl who loves her senpai. So, senpai it's a direct translation of upperclassmen. It's a term you would use in school. Well, anyways, it's been kind of westernized as this term for, you know, a girl's crush. She calls him senpai, and So you have your senpai, and you have to eliminate any you have to eliminate like anyone standing in. I think our guy's coming.
What's up, man? Welcome to Pizza Hut. You guys ready to order?
I'll take the breadsticks.
All right, breadsticks. Anything else?
What do you want, beautiful? You don't want anything? That's fine. She'll share the breadsticks with me.
All right, man. I'll be back in a moment. Thank you very much.
You. You really don't want anything? That's fine. I'll let you share your breadsticks with me. Excuse me. I'll let you take some of my breadsticks. I just want to say, you look absolutely stunning tonight. Your eyes, they're so beautiful. I think I love you.
He has read it, therefore he must kill himself.
Hello, chat. How's it going? This is gonna be hell. I know that sounds like a huge hyperbolic statement, but I think allowing free will, and by allowing free will, I mean allowing you guys to vote for the stream topic of Saturday, might have been a mistake, because I've learned things about YandereDev I didn't know before, and probably I didn't want to know. But, you know, spreading the awareness about some of the things that he has done, some of the things that he has done in relation to other people and also the people he's connected to. But before we go any further with this, let me get some music up, because this might be a long one. Might be, because I'm kind of tempted to, even though I said what I said a moment ago about allowing free will, I might just let you guys choose of what you want to know about YandereDev or not, because the guy is pretty old and he's been on the internet for a very long, very, very long time. Like decades. And the history of his actions spans how many years? At least, you know, since 2006, 2007, and that's pretty much how far into the past we might go with this. It all depends of how much you guys want to know. Like, if you want to know everything about YandereDev, there's you know, you can always go to the forums and check out thousands upon thousands of pages. 2,299 by my count, or more. Let me just take a quick look. Just a moment. How many pages? Oh, it's 2,400. All right, that's how many pages of YandereDev content there is to go through. It's quite a bit. Yeah, he's that exceptional. Like, in terms of documenting people on the internet, he's one of the most well documented. Sure, doesn't hold a candle to what people know about Christian, because Christian's life has been documented since pretty much the day he was born. With YandereDev, it's not as severe as that, but you know, it might get close to that, considering the renewed interest in him. But again, I'm kind of meandering, because I kind of don't want to get into it just yet. I'm just looking for music. I want to play as the background music, and I have a few to select from. Mind you, depending on what we talk about on the stream, depending on what we play, we might just get a copyright strike from YandereDev himself. Might just happen, depending on what his next action is gonna be as a result of his more recent drama. And that recent drama is a doozy. Like, you think this is just grooming? Oh, no, no, no. This is more sinister than that. There's an underbelly to this grooming, too. You'll see. But again, it all depends on what you guys want to see, what you guys want me to cover. Because I've prepared myself for a lot of eventualities when it comes to that. I did my diligence when it comes to this shit. Against my will, against my better judgment, at least. Which is lo-fi beats for today, because it's gonna get pretty fucking silly. It's gonna get very silly, chat. Miami Nights. No, I play that almost every stream. And I don't want the whole video to be like copyright claimed by something. Might be. Which one do I want? Lower Sun Moon? No. Hold up. Is this good enough? I think this one's pretty chill. I use it for a lot of my videos, but I think as far as chill tracks go, this one fits pretty well. Right? So, chat, how much do you want to know about YandereDev? Because he's pretty much documented since he's 18 years of age? 18, 19, something like that. Because there's a lot. Like, if I start off with his youngest years, you're gonna get some background information that will help you understand into what kind of adult he developed himself. Let's say that, because the only thing he does develop besides, you know, a game that will never come out at this point. I think the game is pretty much finished. But, you know, it sets the stage for what he is. So I let you guys be the judge. I like to talk about it from the start because, again, that background, I think that background is important to everything. Maybe before I actually get into that, before I get into his youngest years on the internet, let me tell you about my personal history with YandereDev, because the publication I worked for interviewed him once when he still was a, you know, someone to take serious, because YandereDev and Yandere Simulator in turn was blowing up in like 2015, 2014. Like he started his like Patreon and blog 2014, something like that, and 2015 was the time where he was notable. People knew about his past, but it wasn't like highly publicized, and he didn't have as many antis as he did. But essentially, the publication I worked at did an interview with the guy. I had a small talk with him, like via email, and he was pretty courteous. He was pretty nice, and I think most people that aren't his close associates or what he calls his friends, I think he kinda is friendly enough to them. The years have made him bitter. The years have made him resentful. But in terms of him being a fucking weirdo, in terms of him being a weird sex pervert, I think he was always that, as far as, you know, his online activities are at least concerned. But yeah, he was exactly what I describe him as, a weirdo. You may think a harmless weirdo, but I don't think he's harmless, and we will get into some of that. I'll name a lot of examples when it comes to that. I have a cheat sheet for all of this, because you guys do not understand the scope of how well documented he is. I would like to show you my cheat sheet, because it's a timeline. It's a timeline documenting him from the year he was born, which is June 30th, 1988. All the way down to May 6th, 2022, and that's not even all of it, because that's pretty much how the person that made the timeline wanted to end it at, because even this person had limits. There's like, how many entries in this? There's 368 lines, and each one corresponds to a different event from his internet activities, so, you know, take that as you will. Yeah, he's pretty old as far as people on internet are concerned, but he's still younger than me though. And I'm guessing that's talking a bit too much about myself, but whatever. Let's get right into that one. Let me boot up my jokes and my documents, because I have a lot of them. This stream is gonna be a mixture of me reading a lot of stuff and videos. There's plenty of videos to go around. So let's start with the beginning. Let me just get into my catalog for YandereDev. And I split the stream into 3 separate parts. The first one is the younger years, is what I call it. It's gonna be documenting all of his internet life until the point where he decided to think about starting Yandere Simulator, because that's like its own story arc, pretty much. Then there's the biggest arc of this whole stream, the development years, I call them. It's all of the years that Yandere Simulator has been developed. You could say that this arc is lasting until today, because the game is still in development, you know, after like 9+ years. And the last arc is the recent happenings, which is the newest grooming accusations and everything that's connected with them. I could go directly to the recent happenings and have a big stream about it on its own, because there's a lot of content in there. But the younger years, that's where it all began. And the younger years, I divided into several subsections. First one is the losers forums. The losers, typed as LOSERZ, is like a defunct forum for a webcomic. A webcomic I never read, but YandereDev, known at that time as EvaXephon. Is that how you pronounce it? But he calls himself EvaX, so let's call him EvaX because that's faster to say. That's the first arc of his younger years. The second one is Gaia Online. Do any of you know of Gaia Online? Any of you? Some of the older people in the chat, do you know Gaia Online? It's this weird forum for children. Like, at least back in the day, it was mostly for children. Very weird children, mind you. That garbage. Yes, it's that garbage, but people love that garbage because there were a lot of interactive games on it. And Gaia Online used to be like the joke of the internet. Like, whenever you went to an internet forum, or even if you went to 4chan in those years, if you acted stupid enough, people told you to go back to Gaia Online, because Gaia Online is the place where retards went to. So that's Gaia Online, and YandereDev has a presence there too, and it's pretty fucking funny. The third part is a suicide forum. Yes, that's exactly what it sounds like. It's a forum for suicidal people, in which YandereDev, or EvaX at that time, tells his story about how he groped a boob and then he, didn't manage to get into a relationship. Because yes, YandereDev, EvaX, is an actual incel, and I'm not using this like as an insult, because nowadays you can just call anyone an incel and it has to stick. But he's an actual self-admitted incel. And he explains it pretty well in this arc, why he's one. Next part is the streamer bans, because EvaX at one point in time was a streamer too. He actually still is, you can still call him that, because during his years developing the game, and even before that, he had a knack for streaming. How many people did he actually stream to in his younger years? I have no idea. But he started off at Justin TV, and he became very ban happy even in those years. He didn't like a lot of people coming to his streams, especially if there were people from 4chan's V, as he was very well known on 4chan's V at that time. Lastly, this part also has the first grooming allegations, because he apparently also, at least allegedly, groomed someone in his younger years, like when he was like 20 or 21. Mind you, spoilers, none of that was ever proven, but these allegations do exist. And the younger years is also where all of these funny photos of him come from, like the ones where he looks like a Smurf, or like one of these dogs with the long necks and the big schnozzes. And also the cum chalice, as it's known nowadays. The tribute to Warcraft 3 pirating. Also, I'll give you a small glimpse of his fan fiction, because he wrote a lot of fan fiction in those days. We're not gonna read that because I don't have my whole life ahead of me to read all of that shit. But to give you like a preview, he wrote a whole novel worth of fan fiction about Soul Calibur. I think it was Soul Calibur, Like 60 fucking chapters. 60 chapters of fanfiction. Yes. 60 chapters about Soul Calibur. I might link you to that if you want to read it on your own, but you know, it's your loss of life. It's not any of my business. But yeah, let's start with the losers forums as the chronology goes. So, what did he do on these losers forums? Well, YandereDev or EvaX, well, he doesn't like sluts. And his whole presence on their losers forums in 2006 was talking about sluts and the morality of killing bullies, or what he deems as evil people. So this started off with a thread. Basically, some woman, I think, decided to talk about her like recent breakup and shit like that, and Eva X, being the incel that he is at 18 years of age, decided to reply to her in a fair bit of how would you call that, dismissive tone, maybe a bit of aggression there too, maybe a bit of projection, but let's go with that and let's read, because there's a lot of things to read over here. To quote Sayadra, well, we just broke up in my boyfriend's new car, so I thought it'd be a good time to pop in a few more words on this topic. Excuse me, but does that mean you had sex in your boyfriend's car? If so, I cannot bring myself to read the rest of your post. Yeah. This is pretty much how he viewed women, at least in these times. If they talk about sex, then they're sluts. If they talk about having sex in very unusual places, let's say, he's gonna have a few things to say about that. That's a very lousy reason not to read the post. She says many significant things, and some of them are complimentary towards you. Well, before people start saying, you're too irrational, I'm not going to participate in this topic anymore, it seemed like a perfectly good reason to me. After she said that, I was in a state of shock and anger. I left the house to get a haircut. I couldn't think about a single thing but the comment for the hour I was away. All I could do was think about the line and seethe with anger and hatred and feel sick to my stomach. When I returned and saw your post, I decided to go ahead and read it. But damn it! Did she need to pepper her post with comments like this? For me, too much sex only occurs when I'm unable to retain consciousness long enough to have more. It takes every 1 ounce of my willpower I have not to vomit. That's not an exaggeration, or meant to be insulting, or meant to sound hateful. It's just how I feel. Sadra, may I ask you a favor of you? Please leave such comments out of your posts in this topic in the future. I have the freedom to do if you please, but if you continue posting things like that, I'll have to abandon this topic. And mind you, this sounds pretty crazy, right? And you know, he's a teenager. He's 18 years of age at this point. You might think he actually grew out of this phase, and later on, especially in his special debunk posts on his Yandere Simulator WordPress blog, he says that he's past all of this behavior. But I genuinely believe he isn't. I genuinely believe he still believes shit like this, because lolcows never change. That's why they're lolcows. They never learn from their mistakes, no matter how many they make. But let's continue, because again, he writes a lot of shit. And him writing a lot of shit is just one of his main characteristics. It's all very bloated. He is very eloquent, mind you, but he's so fucking butthurt about everything and everyone. Like, it's insane. Eva, is your view of sex only for procreation? No, I don't view sex as for procreation only. I think it can be done for recreation too, but if done with too much frequency and nonchalance, then it becomes an unhealthy practice. Allow me to give you some comments that have come up, and preemptively give response to comments that I know will come up. You have no right to comment on the private business of two consenting adults. Well, once they start bragging about it and talking to others about their sexual plans and commenting that they broke in a car by having sex in it, etc., then I feel that it is no longer a private business and that their actions can be subject to criticism. You should not see people as only sluts. There are people behind the sluttiness. You're only focusing on the slut part of them. In another part of this forum, someone posted a linked news story about the guy who raped his dying stepdaughter. Everyone said that the guy should burn in hell for his vile act, etc., etc. They only saw him for his crime. He could have been a guy with great personality, a philanthropist who donates millions of dollars to charity, and a wonderful person who just happened to commit one vile deed, but everyone focused only on that one deed. Not caring at all about any other details about the guy doesn't seem very different from what I'm doing. But no one is saying you should focus on that guy's good points. What I'm saying is concentrating on only one aspect of a person and judging them by it's something that people do dozens of times a day. And it's rarely questioned. Is it a good practice? No. But I'm pretty convinced I'm just justified in the way I feel. I have a soundboard chat, and I have a very, very good clip for it that I'm gonna be using quite a bit.
Rape? Yes. Rape? Yes.
Yes, it is exactly that. I also have another one, but I'll use it when I actually need to use it. Raping a stepdaughter and being a slut are two different things. It was just an example, and to me, being a slut is the worst of all crimes. The most terrible of all sins. So to me, there isn't much of a difference. And no, I'm not trying to convince anyone that I'm right, or trying to change people's minds. I'm just trying to help people to see how I see the world, and hopefully learn more about the world while I'm at it. Once again, sorry if I said something to offend anyone. Well, he just defended the guy who raped his stepdaughter, so that's fucking something, if anything. Hold up. Edit. Another thing. At one point, people believed that sex was a great thing. The demonization of sex is only a very recent thing. At one point, people believed that the earth was flat. At one point, people believed that the sun revolved around the earth. At one point, people believed that there was nothing wrong with slavery. It took a while, but after we became much smarter and more moral, we discarded those foolish beliefs. And now we laugh when we imagine everyone believing that the earth was flat or the sun revolved around it. And cringe when we are reminded that our great-great-grandparents owned slaves. I'm sure you see the point I'm trying to make. It's taken us a while, but we finally realized how we're really supposed to view sex. Not as freely as we have been. Once again, I don't mind to shove those down anyone's throat as the things they should accept and believe forevermore. But this is how I see it, and even if you don't agree, I hope you at least understand what I mean. Again, comparing people having lots of sex to things that are just not simply true about the world anymore, because, you know, science advancements and shit like that. But yeah, that's how his morality was back then, and a lot of this transferred over to his adult years too. And then he goes on and on, answering and getting one guide, because this is another one of his characteristics, continuously getting one guide by people. And with him, I wouldn't even say it's getting one guide, he just gets guide. He gets upset by everybody. And this is more evident in his YandereDev, Yandere simulator days, but Even at this point, he just continuously gets upset by people and goes on these very, very long rants. And this is, again, more people talking to him, more people calling him out on his bullshit. Can you put yourself in their shoes? Can you imagine being a woman who is sexually active because you enjoy sex and because it makes you feel better about yourself, to have the positive attention? I realize truly putting yourself in another's place, especially someone you find disgusting, is really, really hard and possibly unpleasant. So never mind you if you don't think you can. Then he responds, I've done it before, but if you were honestly describe the experience to you, it would be inherently impossible to adhere to the don't say anything that could offend the other party rule. That's a big part of why I don't cater to you. That's there has never been an opportunity for a slut to cater to me, nor have I ever expressed to a slut in real life that I detest their lifestyle or that I wish for them to cater to me. No opportunity like that has ever arisen. If I ever met a slut, I'd be polite and simply try to avoid them. If I ever had the opportunity to do anything sexual with a slut, I would politely refuse. You'll have to understand that to me, doing something with a slut, to me would be like, well, again, I can't be honest and adhere to your rule at the same time. And then more responses to this Adele person. I wonder how much of this is your aesthetic preference that you're simply rationalizing as related to ethics. I find it gross. It is a huge different statement than it is wrong. Forgive me if when I should have applied the thought wrong, I accidentally said something to imply the thought gross. I'm poor at expressing myself. I'm talking about ethics here, not aesthetic preference. And any case where it seems otherwise was a result of me wording myself poorly. I'm not trying to change anyone's behavior. I gave up hope long ago that anyone would ever agree with me. Now I can only grasp onto a thin thread of hope that someone might at least understand me and hope that in exchanges with other people, I can learn new things that might help my situation. Might say that I'm refusing to accept many other people's opinions, and thus not learning anything and not allowing myself to be helped. However, I do feel that I'm learning great many things, and I'm accepting much more than I probably look like I am. Oh, this is gonna come back and bite him in the ass. You know, that whole learning part. Because, again, he never learns. He just kind of remains the same. And just makes excuses for his behavior and the things that he does. And then he just goes on and on getting one guide. Again, this is pretty lengthy. There's like 21 pages I saved of this. But it's mostly reiterating that, you know, women are sluts, nymphos, and they basically suck, and he's disgusted. And you have to see it to believe it, how much of it there is. Like, he tries to explain to people what nymphomania is, what hypersexuality is. It's all very bloated, as most of his writing is. And then he just, you know, goes on a pity party for himself sometimes, like here. Tama Dreamwalker, I love you guys too. I feel very huggled. Not far. I don't feel loved. No one group hugs me, and on top of it all, it's a person like this who is receiving love when I'm on the other hand, I'm receiving no love. Ooh, no fair. You might think this is a sarcastic response, but he's actually very truthful. He goes into describing his life on his Gaia Online posts, and it's pretty fucking sad. You might even feel a bit pity for him, but once you learn the other shit that he has done, I think all of that pity will just turn into hatred. And then he just goes on for 21 pages of this nonsense. All of that is on the losers forums, and there's archives of this. At the end of the stream, I'm gonna share the timeline with you with all the archival links there, so you guys can go and view it for yourselves. But this is all incredibly sad. Like read this. Not need to be afraid of me. I promise not to hump your leg. No, I wish a girl would. No, I wish a girl would hump my leg. Not only if she had never humped anyone's legs before, and after she humped my leg would have to be the only leg she has ever humped afterwards. Again, that kind of attitude of, you know, wanting pure virgins and absolute obedience and loyalty. And one of the best parts of this is that, like, after a year of just whining and being retarded on this forum, he wrote this. And this is like a manifesto. This is something you write before you go and shoot up a Walmart or something. And I'm gonna read this in full because it really shows what kind of attitude he had back in the day, and partially what he has nowadays too. You're all idiots, all of you. There's not a single intelligent person among you. You're all foul, despicable human beings with immoral values and idiotic mentalities. I've had it with this place. It's full of most stupid people I've ever met. Dealing with any of you is like trying to get a child to understand something way over its head. A sadistic and promiscuous child. You're all so damned stupid. Check out some of the idiocy you people post in my threads. And then he quotes somebody. So if witty, intelligent people are often jerks and you don't like jerks, then you must not be around witty and intelligent people, Eva. Wrong, dumbass. I didn't say that witty, intelligent people were often jerks. I said some jerks get away with being jerks because people like them for their wittiness. What a moron. Here's another one. I state the most cultures base their rules on treating one another fairly. And some dumb bitch responded this way. The world is unfair, Eva. Get over it. Ha! Idiot. I was talking about what cultures base laws on. I wasn't talking about how unfair I think the world is. Get a clue, you dumbass. So I explained that cultures universally have the same laws. Don't kill, don't steal, etc. And Nestor comes along and states reasons that one person might personally decide to kill, steal, etc. That's not what I was even talking about. I said that all cultures develop the same laws independently. I didn't say that certain morals have never had exceptions. See dumbassery have to deal with this stupid forum. So this guy called Yo Cool comes along. He makes an intelligent post, and he's not an ass. I make a post saying I don't disagree with him. He misinterprets my post and starts acting like the arrogant ivory tower jerk. I even say again that I agree with him, and he just turns into more of a jerk. He did this in another topic too. What a freaking dumbass. So since I didn't bother to dignify any of these morons with responses to their blindingly stupid questions, my topic got locked. Ha! I consider them owning themselves. I could go on with dozens, hundreds of examples of the fucking stupidity of the absolute morons in this forum, but it's hardly worth the effort. Few of you reading this will even possess the cognitive ability to comprehend what I've said so far without grossly misinterpreting this post to be about puppies or something. I'm so done with this shit all over forum. This place is populated by the most stupid people I have ever seen on the internet. None of you can argue for shit. You're all stupid enough to defend being mean and cruel. Think about that for a second. I'm on the side of being nice and you all defend being an asshole to people. Who's obviously the bad guy here? Oh wait, I forget this forum is illogical and unreasonable. Forgive me for wasting your time by attempting to make use logic. The people in this forum are the most immoral, unethical, and heartless people I have ever seen. You're all assholes. You're all proud to be assholes. You all brag about being mean to people. You all have reasoning for being cruel to people. And you don't feel shame at all to hurt other people's feelings. You're all scum. Total scum. And the cream of the crop is that Nestor idiot. Check this out. He stated that he's okay with bestiality. And he stated that nothing gives him more pleasure than hurting other people. He's a sick, sadistic psychopath. This guy is screwed in the head. He is evil, literally evil. You hear the word said a lot of funny of dramatic reasons, but I am dead fucking serious here. Nestor is evil and does not deserve to draw breath. Just start asking him questions about morality and whatnot. You'll see how deep the rabbit hole goes. He's just a poster whose funny gimmick is to act like he's an asshole. This guy is one mentally fucked up psycho. I'm so out of here. I've totally demolished all of you in debate 1,000 times already. If I should choose to honor your stupid rambling by calling it debate, you're all idiots. You're nothing like anyone else I've ever known, and none of you are a good asset to this planet or going anywhere in life. You all fail hard. I should have expected nothing less when I came to the forum for punk-ass, cynical teenagers. Mind you, he's like 19 in 2007. He's 19 years old. Speaking of the comic itself, it has turned to bullshit and it's been dead for a long time now. I'm so through with all of you. There's not even a reason to continue typing. What's important is that I came. I kicked your asses and I'm over the worthless hole of a forum. Eva, out. He's, yeah. This is like one of his first documented meltdowns that you'll see many of. They aren't as aggressive for the most part, but you can feel that he seethes. Like when he writes updates on his YandereDev blog about him being upset about something, you know that deep down he's incredibly angry and seething. And you know what's funny about this post? Like, he comes back to the Losers Forum 7 years later, after this. I didn't document this, I think. But 7 years later, after making this post, he comes back and says, "Hey guys, do you remember me? It's me, Eva. It's me, EvaX, and I don't think what I think anymore. Like, I changed my mind about all of the things that I said here." And no one replied. And that's his history with the Losers Forums. There's more bits in here, like oh yeah, this one. This is I did document it. This is the post where he comes back 7 years later. Anyone remember me? I posted here circa 2006, 2007, and often annoyed other posters with being really judgmental about their sex lives. I'm not obsessed about the subject of promiscuity anymore. I went on to become a programmer and work with a video game company for 3 years. I quit that job now and work on my own games independently and do contract programming jobs. And again, no one gave a fuck. And there's more to that. Before he made his anime villain speech of the year of 2007, he had more things to say about sex, but also the comic. He thought that the creator of this Losers comic based one of his strips on him, and he became so paranoid that he had to write this. Jodie's lines quotes me verbatim, like Jodie is a character from that comic. If Eric doesn't say otherwise, I'm going to assume that I'm the one who gave him the idea for this April Fool's strip, and possibly that he's mocking me. And also on the same forum, he had some choice views about morality and who's evil and who isn't. Nice people are inherently better than mean people. The only reason that anyone actually puts up with mean people is because there's no way to exterminate all of them. If there was a button that once pressed would instantly kill all mean people in the world, I'm 100% sure that just about any nice person would press that button. It would make the world a much better place. It would make the world a utopia. Wouldn't that make these, what he describes as nice people, mass murderers? And I think mass murderers are very nice people. But, you know, that's just me. Mean people are something the world has to put up with, but only because there's no real way to get rid of them. Otherwise, they all be toast. I see really no reason to respect mean people at all. Without them, the world would be far better place, so there's really nothing to say, but nice people are factually better human beings than mean people. And mind you, he's the one that sees himself as this nice person. And yeah. And then he talks about killing people some more. What was this about? Eva, let me ask you, what in your opinion constitutes a nice person? Being polite, being helpful, caring about the well-being and feelings of others, and making personal sacrifices for the sake of other people. Oh boy, does he not practice what he preaches. You see. And be detailed here and explain also how killing is justified. Forgive me for not being very detailed on this, but I just don't think it needs that much of an explanation. Person A is invaluable. Person A's death would make a person's B lives better. Person A should die. What makes a person invaluable? They're impolite, they're not helpful, they do not care about the people's well-being and feelings of others. They rarely ever make personal sacrifices for other people. Hold on, quick break, time for smileys to make this post seem lighthearted. Okay, back to business. And then he talks about killing people some more. And also tell me, were the school shootings justified? Seriously, be honest and don't sugarcoat shit because you're afraid of the mean forum members. That depends. Were the victims random innocent people, or were the victims only bullies who delighted in the pain of others? Who made a hobby of inflicting physical and physiological pain on other people? Who laugh and joke at other people's misfortunes and losses? Obviously, the bullies I described don't deserve to live, make the world a horrible place, and should be exterminated. There's not a problem at all with killing them, just leave the innocents out of it. Mind you, at 18 years of age, I might be, oh, VTuber cringe, you're taking these teenagers' words and using it against him to make a point that he didn't change as an adult. I really don't think he did. I really think that he might still be as extreme in those viewpoints as he was back then. Because again, in my mind, these lolcows never change. That's why they're lolcows, because they have the inability to learn from their mistakes. So yeah, sluts bad, killing bullies, killing not nice people, also good in his mind. And then he makes a scenario about killing people. Anyway, my point is that I won't advocate genocide or anyone for any reason, yet you would. I guess that makes me a better person. Scenario. There is an evil villain who is going to press a button that will kill 5 billion people. Kill 5 billion. You will not do this if you personally press a button that will kill 4 billion people. Oh, this is one of those modified tram morality questions, also featured in popular anime Fate Zero. Well then, in that case, the good decision would be obviously to kill 4 billion people to avoid 5 billion deaths. Oh, but since you wouldn't advocate genocide or on anyone for any reason, no matter what the circumstances, an extra 1 billion people would die. For shame, wildcard, that doesn't make you a better person at all. What is my point? Any act usually considered evil could become altruistic. Being willing to commit an evil act in circumstances to make it a good act does not make one worse person than anyone else. Let's choose a less extreme, more realistic example. A suicide bomber is about to blow himself up in a crowd of people. You have a gun. Could shoot him in the head and save lots of people. Do you shoot him? Obviously, the best choice would be to kill him to save others. Normally, shooting someone in the head would simply be considered cold-blooded murder, but in this situation, shooting someone in the head is doing a lot of people a huge favor. My genocide proposals are no different. I think they are, because you're talking about killing innocents, whether 4 or 5 billion, and here you're talking about killing one person that's actually threatening to kill innocents. That's not the same at all. Like, not even remotely. Like, he's really trying to make an argument. The exact same scenario, only magnified. Kill one person to save others. Kill all of the people who make the world a bad place to improve the quality of the entire world, making it into a far, far better place than it ever was before, ensuring the permanent happiness of all survivors. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And that was his Losers Forums Adventures. As a preview, you see how it is. And the Gaia Online thing is him in a different light. That's why this stream is called The Many Faces of YandereDev. Because this was him basically being that edgy light type, you know, the Death Note light type. Like everyone is an idiot, and it's up to YandereDev, it's up to EvaX to clean up the world of the not nice people, of all the bullies and shit like that. But his Gaia Online posts paint a completely different picture of him, something quite more pathetic than what the Losers Forums posts made him out to be. So let me bring those up, and we're going to go through the Gaia Online arc. It's much shorter, but still pretty funny. Still. Hold up. Here's a topic that he started. Nobody seems to like me. No girls are ever interested in me. And then he goes on a long rant that will give you a good idea what he was like as a child. I was homeschooled from the age 12 to 17, and I chose to spend most of my time indoors by myself without realizing I missed out on a lot of social development during those years. I'm 19 now, and I've been going to college for the past 2 years. The first year was really hard for me, because there was absolutely no knowledge about interacting with people. I was totally clueless and had no idea how to talk to people or how to make friends. Over the past 2 years, I've developed a lot of learned how to be around people. I can talk with people and I interact with them much easier now. I have a few classmates that I hang out with regularly. I don't see any of them outside of school though. And we get along pretty well, but I feel unappreciated. They don't seem to pay very much attention to me, and they talk amongst themselves far more than they talk to me. They ask each other questions like, "How are you doing? How was your week? How's your project coming along?" But they never ask me questions like that. It's as if they don't care about my well-being. None of them ever express concern for me. Sometimes I'll hint at an anxiety or an insecurity I have, although I won't be blatant or obnoxious about it, but nobody will show any concern for me. There are a couple students in the class who are really obnoxious and annoying. In my group, we have in-jokes and special nicknames for the students who annoy us. Through these people, I have learned what makes a person annoying, and have to avoid acting that way. Don't correct people all the time. Oh boy, that's gonna come back with a vengeance. Don't state your opinion every 5 seconds. Also will come back with a vengeance. Don't try to butt into other people's business. Also something that he does in his adult years. I'm pretty sure I'm not one of the annoying kids who everyone hates, because I watch these people and I do my best to avoid being like them. I'm always polite and nice to people, and I always try to help people out if possible. It's rare when I joke and people don't laugh, so I guess I'm a pretty funny guy. I try to make sure that other people are comfortable or entertained, and so far I haven't detected any sort of vibe like I'm getting on people's nerves or anything. But still, nobody really looks at me unless I speak up, or ask me questions, or talks to me unless I initiate the conversation. They are concerned with each other, and it seems like nobody really cares about me. Well, 19-year-old YandereDev, I think you're an attention whore. How do I change this? How can I make these people from acquaintances into friends? Sometimes I still get that awkward feeling that I'm talking to a stranger, or like I have to be careful not to screw up. I want to lift that area of discomfort and be liked among my group. Is there anything I can do about it? The other thing getting me down is no girls are ever interested in me. I'm really nice and polite to girls, not obnoxiously courteous or anything like that. I just treat them with respect and try to be friendly to them. I don't blatantly flirt with them or hit on them all the time. Occasionally I try to say something flattering and complimentary, and the girls' expression body language will change, and I can tell that I creep them out a little. Today I spent a few minutes with one of my friends and a female friend of his. She told me a funny story where this really creepy guy was hitting on her, and it bothered her a lot. I saw parallels to my own situation and started getting worried. It was an awkward thing to ask, but I really had to know, so I asked her, am I creepy? Am I a creepy kind of guy that girls want to avoid? She beat around the bush for a few moments while she tried to formulate the reply that didn't sound rude or insulting or anything, and then it told me, you're not creepy, but you're kinda goofy. I don't think girls would be disgusted by you, but I don't think they'd want you either. You're like a sick puppy that a girl might feel sorry for. Ouch! Ow! That fucking hurts. That's way worse than anything else she could have said. She could have just said that he's creepy and be done with this, but I think this is so much fucking worse. I'm afraid that this was her polite way of saying that I am creepy guy who no girl would ever be interested in. I guess it doesn't matter how friendly and nice I am to girls, because I'm either really ugly looking or really goofy looking, or both. He links to these legendary pictures of his, you've seen them around, you know, the ones that show him from various profiles, and he looks like one of these, what are these called, bourgeois dogs? I don't know what the name of that breed is, but it's essentially a dog with a very long neck and a very huge fucking snout. But yeah, that's what he links. It makes me afraid that there's nothing that can be done to help my situation. I feel that I'm stuck this way, friendless and disgusting to women, and like I can never improve because my appearance and social inexperience simply make me an awkward, creepy guy. This makes me really sad and really depressed. I'm afraid that I'll never make friends and that no woman will ever want me. What can I do? Can anything be done? Or am I hopeless? And he asked this on the Gaia Online forum to a bunch of annoying kids, essentially. And he made another thread with a poll too. Some people are incapable of ever having sex. Ever. I'm one. It's worse to sleep with a prostitute, a real doll, a slutty girl who puts out for everyone. And people decided that it's worse to sleep with a slutty girl than a real doll or a prostitute. Gaia Online forums. Some people are unattractive, boring, have no charisma or wit, and are simply unappealing to the opposite sex in every way. These people have absolutely no hope of ever finding a partner or having sex with another person, unless they pay for it. I don't believe it's shameful if these people pay for sex. After all, it's not as if they could ever have sex in the normal way. For these people, there will never be any volunteers. Volunteers. Oh, volunteers are gonna be plenty, but not the sex kind. There's gonna be plenty of volunteers in his life. Volunteers he doesn't respect, but that's like a completely different topic. There are only two options: rape or pay for sex. What do you think? Discuss. Can anyone manage to have sex as long as they're not mentally impaired / physically deformed? Is it always shameful to pay for sex no matter what your situation is? But yeah, rape mention. Again. Where's my soundboard?
Rape? Yes. Rape? Yes.
God damn it, YandereDev. Why are you like this? It's either rape or pay for sex. And here's some replies that he got. Oh, not you again! Okay, every thread I've ever seen you make is about how you're a failure in life and you can't get a girlfriend / kissed / late / whatever. Here's what you do: get your ass off the computer, find a girl who's ugly but dresses slutty, like she puts out, then talk to her. There you go. Damn it! Stop posting these threads. Yeah, a fucking guy online. I love it. I love it when they discuss things that aren't video games or anime. Legalize sex bots. Oh, you guys don't even fucking know about these. He mentions a real doll in this thread. There's gonna be some real doll stories to this too. And then he replied to that. Talk to her and say what? Crying emoticon. Find a girl you like and talk to her. This should make things easy for you, because girls with no self-esteem are much more likely to put out. I can't find any girls like myself. They're all outgoing and extroverted and adventurous. Sad emoticon. Wait for people to do anyone when they're horny enough. I need to find someone like that. Finding someone like that is easier than finding oxygen. Where do I find them? Is it really okay to go up to girls and start talking to them? Mind you, this is already 2008. He's 20 by now. Out of high school, studying in college. He's 20. Kind of sad. Do I have creepy facial features? Is there anything I can do? Another thread. In which he links, once again, these legendary pictures of his. I've been drunkenly told several times they look creepy or have a creepy face. I am 20 years old, but no girl has ever flirted with me or told me that I am attractive. So I am starting to feel that this is true. I guess my face makes me look like a creepy weird guy. So no one wants to get to know me or be around me. I've always been conscious of certain parts of my face. Nose, overbite, large ears, and I'm wondering if other people are as unhappy with my face as I am. I can't help being born with certain features. It's out of my hands and I can only fix it with surgery that costs thousands of dollars. But is there anything I can do to hide or improve certain features of my face? I used to have short hair, but now it is longer. I have no idea how to style it or what to do with it. It is frizzy and sticks out like an afro, so there is nothing I can do to style it. Should I grow it longer, cut it shorter, make an attempt at going for a certain style? Is there any way permanently straighten your hair? How about temporarily, like for a month or so? I'm sad that no girl has ever shown any interest in me, and I'm really afraid that the problem might be the very structure of my face itself. Something I can't fix. I'm a nice, friendly guy, and I just want people to give me a chance. And yeah, he got replies to this, and you might probably guess what some of them were, as you'd expect of guy online. You need an overall makeover, surgery maybe, and a fashion stylist. Ouch! To be honest, I think you're really cute. You don't have to change who you are. I don't think I'm pretty either, but I wouldn't change for the world. Our flaws is what makes us beautiful. I don't want to sound mean, but people that usually are not too attractive say that. Oh wow, I really hope I meet a girl like that and not like the previous one. Thank you all so much for the advice and encouraging words. And this isn't one of these threads that got quote-unquote resolved. This is something that he deleted himself and tagged it as being resolved. This is where he basically admits to being an incel, and this is the reply that he got, so you have to you have to infer what he wrote in that now deleted post from the replies. I could care less. I know I'll raise my kids to be involuntary celibate as long as I can. I never suffered from any of that while I was in high school, and was banned from dating until I was 16. I would have liked it too, but none of the effects came to bear. As you said, we are legally denied things growing up, like toys, candy, or pony growing up, and we did not become frustrated toy complex a la Freud. He's an infamous GD troll who's been trolling with this sort of thing for over 3 years. Please report this thread and move on. He's not a troll. He was very serious about all of these things. Why? You don't think there are middle-aged virgins out there with some serious sexual frustration and sex-related emotional issues? And he replies, involuntary celibacy has many negative consequences, and one of them, ridicule from other people, can be observed quite clearly here. Please have respect for others in this topic. Feeling left out, unwanted, unattractive, undesirable, insecure, and/or inferior are ageless problems. Some people suffer from such emotional and psychological problems starting at childhood and lasting well into their late adult life. The inability of legal adult to find a sexual companion is the subject of this topic. But I do not approve of judging the severity of individuals' problem based on their age. Why do you think they would be more comfortable propositioning a hooker than a real woman? Wouldn't the same problems continue to inhibit them? Involuntary celibacy leads them to it's more than just a strong desire for sex. For such people, the longing to have sex is more than just simple physical desire. A person has lived without receiving attention from the opposite sex does not feel wanted, desired, attractive, confident, secure. This type of person longs for another person to deem them sexually desirable because it would validate them and prove them they are wanted, are attractive, that they may confidently believe that they are desirable. Prostitution is scarcely a step above masturbation. It is sexual gratification at one's own expense, not because one has been seen as worthy by another person. And mind you, this is all coming from a guy that consistently slut-shames people, at least in those times. Resolved, another deleted topic. This one was essentially he was coming onto a teenager, a 16-year-old girl on her profile, and decided to delete that when he was getting called out. He is 20 at this point, and he was creeping on a 16-year-old girl. And he got the following replies. You look like a bubble boy. Oh my god, I was reading your post and everything was fine until I scrolled down and saw your signature picture. Needless to say, I literally laughed out loud. You never cease to amaze me. Wouldn't reply either. That's coming on way too strong and sounds way too suspicious, stalkerish, and this was probably pedophilic because again, censorship on Gaia Online forums. Plus the fact that you're asking to be outside of Gaia. It sounded a little creepy. I think the best thing you could have done was just PM her about some video game and whatnot. It would have been better. One thing, you're coming on too strong. You're rushing her with a bunch of information. And you're giving her no time to accept you. A slight hi or hello might start a small conversation. Continue on from there and see what happens. Sorry, but you seem like a stalker right there. You're coming off pretty strong, dude, and making it obvious that you practically scanned her profile is also somewhat creepy, and is practically pummeling her with remarks about how you two are so alike. By the way, actually monitoring her online/offline status reaches stalker level. Creep! I see you're a pedophile. How's that working out for you? Yeah, I am desperate. I was deprived of love, and now I am desperate for love. That's the way it works. I am nothing but... It's nothing to be ashamed of. Man. I'm just really ready to have a relationship. It goes 1. Ready. 2. Eager. 3. Overeager. 4. Desperate. 5. Rapist. God damn it again.
Right? Yes.
How many times can he mention rape in the stream? Jesus, man. I'm ready for a relationship, but if it doesn't work, rape is also an option. Shit. Dude, take another picture. You got some good enough features, but that angle and lighting, meh. Also, the girl probably doesn't want a male version of herself. Back up, hombre, and stop being so damn unsure of yourself. I just hope you're not some sort of creepy pedo. The difference between cool and creepy is attractiveness, trust me. Because if I'm a pretty person smiles at you, you go, oh, aren't they nice? But if an ugly person smiles at you and you go, oh my fucking god, what the fuck do they want? Not to hate, I'm sure you're a great person. Maybe it's just looks, is all I'm saying, sir. How lame. Yeah, it does. You need to stop trying so hard. It makes you seem very desperate and obsessive. But I want a girlfriend. But I like full-grown women. How does that make me a pedo? Relevant post? And yeah, these are YandereDev's EvaX's Gaia Online adventures. I hope you enjoyed those because they're pretty fucking great. And for more context, every time that people that found out that he was EvaX online on the losers forums and the Gaia Online forums, he did his darnest in order to debunk these claims and make sure that no one fucking mentions that ever fucking again. Like, essentially trying to clean up his internet history, but he, I guess, didn't understand that the internet never fucking forgets. And never forgives, too. When he's concerned, at least. His attractiveness aside, I think he kind of looked goofy back when he was young. Like, he looked like a Smurf to me, and then he turned into Gargamel when he grew up. He didn't have a glow up, sadly. He went from Smurf to Gargamel. But we're not talking about his looks here, even though his looks will come back a few times here and there, just for the memes. Moving on. Next part of the younger years of YandereDev's arc. Next up, we have... what do we have up next? Hold up. We have the Suicide Forum, where he talks about touching boobs. Let me put that up. It's all very sad, but also very funny. I do not feel bad, and if you guys feel any pity for him or any sort of similar emotion, I'm sure all of that will quickly disappear. I'm sure all of that will quickly disappear as we get into other stuff. Again, Suicide Forum. She told me she really likes me, but she says she doesn't want a relationship. Very long, drawn-out post, but we're reading all of this. This is not an emotionally distressing life-stopping issue. There's just a personal problem that has been on my mind that I'd like some advice with. I've been hanging out with with a girl lately. Yesterday, I discussed with her that I feel somewhat insecure because no girl had ever told me that was attractive, and because I had never had my first kiss with a girl. She responded by telling me that she thought I was really cute and asked me if I'd like to have my first kiss with her. I said yes, we kissed. I should mention that was the short peck on the lips. She made out with me, passionately let me touch her chest. Afterward, we cuddled and held one another for a while that made out again even harder than the first time. After a while, she stopped kissing me and told me, I want to make something clear. Even though I really like you, I want to be anyone's girlfriend. I've always tried to avoid that title. I told her that I understood her clearly, and we went back to kissing. We eventually stopped because our friend came over and went out to see a show. When she drove me back to my place, I thanked her for the kissing. She told me not to worry about it and gave me another passionate kiss goodbye. As someone who went 6 years psychologically convincing himself that no girl would ever find me attractive, I am in heaven now that a girl actually told me I was cute. As someone who believed that no girl could ever want to do anything with me, I am ecstatic that this girl would make out with me so passionately. It really helps that I find her extremely attractive, the most attractive girl I've seen at college. My mind is blown because a girl who I viewed as unobtainable goddess actually wanted to make out with me. My self-pitying and underconfident mindset have been flushed away, and now I feel proud of myself and filled with confidence. And I do wonder if this is transferable to his later behavior, because maybe if he remained a very insecure incel, that could have helped him more to be a little bit more humble, because he sure as fuck isn't when he started developing Yandere Simulator. I wonder if this encounter fucked him up more than it actually did good for him. Don't want to play shrink here, but I feel it might have something to do with that. I feel like everything will be okay. I feel like there is a chance that I will be able to meet a wonderful girl and enter a relationship. I really like this girl. I had a crush on her for months. I never thought that she would find me worthy enough to experience such a passionate makeout session with her. See how he repeats himself consistently, remembering that passionate kiss really burned into his mind. I'm thankful, I'm grateful, and I'm bubbling over with appreciation of her, but I guess there is one problem. I really like her. She told me that she really likes me, and we had a hot makeout session. The thing that we'd both be ready for a relationship with one another, but then she said that the line that I just can't get out of my head. I don't want to be anyone's girlfriend. I've always tried to avoid that title. That doesn't mean she just wants to be friends with benefits. Does it mean that she wants to casually make out and have sex with guys and doesn't want to commit to a single guy? If she really likes me, then how can she not want to be with me? I do not understand. To make something perfectly clear, I appreciate the experience she gave me very much, and I don't want to reward her with creepy stalker-like possessive obsession. I think that's a bit too late. I don't want to become a problem for her years from now. I don't want her to tell tales of a creepy guy who got too attached to her. I want her to look fondly on me. I'm even fine if she only wants to be friends. What I don't get is, how can you really like someone but not want them to be yours? Wouldn't she just have said, let's stay friends but keep making out? She wanted to make it clear she only wanted to be friends with benefits. Yeah, he really lacks that social intelligence, which I can assume is partially due to his homeschooling. Didn't let him experience school and how people actually interact with one another. But yeah, pretty sad. Oh damn. And that's his experience on the suicide forums. He got some advice that I guess he didn't take, and he never replied to any of that stuff ever again. But there's more to his younger years. And I think you'd want to see that. And what am I talking about here? Oh, it's the Chalice video. You owe yourself to see the Chalice video at least once in your life. So let me get that up. Because the Chalice video is a classic. It's a classic for the ages. Mm-hmm. Let me lower the music. You need to listen to it.
I, EvaX, humbly submit a toast to Nicholas Alexander for successfully managing to pirate Warcraft 3 so that he may play Defense of the Ancients. Congratulations, Nick. Enjoy your Dota.
A toast, chat. Can I have some milk in the chat? A toast to the younger years of YandereDev, please. delicious chalice. Delicious semen. God damn. Thank you, chat. Moving on. This is not over just yet. The younger years continue. Next up is stream bans. At one point, EvaX, YandereDev, decided to become a streamer and stream on Justin TV, which later became Twitch, of course. And he became known for being incredibly ban happy, especially from people in V and from GameFucks and all other places. There's a lot of things that I'm omitting from this stream because, again, this would be like, in order to go through all of this, I would need several days of time to stream. This would be like a marathon YandereDev stream if I decided to go through every single bit of information about him. But the too long didn't read about these years is that he made a lot of accounts and a lot of game-related forums like game FAQs. He used to go to 4chan to shill his streams and shit like that. And essentially, he wanted to make a name for himself as a streamer. But since at this point he started to have a huge ego, he started to have this problem where he didn't take any sort of criticism of his work. He was very obnoxious about banning people, and he banned them for the weakest of infractions, not even infractions, and that later comes out as he starts banning people from his Discord as YandereDev, as he developed Yandere Simulator. But again, you have to see it to believe it, because he decided to make his own webpage on where I believe he linked his streams to, because I think you were able to do that at that time, like on Justin TV. And essentially, he made his first debunk page. He will make a lot of these debunk pages in the years to come, but this was one of the first. And in this debunk page, he decided to essentially defend himself from evil accusations of trolls and other people that come to his streams that say that he's way too ban happy. And he made this. Why does V hate you so much, EvaXephon? There are several things that lead to a person to dislike me. 1. Self-fulfilling prophecy. If someone reads a post saying EvaXephon is an F-slur and his stream is shit, then he will go to my stream and expect to see failure. No matter what I do or say, he will decide that I am a F-slur and my stream is shit, because that is what he wants to decide. He's so eager to see failure that anything I will do will be interpreted as failure if it's 1% beneath perfection. Example. Someone goes to my stream. Me. Hi everyone. Someone. Holy shit. EvaXephon is such a fucking F-slur. Next point. 1 out of context mishap. If someone visits my stream and is disappointed within the first few minutes, they might conclude that my stream is disappointing all of the time. If someone decides to judge my stream based on the single out of context event rather than a good example of my stream is usually like, he may have a poor first impression and decide Not to ever give my stream a second chance. Example. Let me get my music back up though. Real quick. Okay. Example. Me gets a game over. Oops, now I have to reload my previous save. I'll just skip all the dialogue and cutscenes until I'm back to where I was before I died. Someone goes to my stream and watches my skipping stuff. Me skipping stuff. Wow, this guy sucks. He skips all dialogue and cutscenes. Fuck this stream. Leaves. Me. There we go. It only took a couple of minutes, and I'm right back where I was before. Free. Butthurt. If someone gets banned, there is a very high chance that they will experience several levels of butthurt, and then develop a deep-seated grudge against me. They'll conclude that I'm an evil, tyrannical overlord. God damn, this comes back with a vengeance later on. Who deserves to be destroyed at all costs, and they will make their personal mission to talk shit about me on V, because they think I care or something. Example: Someone spoilers, the main character dies at the end. LOL. Me. Ban. Someone: what the fucking fuck? I got fucking banned. You fucking Epsilon. I fuck you up. I'll fuck your shit up. You fucking N-word Jew. Yeah, that's how V used to be. That's how V is nowadays too. Miscellaneous misunderstandings. Example: me, in my opinion, Majora's Mask is a fun game. Someone: what the fuck? Majora's Mask fucking sucks. Ocarina of Time is far superior. Me: as long as we both enjoy video games, that's all that matters. Someone: you have fucking shit taste in games. Why the fuck would you prefer Ocarina of Time over Majora's Mask? Me. Sad emoji. Someone: Majora's Mask was bad and you should feel bad. Come back once you grow up and acknowledge that Majora's Mask was a pile of shit. Me. Sad emoticon. Someone: honestly, Majora's Mask sucked for so many reasons. You're a goddamn fucking retard for even owning that shit game. Me. Ban. Someone: holy shit, this guy just banned me for having a different opinion than him. Yeah. And believe it or not, these debunk pages are just gonna get longer and longer, and it's just gonna get terrible. Example: someone: holy shit, EvaXephon has a guy account and made like 100 topics about how he's never been kissed by a girl. Me: yeah, I spent a while moping around, feeling sorry for myself. I was pretty stupid. After I realized that venting on a support forum wouldn't fix my problem, I stopped visiting Gaia altogether. Stop talking about rape too, luckily. Someone: Jesus Christ, the fucking Gaia account. I know he was an F-slur, but he was a fucking Gaia account? Wow, that's fucking gay. Me: I haven't been active on Gaia for over 3 years. I don't even remember my password. Someone: hey everyone, listen to this. EvaXephon has a Gaia account. LOL. Example: one of my co-streamers emulates an SNES game. Doesn't use the microphone. Someone: so this is EvaXephon, huh? I've seen this game streamed 100 times before, and this F-slur doesn't even use a mic. I'm out of this shithole. Leaves. Me. Arrives. Hi everyone. I'm here with Mass Effect 2. Let's get started. Thanks for keeping up the channel alive while I was gone. Co-streamer. Example: one of my viewers is a useless, worthless, tactless, tasteless, annoying, irritating, infuriating, bothersome, exasperating, aggravating, frustrating jerk who will never contribute anything positive to the stream. Me: I hate you. You're banned. Someone: EvaXephon treats all his viewers like shit. And he also has a list of banned words in his. He had a list of banned words in his chat. I have prohibited the following words from being spoken in my chat because I believe that none of these words or phrases are funny, witty, comical, interesting, or useful. Mind you, like, this is like a very common behavior with lolcows. They a lot of the ones that I do follow and I know, they have banned words in their discords, in their chats, and it's usually very like innocuous stuff too, apart from insults and stuff like that. Candlejack. I wonder how many of you fucking even know what Candlejack is. Candlejack is such a fucking ancient meme. I miss Candle Jack. Candle Jack. LAG. Laggy. Lagging, and so on. Doom, cool story. Blocks, should've, could've, would've, must've, could care less. Halo. Invented. Oscar, Mike, Ramirez. N slur, F slur, pro tip. Too long didn't read. I am 12. You dead. You dead. Do it. Do what? What? LOL. What? LOL. What? I understand a lot of these, but some of them is just people laughing. Banal people laughing. Yeah, similar to what Wings of Redemption has. And lastly, to top off his youngest years on the internet, before Yandere Simulator, there's the first grooming accusations. Mind you, this blog was first posted in like 2014, something like that, as YandereDev was starting to get popular. But apparently he groomed this person allegedly when he was a streamer and he was streaming on Twitch TV when he was like 21 or something like that. And this is the alleged grooming account of this person from a Tumblr post. YandereDev / EvaXephon. Alex is a pedophile, or at least a former one. So I'm not sure if this is the right time or place, but it's 1 AM and this has been keeping me up ever since I learned about it. A friend tipped me off recently that YandereDev is no other than EvaXephon. And knowing what I know about him, I just want this information out there so people can make informed decisions about this person and whether or not to support his game. About 8 years ago, I was 14 and Eva was 21. I was in 8th grade, finishing up middle school, and loved to hang out in his video stream after school. I went by the name Sisefs. I was not quiet about my gender, and when he found out I was a girl, he just went nuts in the way internet creepers do. Being 14 and shy as hell in real life, enjoyed that attention, not realizing how wrong it was. So when he wanted to date me, I went along with it. Now I want to point this out. Eva knew I was 13. He was well aware for the entirety of our relationship. His justification, I remember this clearly because it struck out to me as strange, was that since he was homeschooled, he had missed out on experience of dating girls in high school, and this was the perfect opportunity to make up for that. I reminded him I was in middle school, not high school. He said, same difference. Here's a list of shit that happened at that point. He asked me for nudes, which I took and then provided to him via an image hosting site that's probably long dead by now. He asked me to post in specific ways for some of them. We sexted over Skype. Worth noting, I think, is that he made excuses not to reciprocate text-based oral. Seriously? He masturbated on webcam to me while I made moaning noises over my microphone at his request. I borrowed my friend's webcam to video chat with him. He asked me to strip when my friend was in the room with me instead when she wasn't looking. I flashed him. That as much as I can dredge up from memory. A lot of this had been repressed and only came up over the past few days as I thought long and hard about it. Our relationship was pretty short-lived affair anyway. Some other things he did, while not illegal pedophilic, were skeevy as hell. So flat-chested girls is deformed, similar to an amputee. Dismissed me / brushed me aside whenever I spoke up about something not related to sex. Told another girl in chat that he would keep her in a cage and love her. Begged me to stay with him, offered to change himself, etc. When I ended things, when I refused, banned me altogether from his streams and began to spread vitriol about me. Lied heavily to cover his own tracks. I'm under the impression that his version of the story is as follows. I was some desperate girl who sent nudes unsolicited to everyone and anyone, and he deleted the disgusting pics and banned me as soon as he learned I was underage. Believe who you want. I'm not here to get garner attention or stir up drama. I hence the throwaway account. I just want the truth out there. I don't know if even return to this account, but if I do, I'll try to answer any questions this may bring up. And if you'd like proof, I'm sorry, I don't really know how to go about proving any of this. The pictures are long gone, the Skype account is no more, the livestream account is inaccessible. Just know that I have nothing to gain from doing this. I only want people to know, and to an extent, the story is out there already. Told by various people from the chat room who witnessed some of this, it happened. But no one knew the full extent of what's going on. Well, now you know, straight from the horse's mouth. Thanks for reading. And yeah, whether you believe this or not, there was never any concrete proof of this posted, but to give you a bit more context on this, YandereDev's account of this story changes like from year to year. First it was that it was some desperate girl, then that it wasn't true, then that it was true but she was 18 or he didn't know her age, shit like that. And when he found out that she actually was 14, then he deleted her nudes, things like that. Again, it's all very obscured, it's all very vague, but considering he has to defend himself from that, there might be some truth to this, who knows. But to recontextualize this with the newest allegations, to which we hopefully will be able to get in a few hours, because there's so much more stuff to go through. He is very creepy towards girls, especially younger girls. And it doesn't help that the fan base that he garners via Yandere Simulator is gonna be full of children, essentially. But yeah, these are his younger years before Yandere Simulator. Congratulations, we only covered the first part in around 2 hours. That bodes well for the rest of the stream. But since I need to get a drink, I'll be right back. I'll leave you with an intermission, and you guys can take it all in, and then we get to the next part after I catch up to the chat a little bit more. But yeah, I'll be right back.
「レモンスカッシュ」「溶けた氷
He has read it, therefore he must kill himself.
And I'm back. Let's get the music started again, and then go to the development years of this whole mess. Arguably the funniest and also the weirdest part of this whole thing. And by my estimates, we will have to go for another 6 hours probably to get up through all of this because there's so much shit. Mind you, with the research I did in my own time, I feel like I barely scratched the surface of all the issues that are present within YandereDev and Yandere Simulator. And yeah, I will be keeping this vote up. I will be. If YandereDev decides to strike it, I don't think he will, because he was already humbled by the recent stuff with essentially making an apology post about all of this shit. So yeah, I'm keeping this VOD up despite the allegations and everything else, because again, they are what they are. Yeah, there's decades, literal decades of content right there. And I'm quite sure there's YandereDev historians that know much more than I do. But seeing how YouTubers have covered YandereDev over the years, I personally think that they have barely scratched the surface on all of the shit. They just take like all the surface level stuff about him, but never dig deeper into some of the stuff. Barely anyone has covered like a pedophile mod from his Discord, because that shit is like one of the worst things about this whole thing. Like, if I were to make a stream only about the serious stuff, serious accusations levied against him, then that would be like my priority, and barely anyone has ever touched that topic, which is very strange to me. And it's also so public. So I do not understand why there's so very few people talking about it. Because what that mod did is pretty fucking disgusting. But what the mods did to cover this whole shit up, and what they were more worried about in the first place, other than, you know, the fucking kids that are getting groomed on the Discord, that's a whole different story. But we'll get to that. And I do want to go through this kind of in a faster pace if applicable, so we'll see. But yeah, the development years. Hold up. The development years I pretty much divided into 3 parts again. First is the Mike Z encounter, you know, Mike Z of Skullgirls fame. This is essentially that one encounter that YandereDev had with his hero. He idolized Mike Z. And he had a little chat with him on IRC, in which he basically got felted. Said that his prototype fighting game, at which point YandereDev was developing, was pretty much unfinished and shit. And we'll read like a few choice quotes from him as Mike Z basically shits on him. So we see. I could read all of these, but I won't, because again, there's a lot of stuff. Hold up. YandereDev. Younger years. Development years, Mark C. Right. Hire this. Yeah, we're going through the strikes that he essentially claimed on a lot of people too. Like, he essentially lost a lot of them, but he also won quite a few of them. Mostly the ones that didn't survive were the ones that just outright shat on him. But yeah, we'll go through a few quotes from Mike Z as he felt YandereDev about his game. Mike Z in this IRC chat is Whippler WROKN, and he essentially again is not very fond of what EvaXephon at that time put forward in front of him. EvaXephon, everyone hates my fighting game. It's the opposite of what I envisioned. Like, what I got from your demo was, I haven't done most of the work yet, but since I haven't encountered problems, my design is sound and I should ignore your advice. I don't hate the game, I hate your attitude. I wonder if it could still be considered fun from a gameplay perspective? EvaXephon, they don't hate it, they're just trying to give you advice. I don't care about the game part. EvaXephon, make the shit you wanna make, period. I have done most of the work. There is just things you ask for that happen to not be implemented. And mind you, I'm just reading what he whines about here. How is not impressive that I single-handedly created a fighting game? I made a game with intros, idles, walks, runs, jumps, dashes, air dashes, specials, health meters, super meters, throws, air throws, and I had animated every animation itself. Isn't that impressive? Isn't that respect-worthy? So there's an organization problem. Can I hear a single encouraging word? No one is taking away your progress. Like, all I'm hearing is, you suck at everything, I'd never hire you, I'd never work for you. The fact that you got here it's your own encouragement, your own validity, but you still have two ways to go. Nope, nothing has validity anymore. I started making a game because of Mike Z, and then he personally shat on it. Good job, you did a thing in Unity that runs and renders stuff for you, and you made an update loop and some animation. Good shit, sir. You only want to hear that? Why should I ever code again? So you're saying I should ignore him? Meaty man? No, just take the advice into account. I will say you should ignore me if I tell you your game is junk. And he goes on for a very, very, very long time about how essentially he met his hero and his hero decided to shit all over his project. I think a normal person would be incredibly impressed by what I've done, but a hard-nosed programmer would scrutinize things that a layman wouldn't. It's hard to hear some stuff you can improve when Mike phrases things like in the way that he does. Is there no gratification what I've done? Then it's literally wasted work. If I hear nothing but you did a poor job, then it's all for nothing. Like, why should I ever code again? He's such a little bitch. Like, he needs constant validation from other people. Like, you'd think that, you know, his encounters with other people would make him have a little more self-confidence. At the same time, he has an ego problem, which is a very dangerous thing to have for a narcissist, and he has plenty of that too. No player will ever know of these alleged shortcomings, though I wish I could get player feedback on how the game feels. Mike Z is not a nobody. Of course I can't get useful player feedback yet. Like I said, I wasn't ready to be shown off yet. You see only flaws because you only saw poorly organized code written by an amateur programmer. If I showed you the final playable prototype and let you play it with a controller in your hands, I wonder how much different your feedback would have been. What did I spend the past several months doing with my life then? A big part of the motivation was that I wanted to make a cool game that might impress the prestigious Mike Z by my buddy Skullgirl's chat, and look what happened. Now nobody here will ever know me as anything other than the guy who sucks at code. That's some prophetic words right there. Isn't that what all games are made for? To give other people a cool, fun experience? This was so much worse than all I remember it being. I just wanted to create something cool and show it to people and let them have fun with it, but now it's not a cool fighting game. Now it's only regarded as a jumbled mess of code that nobody here will ever be able to take seriously. My code now is 10 times better than the code I wrote a year ago, and I was proud of that. I was really proud of how far it come. But now I don't have a single thing to be proud of, because Mike Z told him his game isn't very good. Why would I ever bother pursuing a dream ever again when this is the outcome? Well, I guess I'm glad that this happened sooner rather than later, and now I have a good reason to drop my game and stop working on it now, rather than waste more of my time on it. I guess it was a good that I finally learned that it's all shit. I am shit, and that I am a terrible programmer nobody should hire or work for. That's an insane pity party he's throwing in front of people that do not give a fuck about him. I don't know what he's expecting, to be honest. That's what I wanted it to be. I wanted to be Mike Z. I wanted to meet somebody cool who could be my Alex ahead. Can you really say such abrasive things and think that someone's going to go, "Thanks, Mike, for all the wonderful advice"? Heart emoticon. I started out as "You're a fool for using spreadsheets, and I'm going to mock you every time I ever see you in IRC by reminding you that spreadsheets are bad and you're bad. And Mike, I tried to make something cool. Take a look." Taking your advice regarding the spreadsheet would have meant rewriting the entire game from scratch. That's a big call to make. I wasn't sure if you were overreacting, if you misunderstood my system. And he goes on crying and whining some more. Well, you're not the most approachable person. Every time I ask you a question, I get lecture about how stupid I am, how stupid my question is. Mind you, he will do this to other people too, so he's one to talk. Can you blame me for not wanting to ask you for clarification? That's really not related to the system, that's just me being slow at what I do. Again, prophetic words, being slow. I can't fathom how I could work differently than it does. I'm not an experienced enough programmer, and I haven't seen an alternative before. Maybe if I saw the Z engine, I know exactly how the game engine should work, but that'll never happen, because he drops the game. Now that I heard the suggestion of making a game engine work the way that and take input like that, I want to code it myself. I probably couldn't do it as fast as you, but I'd get it done eventually. But I didn't have that idea at that time. Instead, I went with what I seemed intelligent at the time. Again, more whining. Him not understanding advice of, go make what you want to make, improve on your own. Stop trying to fish for ass pats from Mike Z. And so on and so forth. We can skip most of this and it's gonna be the same amount of whining about bugs, about code and shit like that. I did the best I could with the limited experience and knowledge I had. All that crying for nothing. And if you do wonder what his game looked like, well, it looked like this. Not really much of a game. Just kinda looks like something you'd find on Steam for like $2 nowadays. It was really just your most bare basic implementation of a fighting game. And that's it. So you may wonder what happened to him after this feltoning, after Mike Z told him that he was shit. Well, he went to his other favorite place, which is 4chan's V, and started to make very sneaky very sneaky threads about about a game that he was planning to make, and guess what? That game eventually happened to be Yandere Simulator. So we'll look through a few of these. You're gonna speedrun through a lot of this. I'm just giving you like the bare basics of this. So here's him, still as anonymous, essentially saying that he has a bad reputation, and would it be feasible to someone with a bad reputation as his to be popular for something that they make? Because he essentially at that time was infamous for being, you know, this streamer that rages and bans a lot of people, as I already showed you by his debunk page on his website. If someone has a bad reputation on the internet, does that mean they can become a successful indie game dev? Like let's say, for example, CVC turns out to be a programming genius. Funny that he compares himself to that. He makes an excellent indie game that is extremely fun and releases it. Could ever become successful / popular? Or would nobody buy the game because everyone thinks CVC is pathetic? What a benchmark that he has for his own self-worth, comparing himself to Christian. And then he gets some input of various kinds, because it's not, you know, it's V. It's V's gonna shit on you. V's sometimes gonna give you a serious answer. Any more input? For example, what if EvaXephon made a game? Would anyone play it, or would everyone just laugh? Very sneaky. Here's him trying to essentially showcase that that failed fighting game of his, showing a character design. Not showing up here because the archive on 4chan is kind of broken in that way. But you could always get the image back from DeviantArt, which he essentially commissioned a character that looks like this for his fighting game. Mind you, this character kind of returns from time to time, or at least is referenced in Yandere Simulator or any other projects that he has, because at one point he just goes and does whatever with the Yandere Simulator, goes on to have an essential massive feature creep, which he never resolves. And this is the first time Yandere Simulator as a concept is mentioned on V. On April 2014. Let us discuss a game mechanic of a Yandere Simulator. Set in a school, pick a boy, stalk him, kill girls with who flirt with / talk to. Look at him. Stealth gameplay, have to stalk a boy without getting spotted, etc, etc. Essentially, he's shilling his own project as anonymous. And there's more of it. This one is very telling. I will have to hide you a bit, chat, because this is a very wide screenshot. Here's YandereDev as a trip friend on V, talking about Yandere Simulator and his inspiration. You'll see that Yandere Simulator is essentially a spite project he just had to make because Mike Z told him his shit. I was inspired to become an indie dev by a very well-known programmer who almost single-handedly programmed a fighting game. He was my hero, my inspiration. I decided to try my hand making a fighting game engine. I worked on it for 3 months and was really proud of it, so I decided to show it to my hero. He was really unimpressed. He asked me to see my code and criticized it very harshly. He told me he would never want to hire me or work for me. He told me that my engine was absolute garbage. He told me that with the level of coding experience he had back in 1999, he could have made a better engine that I'd made. Prior to that experience, I was feeling very confident about my coding ability. But after meeting my hero and showing him my game, I just felt like some kind of talentless fraud. I felt like I had wasted the last 3 months. I started wondering if I should abandon the game. Abandon my dreams of a career in the industry. I wonder if I should never have faith in my own talent again. Worst of all, my hero said all of this in the chat room with friends in it, making me look terrible in front of everyone. I lost respect of my friends, my self-confidence, my career plans, 3 months of work, and my dream of making a fighting game. All in one night. It was devastating. I became depressed. I turned my depression into a burning hatred that fuels my desire to develop indie games and eventually outshine that asshole. Yep. Yandere Simulator, a spite project, all alone. All of this just so he could show up. Mike Z. Yandere Simulator happened. And after that, he essentially does a lot of shilling under a chip code on V. And 4chan's V is pretty impressed with some of the stuff. Some of them really like it. There's a lot of it. And then he tries to shill his Luna concept, because he never abandons something he has his mind on. He just keeps on adding to it. Adding forever, essentially never losing the sight of what he wants to do, but at the same time losing the sight of what he wants to do, because he wants to do so much with his shit. And guess what? People start finding out that YandereDev is EvaXephon, and they start to shit on him. Here you can see that linking the linking the stuff that we already went through. And he responded to that. Now there's some weirdos who have made it their personal mission to contact everyone working with me and try to brainwash them into thinking I'm a disgusting person because of shit that I stopped doing plus 5 years ago. I'd no longer like to talk about the number of people I'm working with or who I'm presently in contact with. At the same time, he shows off his sex doll on the Dollfucker forum. The doll forum. My doll cosplaying as Zero Suit Samus. My doll cosplaying as Zero Suit Samus. Do you know who Zero Suit Samus is? I think she's the utter perfection, so I decided to make a doll cosplay as her. This was 90% reason for me buying the doll. I wanted to make Samus real. And mind you, there's also something I haven't shown you, is that YandereDev has an extreme attraction to Zero Suit Samus, like specifically that look. And we're gonna go through a few of those examples as we go through all of this shit. But yeah, he bought himself a sex doll and dressed her up as Zero Suit Samus, and there she is. There's a small continuation to this story, but it's a bit later on. And here comes YandereDev's big break. Yandere Simulator from 2014 to 2015 becomes extremely popular thanks to YouTubers discovering the game and playing it for kicks. PewDiePie discovers it, Markiplier discovers it, and it just blows up. Blows the fuck up. It becomes super popular. And YandereDev keeps getting one guide by people, and he has to continue debunking his misinformation that is spread about him. There's some misinformation in this thread, but I'm not sure if I should say anything. I don't want to look like a hypersensitive over defensive drama dev who leaps into threads whenever someone on the internet is being mean. Oh boy. Again, prophecy. Self-fulfilling prophecy, because all of this just happens. However, I'm concerned that threads like this will give people an inaccurate impression of me and the game. But if you guys have any concerns or questions you want to ask me, you can always email me at yanderedev@mail.com and talk with me directly so I don't have to speculate about stuff. Honest question though, does anyone truly care what I did or said in a video game stream 6 years ago? I mean, if CVC cleaned up his act, also fucking prophetic, and a bit ironic considering, you know, where Christianity is nowadays. Got his shit together, stopped being a lolcow and started working on a video game 6 years from now on. I judge his game based on its merit, not based on the embarrassing stuff that he did when he was younger. I wouldn't judge you guys by the stuff you posted on the way you acted back when you were teenagers. Oh boy. And then here's someone that actually took him up on the offer and did email him. I emailed YandereDev to make a choice that he should abandon 4chan and Jew off or ignore the shitposts that keep talking about him being evil and continue on listening to the ideas. This is his response. I made a foolish mistake whenever I acknowledge people who brought up things that aren't related to Yandere Simulator in the slightest, or spoke about personal matters instead of the game. That smacks of drama / attention hoarding / being a diva. I shouldn't promote off-topic posting. Oh boy, again. Everything he says that he shouldn't do, he eventually does. I don't think I would be able to stop people from obsessing over silly things I did and said in my teenage years. I can't stop Yandere Simulator threads from being 90% shit posting and 30% trying to stay on topic. If that's the nature of Yandere Simulator thread on 4chan, then there's honestly no reason whatsoever for me to attend threads on 4chan. Even the majority of people don't care about my past. Shows like a straw poll result, because he has to seek approval from other people at the same time. The vocal minority will shit up everyone else, resulting in crappy threads that aren't worth reading. It's not a matter of boohoo that me and Anon hurt my feelings. It's a matter of wow, there are literally no posts in the entire thread worth reading or responding to. I think it would be more prudent for me to invest my time in working on Yandere Simulator rather than participating in threads where only 10% of the posts are on topic or worth reading. The threads would be mostly on topic if you didn't acknowledge the shit posters. Maybe, but I doubt it. Haters gonna hate, shit posters gonna shit. Even if I ignored the trolls and I didn't respond to them, I don't have faith that 4chan thread could have avoided devolving into shit flinging about ancient events that don't matter anymore. That might be one of the good posts somewhere in there, but not enough posts to make it worth my time. And if you couldn't already tell, he always responds to things in this very bloated, over-the-top way. And by over-the-top, you see that he over-explains everything and just makes it worse on himself because he shows how vulnerable he is to all kinds of criticism and all kinds of, you know, essentially shitting on him. Instead of ignoring it, just keeps on making it worse for himself all the damn time. I could try making a thread on 4chan sometime soon, April 2nd maybe. Today I will be busy tomorrow is a national holiday involving pranks. And give 4chan one last chance to prove that it's possible to have a productive and constructive conversations there. However, if the thread is just 90% shitposting, it'll be clear to me that I should spend my time working on the game instead. Mind you, should have done that in the first place, but it never ever occurred that to him. And after that, he just keeps on making excuses for himself. Every day I receive an absolutely overwhelming number of emails, blog comments, YouTube comments and tweets and all making suggestions about the game. Some of them are outstanding ideas. After a year's worth of threads, I gotten plenty of suggestions from 4chan. The development of the game would not be harmed in any way if I wasn't making 4chan threads anymore. So they already have all the suggestions and feedback I could ever want coming from a hardcore gamers everywhere. I'll always be willing to listen to anyone's suggestions for the game. Also not true, given context in the future. The exact website they're posting from doesn't matter. If people from 4chan want to converse with me, but 4chan threads are no good for discussion, then the Anons can simply email me directly. And the whole email thing comes back in a serious way too. We'll see. The way I get to hear suggestions and nobody has to wade through shit posting seems like a better deal for everyone, honestly. Let me take a quick look at my cheat sheet, because again, a lot of things here and I don't want to miss the most important bits of it. We're on 17. The first video is gonna be on point 39, so just a bit more. And then on his blog, he decides to make two debunks, and essentially defend himself from the things that he himself said about Mike Z. Essentially backpedaling on shitting on Mike Z because he doesn't want Yandere Simulator to seem like a spite project he made just to, make fun and overshadow anything that Mike Z has done. And again, it's all bloated or all over explaining shit. You can look at this VOD later if you want to read it in detail. Just pause the video if you want to. Because again, we'll be sitting here all fucking day if you wanted to go through all of this. Essentially, deflection. He says that he handled the criticism poorly, but he doesn't think Mike Z is a bad guy. Which is not true. He thinks Mike Z is a bad guy. And then he addresses the pedophile accusations based on that one blog post that I read you from the Tumblr. YandereDev is a pedophile who asked minor to give him nude pictures of herself. Short answer, no. Shortest answer, no. Short answer, hell no. Long answer. If a minor claims to be over 18, then sends you nude pictures of herself and you think she looks over 18, the one day you learn that she may have been under 18, does this make you a pedophile? No. And this is essentially what I told you before, is that it doesn't outline and it doesn't correspond to what this person accusing him is saying, that essentially that he knew that the girl that allegedly sent him nudes was 14, and here he says that he essentially didn't know and that he thought she was 18. So again, might be some validity to that first grooming accusation. Who knows? But this is essentially what this post boils down to. She was, at least to him, she was 18. He didn't know. And when he found out that she apparently wasn't, he deleted what he got from her. Does any of that make anyone a pedophile? I don't think so. There is such a plain, simple, cut and dry situation. There is honestly not much else to say. A claim like YandereDev is a pedophile is equally as valid as YandereDev is a Japanese schoolgirl. It's simply not true. Cleaning up misunderstandings, part 3, volunteer treatment. And I have to give you more future context here. He essentially treats a lot of people like shit, and this whole volunteer business with Yandere Simulator is as follows. Due to the fact that a lot of kids started following the project and a lot of would-be artists also decided to contribute to the project because, they wanted to contribute to their favorite game and their favorite developer, all that shit. And them coming from fan bases such as PewDiePie's and Markiplier's, because, both of them at that time had a big following of children. YandereDev felt that, he can essentially treat a lot of them like shit. And he did. And what does treating them like shit involve? Well, for example, them presenting him work that they did for him, and he said, oh, I might use this, which means I might never use this or not at all. Him not crediting his volunteers at all, or him showing his fit that he has to actually credit them for their work. And this is essentially a huge deflection, and given as the years pass, he starts treating them worse and worse. This is essentially what it is. And all of these very lengthy posts that you see in front of you are gonna be all put up in a list in a special debunk page on his Yandere Simulator website. Let me read you real quick. What kind of debunks there are there. I'm not gonna read all of them because that's insane. The amount of text there is a novel worth. He likes those fucking novels. So I'm not gonna read all of that, but I'll read you what's there. At least the topics that he's covering there. Where's the debunk page? There's so many. This page is such a fucking bloat of information. He really fucking thinks anyone's gonna read that. Because there's his main website and there's his blog. And both of these things are separate, and both of them are fucking bloated as shit. I can't find it right now because there's so much shit. Jesus. Did he add more to this over the fucking last time I saw it? Download the volunteer wallpaper social media. Did he fucking take this down? If he did, then whatever. Let me look for it real quick, and if I can't find it, we'll just move on. Oh yeah, there it is. It's just not listed with a proper link. The number of topics here in a debunk. I'm gonna link you this in the chat if you want to read it on your own. Read me first. YandereDev is rude to his fans and refuses to apologize. YandereDev is a bad programmer. YandereDev fired a tiny build programmer. YandereDev steals assets. YandereDev streams video games all day instead of working. YandereDev manipulated his audience by using the words chill and heated. YandereDev couldn't take criticism for another game developer. YandereDev fans harassed one of his critics, and YandereDev refused to condemn the harassment. YandereDev demonizes everyone who criticizes him. YandereDev ignored a suicidal girl. YandereDev doesn't credit his volunteers. YandereDev wants to include a rape feature in Yandere Simulator. YandereDev deletes comments. YandereDev blocks and bans people for criticism. YandereDev wants to kill his parents. YandereDev wrote an erotic story about rape. YandereDev portrayed himself as a cute, innocent girl in order to gain sympathy. YandereDev portrays his critics as demons. YandereDev spends all day reading emails instead of working on the game. YandereDev is intentionally prolonging the game's development to make as much money as possible from Patreon. YandereDev defends pedophiles. YandereDev believes that pedophilia is a sexual orientation. YandereDev wants to abolish the age of consent and replace it with a sex license. YandereDev lies about his frame rate. YandereDev refuses to accept programming assistance. YandereDev attacked the developer of Way to the Woods. YandereDev bans people and blocks people when they post an image he's insecure about. YandereDev told someone to kill himself live on stream. YandereDev put a racist Easter egg in Yandere Simulator. YandereDev uses Patreon money to purchase things for himself. YandereDev owes tiny build money. YandereDev wastes time arguing with people on 4chan. YandereDev kills Midori because he hates his fans. Midori represents his fans. YandereDev submitted false copyright strikes to then take down his critics' videos. Someone recreated Yandere Simulator in less than 2 weeks. YandereDev threatened to commit suicide to pressure a game developer into cancelling his game project. YandereDev threatened a competitor to stop developing his game. YandereDev doesn't think games improve from criticism. YandereDev can take criticism. YandereDev has an account on an embarrassing website. YandereDev doesn't believe that this dissociative identity disorder is a real condition. YandereDev hates when people make games that are similar to Yandere Sim. And all of these points are addressed in such a stupid fucking exhaustive way that it's just stupid. And we're not reading all of that shit because we have other stuff to go through. But moving on, you get my point. He's autistic to the point that he has to explain everything about it. And most of the stuff is just deflection or just outright lying. He thinks that if he puts up like a wall of text, it's like instantly debunked, even though there's like plenty of counter evidence to everything that he says. Again, he's debunking very hard, and then he has to debunk his debunks by making a blog post about debunking, that he does actually treat his volunteers like people, and he doesn't humiliate them or anything like that. And you see the levels of effort he goes into these blog posts instead of developing the game, because writing this shit for him takes hours, because he has to make sure that it's understood by everyone, because everyone is fucking stupid by then. And in this particular instance, he like mentions that he doesn't like very low level quality work from his volunteers, and essentially shames artwork like this that he links. So he makes another debunk about this, that he doesn't shame people for their artwork, he just shames people for their artwork. And again, debunks about debunks, which he puts about on the debunk page later. And this is all one post, mind you, that I'm showing you right now, just in pieces. You would read all of this, but again, I'm not that desperate to kill my throat. And this is the request that he made of people. Stop sending me emails is gonna be a fucking meme. A great fucking meme. Things you should not email YandereDev about. Maybe nobody reads this blog post because it's too long. No shit. I'll try to write a shorter version. Don't ask me questions. Don't send me crash logs. Don't send me suggestions. Don't offer to translate the game. Don't tell me that the game won't run on your computer. If you contact me about any of those things, I'm just going to link you to the stop sending stupid emails blog post. In short, don't ever contact me unless you're volunteering, you're reporting a bug, you're representing a company or a publication. How the fuck would they, crash logs are very important with bug reporting, so that's a stupid point to make. You're reporting someone who is impersonating, you're sharing fan art or cosplay. And only report bugs if you're willing to follow the instructions written on this page. Another bloated page, mind you. Yeah, he made a video. He made videos about this shit. And then, again, emails come back in another post. This is all animated, by the way, but I can't show it in the screenshot. This is all animated. Stop. Please stop. Don't email me with questions. Don't email me with your character ideas. Don't email me with requests for the game. Not email me with suggestions for the game. Do not email me with your brilliant plan for how to reduce the number of emails that I receive. Would you rather have me spend time trying out a reply to your email? Would you rather have me spend my time putting new features into the game? Obviously, you'd rather see the game get updated, so don't email me unless it's extremely important. For the love of all that is holy, do not email me and ask me when the next update is coming out. Because by making me read your email, you're reducing the amount of time I can spend working on the game, and thus you're delaying the next update. Please stop sending... he made several posts about not sending him emails. They're all just as fucking long. Read this, please stop sending me stupid emails, and read this, email problems and download problems, and also read this, things you should not email YandereDev about. Basically, do not email me unless you're volunteering or reporting a bug. This is animated, this whole sign here. Also, please do not volunteer if you have zero experience doing whatever it is you're trying to volunteer to do. Just because you own a microphone does not make you a voice actor. Just because you've made a MMD video does not make you an animator. Just because you can scribble a stick figure onto a piece of paper, this does not make you an artist. Do not volunteer have an impressive portfolio or previous work to show me. And mind you, this is all from fucking volunteers. People he should be fucking paying for their work. Again, another animated piece. These posts do not stop 100% of all stupid emails, but whenever I don't have a post like this is the top of my blog. I get 10 times the number of emails that I normally receive. Stop sending me stupid emails. And he commissioned art of it too. Can you see how stupid this is? Like, he says that he's wasting time reading emails. Emails, mind you, he doesn't really have to read. And then he wastes more time instead of developing the game by making these lengthy, highly produced blog posts about him not wanting emails. He will do anything but work on the fucking game. And you'll see more of that later too. Because it's not just reading emails, he does other shit. And then he gets banned from Twitch. Mind you, I think his Twitch ban is kind of not fair. I remember this, and he makes some good points in his video about this shit getting banned. Because there are other games on Twitch that have the similar amount of content that Yandere Simulator had at that point, and Yandere Simulator was kind of raunchy, had a lot of violence, had a school setting, which might set off some red flags for Twitch. But he made a good point that there are other games on Twitch that do exist and haven't been banned for the same reasons. To this day, it's never sure why his game got banned from Twitch. We can only speculate that it was like an amalgamation of things that were put into the game that just Twitch didn't like, or maybe because YandereDev is autistic and sent way too many emails himself to Twitch asking why the game is banned, and essentially they tried not to review his suggestions or his pleas to that shit. But he gets butthurt about this later on too, as he tries to get the game unbanned, because that reduces his visibility and doesn't let him earn a lot of money on that stuff. Mind you, he already has a Patreon at this point. His Patreon got started in 2014, and at this point where we are in the blog is already 2016, so he's making a bit amount of money on his shit. To give you a better idea, let me take a closer look at Graphtreon to tell you how much money he was earning in 2016. Real quick. In 2016, he was earning almost $5,000 per month. And he had a pretty meteoric rise the moment that he started his Patreon, and it just continued to rise until 2017, and then it started to fall in 2018 when a lot of stupid shit that he started to do, well, rather more stupid shit that he started to do, started to surface, and then he just kept on dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. There were a few up spikes, but generally it was an up down. It wasn't downtrend when it comes to that shit. Yeah, he did make a lot of money on that stuff. And here's him essentially complaining about what happened to him. But here comes our first video stuff before we come to the stick the dick in the beehive incident. Because that's a funny stuff that you guys should know about. Let's watch his first video about what was this one about specifically? Hold on. In this timeline, his first video is about emails, and since he got kind of length limited on YouTube, this video is in 2 parts. So we'll at least watch a few minutes of the first one, so you guys can know the levels of debunking and the levels of explanations he has to go through in order to make his points clear to people, because everyone but him is stupid. Once more. The emails. There it is. Okay. Roll film.
This video is unlike previous videos that have been uploaded to this channel. This video discusses problems that have been slowing down development of the game and addresses several frequently asked questions. If you're not interested in watching a video about those things, and you only want to see videos of gameplay, then please return on August 1st, when the next video is posted. I'm sorry. I don't have any new gameplay features to show you today. You deserve to know the reason why. In order to tell you, I need to explain something first. I receive an extremely high volume of emails every day, between 50 and 100. Most of these emails are essential for the development of the game. I speak
They usually aren't.
with 2D artists, 3D artists, animators, voice actors, musicians, sound designers, web designers, programmers, translators, bug testers, and more. I usually spend around 6 hours a day corresponding with volunteers.
And see the production value of this video. He got fan art for it from volunteers. He got, animators to animate it. And he had to script all of that stuff. And guess how much time it took. He says it doesn't take away from development, but this level of effort, it takes hours upon hours to put a video like this together. It's not just like what I do for YouTube. It's all, once again, very bloated, very over exaggerated, as he tends to do.
Get the assets I need to continue developing Yandere Simulator. However, not every email that I receive is helpful. I receive a lot of bug reports from people who haven't read the list of bugs that I already know about.
No one reads that shit.
I receive a lot of questions from people who haven't checked the frequently asked questions page. I receive a lot of emails from people who want to request or suggest features that I have no interest in including in the game. I receive a lot of emails from people who, for some reason or another, can't get the game to run. I want to be a game developer who interacts with his audience. I don't want to be a game developer who just ignores people that took the time to write.
Again, that comes back in a hilarious way. That interaction with his fans.
Me an email. So I've been reading and responding to every single email that I get. I already mentioned that I can spend around 6 hours a day speaking with volunteers. Answering all of the other emails that I get can take up to 2 hours a day. I feel guilty when I don't make progress towards new features on Yandere Sim, so after spending 8 hours writing emails, I spend another 4 hours writing code for the game. 4 hours per day is not a lot of time to make progress, so I don't take the day off on Saturday or Sunday. What I'm saying is that I work on Yandere Simulator 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now that I've finished explaining how much time I spend on Yandere Simulator, I can explain why you're staring at a picture of Yandere-chan kneeling rather than staring at awesome gameplay. It was very difficult to get any work done over the past 2 weeks. 2 days were spent at Anime Expo, and 2 days were spent...
Mind you, he didn't need to go to Anime Expo at all. Like, this is just his own free time.
...traveling in and out of Los Angeles. 9 days were spent answering emails, leaving me with 1 day to make this video. You may be wondering how in the world I could spend 9 entire days doing nothing but answering emails. I'll explain. On July 2nd, I added a new page to the blog with clear instructions on how to volunteer for Yandere Simulator. The result was an avalanche of emails from people offering
At one point, he says not to DM him on Discord, but to send him emails. That's the funny part as the time goes on with this.
to help out with the game. Because I was unavailable to answer emails during my time in Los Angeles, the emails piled up. I got so many emails that it took me 9 days to finish replying to them all. I had 0 time to write code for the game.
Mind you, he doesn't need to do any of this if he says most of the emails that he gets are useless, but to him, answering them is essential. Reading through all of them word for word from beginning to end is apparently essential to his development model.
So I wasn't able to add any new features to Yandere Simulator over the past 2 weeks.
The sad music to this always gets me too.
On one hand, it's extremely heartwarming to note that so many
He has to, because he's autistic like that.
people are offering to help out with Yandere Simulator.
Oh, this is not the only way he wastes time. He does a lot of things to waste time, and you'll see what I mean later too.
I'm extremely grateful that so many talented people are generously volunteering their time and skills to help me with the game. On the other hand, I am extremely disappointed that I haven't been able to keep up my previous update pace.
Do you notice the tone that he takes? Like this, a bit snide, a bit passive-aggressive. Like you can kind of hear it in his voice. It cracks a bit as he raises his tone. And all of this spiel with Yandere-chan apologizing is just a demonstration of how angry he is about people. What he feels is people fucking with him, even though it's, just enthusiastic fans most of the time. And mind you, there are people that are gonna be messing with him the more he says for people not to do stuff. Because that's how the internet works. You just don't tell the internet not to do something, because they're gonna do that tenfold.
It's absolutely unacceptable to go for 2 weeks without writing a single new line of code for the game. The reason why there is no update this week is because of Anime Expo and because of the avalanche of new volunteers happening at the same time. It's extremely unlikely that this exact scenario will occur again in the future.
Mind you, most of these volunteers still kids.
So I should be able to deliver an update on August 1st.
Any normal developer with the same issue would be able to parse his emails very easily and know what's important, what you can just dismiss outright and not read, or just not reply. You don't have to reply to every single person, no, I'm not interested in your work or shit like that. But he feels that every single one, even the most useless ones, are essential somehow. And he needs to read them. That's why he spends hours reading and replying.
I am extremely dissatisfied with the amount of time I spend answering email compared to the amount of time I spend writing code for the game. From this point forward, I'm going to change the way that I handle emails. My plan...
He won't. He will just whine more about people sending him emails.
YandereDev! Why don't you just hire a secretary to filter your emails and answer questions for you?
First of all, thanks for the suggestion, but actually, I have some problems with that idea. I don't want to hire a secretary to help me with email because I don't want to babysit a secretary for several weeks until they have enough experience.
Again, he thinks everyone is stupid but him and won't be able to parse emails and sift through them because he's smarter than any other person that he would employ. So, a secretary of his would have to have extensive training for his indie fucking game answering email job.
Do their job without supervision. I don't want to...
He's so fucking condescending.
risk the secretary responding to questions incorrectly and spreading misinformation. I don't want to risk the secretary filtering my emails incorrectly and failing to send me important emails. I don't want to risk the secretary.
I mean, when someone sends you dick pics, because a lot of people send him dick pics, mind you, I think the secretary will know what to do with those. And again, a lot of the emails he receives are from children. And he said himself in this very video, he gets like from 50 to 100 emails a day. A secretary would easily be able to help him with that.
Being lazy and going through emails so slowly that I'm better off doing it myself. And I don't want to risk the secretary seeing spoilers or other confidential information and then talking about it on social media.
And that's paranoia. That's paranoia, which is even more evident as time goes by. Because if you think he's abnormal here, if you think he was abnormal during those Gaia Online and those Losers Forum days, wait until you see like 2018 or past that. It becomes so fucking funny.
Anyway, my solution to the email problem is
YandereDev!
And as I was mentioning production values for those videos, these videos require additional voice acting, scripting, animation, additional fan art. All of this shit takes time to do. And he wastes time on these video projects of his instead of developing the game.
Why don't you just have 2 separate email accounts? One for volunteers and one for everything else.
what? No, that wouldn't help at all. I don't want to manage 2 separate.
Has he finished the game? No, the game will more than likely not ever be finished, especially what happens right now.
Email accounts. I would also lose time when switching back and forth between them. And of course, there are always going to be people who send emails to the wrong account. So, no, that's not a good idea. No. Sorry, just no. Now, where was I? Oh,
So controlling.
yeah, I remember. So, anyway,
YandereDev! Why don't you make a forum where volunteers can post their progress and collaborate?
okay, I guess I can see how you think that would be a good idea, but honestly, that would just be another place that I have to manage and administrate and supervise, so no.
No, you don't understand. He needs to control everything. Everything needs to be according to his whim and the way he wants it. He will not allow free will in his game development project.
That would only make things more complicated.
Shimo, you think this is cringe. This is nothing. You haven't seen anything yet.
No, sorry, that's just not a good idea either. Alright, so back to what I was saying. When I first started uploading videos about Yandere Simulator to YouTube, I was able to read and reply to every single comment. That's because there were, like, 5 comments per video. Eventually, reading and replying to YouTube comments became too time-consuming. It became impossible to read them all and still make progress with the game. So, I had to stop reading YouTube comments. When I first started my blog, I was able to read and reply to every single comment. That's because I was getting, like, 5 comments per blog post. Eventually, reading and replying to blog comments became too time-consuming. It became impossible to read them all and still make progress with the game. So, I had to stop reading blog comments. When I first created an email address for Yandere Simulator, I was able to read and reply to every single email. Do you see where I'm going with this? I really wanted to be a developer who would interact with his audience at every opportunity.
What he means by this, he wants aspects from everyone. He wants affirmation and confirmation that he's a good guy and he's doing just fine. Criticism, any kind of different viewpoint. Nope, fuck that. Ask pets all day long.
However, it's just not feasible anymore. From now on, I'll have to be much more selective about which emails I
He won't be.
reply to and which ones I have to ignore. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to upload videos that are longer than 15 minutes, and it will take me longer than that to finish talking about the problems that have been slowing down my progress. So I'm going to have to break this video into 2 parts. This is the end of part 1. In part 2, I'll explain what kind of emails I will no longer respond to. I'll explain what disqualifies someone from being a volunteer, and I'll answer some frequently asked questions. After I've finished explaining those things, I'll share some much more positive news with you. To view part 2, click the annotation that is displaying on your screen right
Remember YouTube annotations?
now, or visit my YouTube channel and find the video manually.
I do. But yeah, we're not watching part 2 of this because essentially I already went through that stuff, but there's funnier stuff up ahead. Much funnier stuff up ahead. First, music's back. He essentially lost his shit because emails got to him so bad that he told the guy to stick his dick in a beehive. There was a whole thing about that. The stick your dick in a beehive incident. Back in 2016, a user by the name of Stickman created a size mod for the game. Alex alleged that the bot caused an influx of bug reports to send to him that disrupted his development process. So he took upon himself to block the size mod from functioning. Doesn't sound too bad so far. I wouldn't fault what he did if it had stopped there. Stickman made a video explaining the situation and documenting the error message that displayed when tried to initialize the size mod. You can find the video link here. Not gonna watch that. That doesn't matter. And on that video, Alex dropped the mother of all professional comments, which Alex has since removed, but the internet never forgets. Even Alex's most ardent defenders have pointed out that it was incredibly unprofessional on his part, which is nice. You can find that thread here. It should be noted this is not that post he justified and stood by his actions and vowed to continue, so in the future it faced with similar circumstances. And there's the comment. I love this guy. To an extent, because I do think he's a weird sex pervert and most likely a groomer. No, you can fuck right off. You've got absolutely no clue what you're talking about, you fucking dumbass. If something is an obstacle to development, I'm going to eliminate the obstacle. The mod was presenting obstacles for me to form of worthless bug reports, so I cock-blocked it. Go stick your dick in a beehive. You have a problem with this decision, you dumb fuck. Not the first and not the last of his outbursts, mind you. Also, on his Yandere simulator website, he has his own chat, in which he still posts as EvaXephon. And in which you can see how much progress he makes on his game. Ugu, I'm redonkulously sleepy. Wah, pat. Phew. Finally done with emails. Oh golly, there is not much time left in the day to make significant progress. Ugu. Crying emoji. Crying emoticon, rather. Guys, be honest. Be completely honest. Be totally honest. Be 100% honest. How would you feel if I bought one of those life-size dolls and dressed her up in the various cosplay outfits every day? I saw one at Anime Expert. Now I want one so bad. I want to make anime real. Mind you, at this point in time, he already had a sex doll that he dressed up in cosplay. I think he just wanted to justify what he already has, so people didn't think that he's weird for that. And again, I don't give a fuck if the guy has a sex doll. If he wants to have a sex doll, he can have a sex doll. But his constant validation for his weird behavior is the part that's funny to me. And yeah, that's what he wastes time on. And lastly, you might be wondering what happened to 4chan. When did he stop posting on 4chan? Sometime in 2016. Because 4chan stopped giving him feedback and just kept on shitting on him because he started to become a bit too weird for them. Even with all that EvaX stuff that they knew about him. So he says this. Okay, I'm going to look at the facts here. Go to Reddit. Everyone behaves in a civil manner. It's possible to have a constructive discussion about the game. Go to Anime Expo. Everyone is nice, friendly, enthusiastic. People want to hug me, shake my hand, take selfies. Go to 4chan, 8chan. Everyone's bitter, cynical, pessimistic. And then he leaves forever. And continues to post about it in his chat. That dumb to say. Yandere Simulator was born on 4chan. Every feature in the game was conceived on 4chan. That target audience is the 4chan audience. Originally, the threads were 90% gameplay discussion, 10% trolling. Going to 4chan for advice wasn't a mistake. Back when 90% of the time we had meaningful, productive discussion. Then the productive discussion stopped. You've got it wrong. We had like 5 threads in a row where we couldn't get a single bit of productive, meaningful discussion. Because it even wanted to shitpost instead of actually talking about the game design and the mechanics. We passed that point of no return. It became impossible to get anything productive done there. It's like being in an abusive relationship. Boyfriend is nice at first, then he starts beating you. Solution: dump his ass. Don't just stick around. Dumped 8chan like an abusive assholes they are. Don't presume that this means I can't take criticism. I did the same with 4chan too. It's fucking 8chan. Who expects a developer to speak to 8chan in a calm and mature way? It's not like they deserve respect. If I'm speaking to Reddit, I'm calm and professional. Reddit is gonna become one of his biggest enemies, mind you, and he will want to control all aspects of people talking about him on Reddit. Every single thing that he says that is gonna be beneficial to him later comes back to bite him in the ass. It's so poetic. If I'm speaking to 8chan, I use 8chan lingo. I was making a game for them. They had a developer at their back and call, making a game custom designed for their exact tastes, following their instructions. And then they shat on me. Ha! LOL, maybe in the eyes of absolute dumbasses, but not in the eyes of anyone who matters. Hey, guess who doesn't care anymore? Me. That's why I'm talking about it in an exaggerated way. But moving on. And here, there's more debunk posts, because you may be wondering, what level of programming does YandereDev have at this point? Well, it's not very good. I'm not a programmer myself, so I will not be able to tell you about the details where his programming is bad, but he essentially, as is his writing on his blog posts, his writing of code is also bloated, which creates weird feedback loops in the game itself, making the game run extremely slowly and making a lot of the things in the game behave unnaturally and just creating bugs upon bugs. Which will come back later too, as every single new build that he releases for the game, every single new feature that he adds creates more bugs. Every new bug that he tries to fix creates more bugs in return. And it's just such a feedback loop of all of this stuff. But as is YandereDev known to do, he creates a debunk of all of that too, with these lengthy posts which we're not going to be reading. Essentially says that no, my code is not bad. I'm just doing things my own way, and essentially deflection. I'm right. You guys are wrong. End of story. And keeps on going. And after that, someone on Kiwi Farms makes the following post in December of 2016. I'm going to power level a bit. A long time ago, I made a call-out blog for Eva. I made one post about the Mike Z incident and just abandoned the blog. No real reason. I just got bored. A few days ago, I logged back in on by accident and noticed I had one message in my inbox. Wouldn't you know it? It was the man-child himself. And let's read what he actually got in that email, in that message. History with Skullgirls developer. Hi, your post about what happened between me and the Skullgirls developer isn't accurate. Please read this, where he debunks his Mike Z stuff, that he doesn't think that Mike is an asshole. I had an argument with Mike Z sometime in the autumn of 2013 and didn't post about Lunar's site until 2014. Lunar's site prototype happened way after the Mike Z discussion. I did throw a temper charge during that conversation, but it's because of the very specific circumstances of that night. I was emotionally crushed because my hero, Mike Z, the man idolized, gave me very, very harsh feedback, which absolutely crushed my spirits. You have to understand something. I put that man on a pedestal and worshipped him. His opinion was more valuable to me than the opinion of anyone else in the world. I looked up to him like a god. So his words cut deeper than anyone else's words possible could have. Imagine that the one person in the world who you look up the most crashing your dreams. Would you remain completely composed throughout that? In any case, that sort of thing doesn't happen on a daily basis. On a daily basis, I'm not speaking to someone that I idolize and worship like a god. I don't put people on the pedestals anymore. Not after my experience with Mike. So there's zero chance of something like that ever happening again. What I'm saying is that one of the conversations from 2013 is not accurate representation of who I am. Yeah, he gets a lot worse. You have to point out one conversation that happened 3 years ago in a very attempt to make me look bad. You're grasping at straws and also representing me in a very inaccurate way. That's not going to make a very compelling case against me. Anyway, if you really think I'm actually such a bad guy, you want to dedicate your time to spreading propaganda about me, you should probably contact me directly and tell me what's bothering you, so that I can clear up any misunderstandings and clarify any issues. That'd be a lot more mature than making a call-out blog. P.S. There's nothing shameful about using Unity to develop a video game. Hundreds of game developers use Unity. I'll say it again. Grasping at straws. And guess what he did later? In his subreddit, he added the following clause. Number 0. Defamation. If your only purpose on this subreddit is to expose YandereDev, you will be banned. Essentially, people started fucking with him for real and spamming the EvaXephon stuff that I showed you. And he didn't take kindly to any of that whatsoever. And before we continue, we're gonna be watching another video soon, which is titled, What's Taking So Long? A video in a series of similar videos that's gonna be released over the years. Essentially, him trying to deflect everything and saying that everything is going alright and that everyone else is to blame and that nothing is stopping him from developing the game as the game is supposed to be developed. And here he's still trying to get the game unbanned from Twitch unsuccessfully, and giving examples of games that have similar content that his game has, but that are not banned on Twitch. He never gets over that fact. And then whines on Twitter about it some more. Remember how when Twitter used to look like that in 2017? Good times. Then, Tiny Build announces their partnership with him, and they're supposed to help him with the code. Long story short, what happened with this? To not make this whole thing into a an hour-long explanation, this whole thing fell through because he was very obnoxious to deal with, and he didn't want to take any advice and criticism from them. He was essentially very tough to work with, and Tiny Build would have helped him fix his code, but he just didn't fucking want any of that. And that's the story with Tiny Build, like in an nutshell. And then we're watching What's Taking So Long. Maybe not all of it, but at least a part of it. So, just a moment. A video that's a debunk. What's taking so long?
In my previous video, I explained that the biggest problem slowing down the game's development is the fact that I have many more responsibilities than just writing code for the game. In this video, I'll discuss a few of the potential solutions for the problem. I have no problem managing a team of people, and I enjoy
That's a lie, by the way.
Programming, but there simply aren't enough hours in the day to manage a team of people and make significant progress with the game's code. I think that the most elegant solution would be to hire someone to take my place as the game's lead programmer, so that I can focus exclusively on being a director/producer/manager, while someone else writes all the code. However, there is something very important stopping me from pursuing this course of action.
Could
When
that
it comes to programming, I'm good at some things, like rapid prototyping or adding new features to a pre-existing system.
Bloating and what you would call feature creep. This is what he's good at. Just adding pointless things. Mind you, I didn't tell you about this, but instead of like developing the core features of the game, like adding new characters, which is also going to be a point later on, he adds like pointless Easter eggs at this point already, like things that are completely useless, like things that would be added to the game as like a last feature. This is the things that he's working on currently, like adding constant features. Elimination methods, like be damned. He adds a few here and there, but essentially what he focuses on are like window dressing. Even lesser than window dressing, like secret window dressing that nobody can fucking see. It's like he's proud of like decorating his toilet. This is pretty much the equivalent of that. Very few people, like strangers that go into your home at first, see your toilet. They only go to your toilet if they need to go, but normally they just don't. And YandereDev is proud of that.
But I'm not so good at designing modular systems, creating state machines, or writing character AI. To put it in simple terms, I have specialties, but I don't specialize in most of the stuff that Yandere Simulator needs the most. I put forth my best effort, but if a more experienced programmer had been in charge of writing Yandere Simulator's code, they probably would have done a bunch of things way differently. With more time, I could develop my skills, gain new knowledge, and eventually evolve into the master programmer.
He never does.
That Yandere Simulator deserves.
Again, from what I've heard of experts that were reviewing his code years later after this, mind you, he never got past certain levels of knowledge about coding. He essentially got stuck in one place forever.
But that would probably take a while, and I don't think you guys want to wait that long. If I hire an experienced veteran programmer with experience in the Unity game engine to take my place on Yandere Simulator, he's not going to want to work with my code and pick up from where I left off. He's going to want to rebuild many of the game's most important systems so that the game has a proper foundation. We should also port the game from Unity 4 to Unity 5 and port the scripts from JavaScript to C#, because C# has many advantages and also compiles 4.2 times faster than JavaScript. Redesigning Yandere Simulator's core systems, porting the game to Unity 5, and porting the game to C# would probably take several months, during which
which isn't true, considering at this point he was in talks with Tiny Build. They could have easily helped him to do that very quickly.
Roll out new updates, because the game would be
It's always some reason not to do something with him. It's always some excuse that he manages to find.
Playable while it's being taken apart and put back together again. If I lose the ability to put out updates for several months, this would kill a lot of the hype and interest in the game, which would have a severe impact on something very important, the game's crowdfunding campaign.
Mind you, the crowdfunding campaign never materialized, but even in 2023, many years later, this is a video from 2017, mind you, there's still talks about this fantastic Kickstarter campaign. And guess why this Kickstarter didn't launch? Because his reputation got so bad, he essentially started to make arguments that Kickstarter gremlins, Kickstarter trolls, people that go after him are gonna ruin the reputation of the Kickstarter, and since his reputation is gonna be so bad at that point, it's not gonna be feasible to have a Kickstarter, have any sort of crowdfunding going on, because the trolls are gonna be ruining it, and he's simply not ready yet. He wants the trolls to be gone, like Christian would in the purgatory fashion of I want everything about me off the fucking internet, in that sort of way. But he never manages to control the narrative about himself and just spirals downwards into fucking the abyss.
Yandere Simulator cannot be finished unless I launch a crowdfunding campaign and raise a bunch of money that would be used to hire a team of professionals to help me make the rest of the game.
At this point, Tiny Build already was willing to help him for not that much money, by the way. Again, this is a fucking indie project. It's not some triple fucking A developed game. And considering the amount of clones Yandere Simulator spawned in like months, at I think 2018, past 2018 into 2020, there were a lot of them, like over 10 Yandere Simulator clones that were quite more far ahead and richer in features than Yandere Simulator ever was, and they were made in like 4 times less the time that Yandere Simulator was made in.
There are many examples of crowdfunded projects that were massive disappointments. A lot of people are now skeptical of crowdfunding campaigns, and rightfully so. That is why, before launching a crowdfunding campaign, I want to release an impressive demo so that people know exactly what type of game they're going to get, and feel safe pledging their money to the project. The builds that are available right now are just sandbox test builds for debug purposes. I won't have an actual demo.
The game, as it is right now, is just a few rivals that he added to the game that you can kill, and people speedrun them so fast. The game is essentially like 1 or 5 minutes of content, and the rest is weird Easter eggs and buggy interactions and shit like that. to give you an idea where the state of the game is currently.
Until after I've implemented Osana, the game's first rival.
This is something major. Osana, it took him 6 years? I think 6 or 5 years to actually get Osana done. And he kept on procrastinating so much on this one rival that it became a fucking meme. Like, Osana was almost ready, was ready for like 6 years, but so many things got in his way in order to make it, and it's so fucking silly. Osana is like the biggest thing that people always stick to him when they criticize him, and of course he doesn't take it very lightly too.
You won't really get the true Yandere Simulator experience until there's a genuine rival in the game. Osana is the very last piece of the puzzle before I want to launch a crowdfunding campaign.
6 years. 6 years for one rival.
Hype is essential for a successful crowdfunding campaign. Hype dies if I don't update the game frequently. If I bring another programmer on board the project, we'll need to spend...
When it comes to that hype that he's talking about, there were a lot of people that essentially launched their careers either playing the game on YouTube or on Twitch or shitting on him. YandereDev himself, Yandere Simulator, launched the careers of a lot of people. Either those that wanted to shit on him or those that wanted to use the game to attract, kiddies that were already orbiting his game at this point. You cannot discredit the fact that most of his audience is just fucking kids, like 13 to 14-year-olds, and some of them grew into adults waiting for this fucking game to come out and just essentially at that point abandoned him. But a lot of others just stuck with him or were replaced with other children because it's that kind of game, weirdly enough, about murder and with panty shots and sexual content that attracted children to it. And that becomes a whole different point as he essentially changes the game's direction at one point. It stops being in a school and becomes an academy.
Several months taking apart the game and rebuilding most of the major systems, during which the game will be unplayable, and I won't be able to put out new builds.
But yeah, he's whining aside. Let's skip through most of this. He explains why he can't do that. Patreon, not enough money. Anime, he loves it. Compares the game to some other games that are much better. Yes, he compares his game to Hitman at one point and to others. Gives reasons why Osana isn't ready. Provides like an outline of what he needs to do, which he never actually does. And he's essentially a huge fucking tool. End of the video. Let's continue on with the terrible things that he's involved in via tweets and shit. Has any progress been made on Osana? How close is Osana to being finished? Why is it taking so long? And then he makes debunks and he makes more explanations and more excuses why Osana isn't ready for many years. This is just the beginning of that. Again, all bloated stuff. Why isn't she finished? What are the unexpected problems? And all that nonsense that essentially, at least to him, prevents him from finishing her. And he tells people to watch more videos about why Osana isn't ready. And you see, like, who reads all of this shit? Like, does he expect his audience of 13 or 14-year-olds to read all of that stuff and then he gets mad why people don't read that stuff and why people constantly bombard him with the same questions? Because Simply enough, they do not want to read that shit. It's all too long, didn't read walls of text. Nobody reads that shit but me. And even I don't want to read that for the stream because the stream would be so fucking long. We're already like 3 hours, almost 3 hours, 30 minutes in. At least we're going through this very fast. And then he compares himself to like mid-level game developers, like he's that thing. His ego is off the charts, and he uses examples of other successful projects or things that are still in development to compare them to Yandere Simulator, and that they're very similar. Never mind that a lot of these games have released, to fanfare and have been very successful, but Yandere Simulator is just stuck in development hell forever. And he has to fucking make charts why the development speed is so fucking slow. He has time to make charts for this instead of working on the fucking game. Writing these posts take hours. Making these charts, maybe making this that doesn't take too long, but writing these posts for sure takes hours. Do you see how long all of this shit is? And here he explains about Tiny Build and how things are pretty much falling through. Can you just hire someone else to work on Osana for you? And again, then deflection. No. Kickstarter is not ready yet. Will never be ready. And closing thoughts. It's like he has a ball and chain around himself. He had time to commission artwork of himself being chained, writing all of this shit, but no, development is stalled. And he just keeps on going about Osana. This one blog post, mind you, that I'm showing you. All of this in one retardedly huge long blog post. And then something terrible happens. What is it? Well, apparently some of his fans started harassing like some girl on a Tumblr blog, which, mind you, there's a lot of blogs popping up here and there that are essentially shitting on him and saying that his game is bad. Mind you, when your game attracts children, and at this point there's already these terminally online children that are offended at sex jokes and all of that stuff that he puts in his game, and are very offended by that. So there's gonna be a lot of these very badly written, very poorly researched blogs about what a bad person he is, that he puts panty shots and set the games in high school and all of that stuff, and a lot of blogs that house that kind of content pop up. One of these being mods against the YandereDev Tumblr, and there someone got harassed, and YandereDev basically is blamed for that because his fans are attacking someone. And he had a sit down with one of these people there. I'm going to be brief, so sit down and listen. Remember that stupid drama you didn't want brought back up? Well, now Pisces is showing red flags of having suicidal thoughts. All he did was protect Chi, and now he's being degraded by your fans to the point where he wants to kill himself. Someone even went up to Critical Mods and stated that it was fun of you and your fascist fans to see them suffer. All you have to do is to address the situation, tell people to back off, and let them, you are disappointed with their behavior in a video or a post. Not make yourself a victim for once about your life, and actually do something about this. Someone's life is in danger. Are you still going to act like this, just the stupid drama that doesn't need to be addressed? Mind you, this is not Yandere's fault at all, because his fans are, again, really dumb children that will attack that idolize YandereDev and Yandere Simulator, because he doesn't have just antis. He has these very weird, rabid, infantile children of for fans, and they will attack people that go after Yandere Simulator, and he is essentially blamed for the way his fan base is acting here. And he responds to that. Okay, so I cannot am fully informed about the situation. What did this guy do that made people start harassing him? I'm not saying maybe it's justified, it's just want to know how it started, so I'm not completely misinformed like last time. Remember the situation when their name was still Mods Against YandereDev? They changed their name for you to get rid of the harassment, by the way, but now it's just gotten worse. Also, out of curiosity, not to pry or be any smart aleck or anything, but how many other people did you just copy-paste the message to? I know you're a very busy man, but I find messages less meaningful if they're just copy/pasted responses. And he goes on, because YandereDev is a master of getting one guide. My lack of empathy disturbs you. How about the lack of empathy exhibited by people who constantly try to smear me and ruin my reputation by mischaracterizing me? Why aren't you commenting on their complete and total lack of empathy of decency? I'm just an indie dev trying to make his first game, and I have to put up with character assassination and defamation the entire time. If you're going to call out anyone for their lack of empathy, you should start with the crit blogs, who don't actually have any interest in criticism and all just want to ruin a man's life as much as possible. I want the people to harass me to fucking stop doing it. I don't want to think they can just fuck with another person's life forever and get away with no consequences. If I come out with a public statement like harassment is bad, don't harass anyone, my name, then my tormentors will only become emboldened. And he doesn't understand that things like this saying please stop emboldens them further because they see their actions are working. First, he doesn't understand that. I'm fucked either way. There is no good outcome to this situation. At least he understands that. Blame the people who have been fucking with my life for over a year now. If they didn't exist, none of this would have happening in the first place. And before we go into that, I have to explain one other thing to you. YandereDev is still streaming quite a bit. He's not just answering emails forever, and that takes most of his time away from development or writing these lengthy blog posts with fan art, voice acting, and all of that other shit while making videos about it. He also streams, and during his one of his streams, he had a little incident which we're gonna be watching right now. A very fun incident, mind you. Let's watch it. Yep, that's how he is. If you haven't noticed, he's extremely bipolar too. Gets extremely mad at Cuphead of all fucking games. At a very tiny mistake he just had while performing one simple dash. This is a thing that haunts him forevermore, because people keep posting that on him, like making memes out of it. And he essentially can't live that down either. But yeah, that's an incident he has while streaming games, which he does frequently. And by some people's estimates, he streamed every day throughout like 2017, almost every day for like 2017 and 2018, for at least 3 hours every single day. And remember these points that he was trying to make, like, oh, I work on programming the game for like 3 and 4 hours. I take like 4 hours answering emails and shit. Well, he spends also a lot of that time streaming video games instead of working on the game. Osana will never be ready at that point. Of course it doesn't. But continuing on, his ex-volunteers do come up and some from time to time and make their own blog posts about him, like this one. And I'm not gonna read most of this, but to give you the spark notes of it, essentially, all of his conversations with his volunteers start out very cordially. He's pretty kind to them, and essentially, there's no problem for the first few responses with that. But as time goes by, as they learn more about him, as he makes really weird requests and really weird demands of them, they essentially start to get fed up with him. And what he wants them to do usually doesn't outline with what they can provide with him, so he gets unreasonable. And then sometimes he also uses their art without permission, just fucking takes it, and doesn't care to credit. And pretty much that's a lot of the volunteer stories. We could go a lot into the detail of those, but those are well documented on their own, and you could pretty much just look that up on your own. Just Google your YandereDev volunteers, and you'll get like plenty of different horror stories about it. I don't want to go into detail on this because this is like even though this is like a major part of why people dislike him, it's still like a minor part in terms of the bad things that he did actually do as his time developing. And at this time, he already has a Discord, and he has a few spare gouts on it, and he becomes progressively more depressed. I enjoy programming, but I don't enjoy juggling programming with dozens other responsibilities. Interacting with the community is the only thing that makes this worth. I wouldn't want to give that up for anything. Personally, I think you should hire a programmer. You have too much to do. I have explained many times why I'm extremely hesitant to bring another programmer on board the project. It could create more problems than it solves and set back the game's development. I think the benefits would outweigh the risks. I think he just needs to wait until after the Kickstarter if he were to do that. Development is already slow. Even if you lost a couple of months, I will make everything such easier and faster later. I agree, Charmy. I think it's a little price for a major improvement. How do you know how slow development is? Something is only slow in relation to the speed of something else. Nobody else has made a game like Yandere Simulator before. So there is no established speed for the development of a game like this. It's slow to me because there have been no meaningful updates. Yeah, but it would reduce your stress and give you more time. You could go to the gym again. I apologize it came off as rude, but I feel programmer would vastly improve speeds even if it wasn't noticeable at first. However, that's just my opinion. And then he replies to him, "Why do you even follow the game's development if you only whine about how much you dislike it? It's like your personal hobby, just like talk shit about the game. Like it's your favorite recreational activity." Whoa, we'd be okay with that. Wow, rude. Why are you even here? Why don't you go find something productive or creative or constructive? He didn't talk shit about you. I enjoyed the game and the concept. Dang, that took a turn. You don't have to be rude to us for no reason. They were just giving you advice. Chill, Alex. Holy crap, that was kind of hostile. Alright, boys, stop dogpiling him. No one was. I got whiplash by that turning tone, but we just want what's best for the game and you. I told him I felt the development was slow, then tried to explain. If you only ever saw negative things, then it's clear that your only intention is to come here to be negative because you find it enjoyable and fun to talk shit. It's no surprise that I would find you to be irritating. And his replies to his fans or anyone that gives him ideas or advice just becomes so much worse over time. This isn't even so bad. If Maddie didn't have a long history of being extremely hostile towards me, I wouldn't instinctively feel a need to be defensive when they talk to me. Maybe a thought experiment. You should ask yourself, how would I feel if someone said this about me, whenever you're typing something about another person? You don't remember me, right? I know you don't, it's okay. Charm me. It seems that people on Discord change their names every 5 minutes. I have to confess that I'm not sure who you are. In March 2017, I was ready to bring another programmer on board after I made a YouTube video stating that I needed programming assistance. Over 20 plus professional programmers contacted me and offered to help. At the same time, TinyBuild offered to get me the help I needed, so I told 20 plus programmers, don't worry, I'll get the help I need from my new publisher, TinyBuild, and turned down their offers. Then waited 8 plus months for TinyBuild to get me the help that I needed. Things didn't work out, so now I'm back to searching for programmer assistance. I'm currently having multiple promising conversations with potential programming volunteers, but nothing's set in stone yet. In a timeline where I had never signed up with TinyBuild, I would have gotten another programmers on board about 1 year ago. And, you know, then he whines some more. I don't really know what it's like to be me. I dedicate 10 hours of my day to YandereDev, 7 days a week. Only take 1 day off per month, but people still call me lazy. People send me hateful messages almost every day on Reddit, Tumblr, Skype, Discord, DeviantArt, and email. Since I started working on Yandere Simulator, I have gained a lot of weight and developed dark circles under my eyes. There are many people who overanalyze everything that I ever say and always interpret my words in the worst way possible. No matter what I accomplish, there will always be a large number of people who will only focus on my mistakes and never give me credit for my achievements. Again, even as he becomes more depressed and more deranged, he's still looking for these aspects from people. Like, forever looking for validation from others instead of validating himself and just getting better. I've been unhappy and depressed for the past 30 months. And every day only gets worse. The game that I created has destroyed my life. And I'm getting almost nothing out of it. And then I come on Discord, and this fucking Maddie asshole is in here, giving me a hard time just like they fucking always are. So of course I would be pretty pissed off and defensive. You try living 46 months under these conditions, then see how pleasant you are at the end of it. What? I have a 33% disability. What? Okay. I know exactly what you fucking say. If I was to take a vacation. What a lazy piece of shit taking a vacation when he hasn't made enough progress. That's exactly the type of person you are. No matter what I do or say, you'll shit on me. It's your fucking hobby. Do you know how fucking annoying it is to coexist in a chat room with people like you? I'm not sure if you can fathom how incredibly discouraging and demotivating it is to see people shitting on you every day. It completely kills your motivation, reduces your productivity. Because you can't muster up any enthusiasm or any energy when you're overwhelmed with negativity for weeks, months, years on end. That's such a cute story. It's just the opposite of mine, but I love it. Okay, sorry if I overreacted and snapped at you. I've been conditioned to read your messages in a very pessimistic way. Since I've rarely seen any positivity from you before. If it seems like I'm getting mad over practically nothing, it's because the past couple of years have been hellish and I'm pretty tired of dealing with this sort of thing. Sorry about that. Thank you, it's encouraging to hear that. And then another thing happens where, to give you context, there's a YandereDev and Yandere Simulator fan Discord, and YandereDev joins that and gets one guy so hard he basically wants one guy to die. So let's read that. But before that, let me check if I missed any significant videos why I'm going through this. Oh, we're almost at the very fun part of another thing happening, so stick around. There was some person who used that avatar, that fucking asshole single-handedly made me decide to completely give up on Discord. Such a rotten fucking asshole. If that person ever gets kicked from the server, I'd consider returning. But not as long as their presence is plaguing it. I haven't been there in months. I have never looked at flaming dumpster fire. It's full of fucking assholes. How the fuck can you expect me to stick around in a place where everyone just talks shit about me? Why the fuck would I want to be there? If you want me around, there's a petition that wants to expel the toxic pieces of shit who bring down the quality of the community. And then he whines about this guy with this kill avatar again. I don't know if they have changed their username, changed their avatar since the last time I was there, but the person single-handedly made me decide I don't give a fuck about the Discord and I wanted to leave immediately. The fact that the mods tolerated pieces of shit like that and didn't do anything about them, it made me want to fucking vomit. I'm sorry, they said she doesn't deserve to be kicked. Fucking retarded. What did they do? They said who said and when. The dude with the avatar. I don't understand, you need to be very descriptive, please don't be so vague. What exactly did he do, the person you asked about? Never mind this. This is too frustrating. I can talk with you if you won't explain what or what you're talking about. Of you meant who said they don't deserve a kick. Steven W313. Fucking lame. Fucking lame. When did Stephanie say this? 3:30 PM. What time zone? Do you even need 4 minutes ago? He said mountain time, 1 hour from PST. Well, I never return to the shit heap of a Discord as long as the fucking asshole is allowed here. Fucking scum like that should not be tolerated. Okay. And then there's more screenshots of him being shat on. No, but oh my god, fucking hell, what is he doing watching a stream while he should be working? Nothing new, shakes my head, I'm disappointed. Oh my god, I just want him to upload the video already, I swear to god. If it's a delinquent backstory video, honey. Maybe he'll update something later in the day, but for god's sake, just show something already. As if he had something else to do, but we're predicting the build done what? 3 weeks ago? When the day he's supposed to be release something, he posts nothing at all? Gio doesn't hate you. Gio is the guy that's one guy in him again. The kill avatar, I believe. He's the type of person that speaks his mind and he's quite dramatic. He's really trying to apologize to you, but you have him blocked. Please unblock him and hear him out. The mods are kicking without proof. Rule-breaking screenshots would be nice. Rather than just saying that they're assholes. From what I've seen, you don't like Devilish Angel, Dave's Bird, or Gio's Psycho. I'm not a mod, so if you have evidence, please contact DPG. I think the world would be a better place if Gio died. I will never return to that server as long as Gio is there. Again, he's very slowly losing his mind and is a sight to behold. Hold up. Many people didn't know because you never spoke. For a time I would speak and interact in the server. Then I lost all hope because I was too shitty in here. Just another quick question. Is there anyone else who you consider toxic? I don't keep track of these things and their usernames/avatars can change all the time. I have my own server filled with adults who don't act like the shitheads. So this is something that I rarely have to think about. He will change his mind about his Discord server too, mind you. Do you believe that Gio is toxic? I hear people talking about him and you. Absolutely, totally, completely, 100%. I left because Gio was absolutely insufferable. Oh, I just realized who you are. You're one of these people that I took screenshot and drew red circles around when I was asked why I don't bother visiting in the Discord. Oh, I'm really sorry. I looked in the Discord earlier today and out of curiosity I was just trash talk and YandereDev bashing. Looks like an absolute fucking cesspit in there. Full of toxic people who want to talk smack about the game and do nothing else. I have no idea why the Discord even exists, and I feel like it should be nuked. I have no desire to visit that server or talk to anyone who spends their time just dissing others. Sometimes I say stuff without ever thinking. My deepest apologies. You'll be polite and apologetic if you talk to me directly, but if I'm not there, I'm just you and your friends, you just bash me. It's called being two-faced. Yeah, I'm truly sorry for that. I'll be more aware when I talk. Everyone, YandereDev has rage quit the server. From your opinions appropriately. YandereDev offered to buy the server. Yes, it got to the point where YandereDev actually wanted to buy a Discord, and later on, he actually bought a subreddit so people would stop shit-talking him. That's how badly he wants to control the narrative about himself that he's willing to spend thousands to buy shit in order to prevent it. YandereDev left because he couldn't buy the server. This is not a drill. YandereDev has left the building. This is not a joke. He rage quit the server because Pacto would not sell you guys out. He literally tried to buy us, LMFAO. What the hell is this busted logic you're using? Mind you, 2018 at this point. And then he goes on a pity party blog post as he tries to debunk more shit about himself. We could read all of this, but essentially he's crying about people being mean to him, that there's an anti-YandereDev crowd after him to get him, and that's pretty much everything that he does is in order to avoid trolls, and that he essentially is losing his mind very, very slowly about the things that are getting to him. And he continues to deflect every single blame put on him. It's all the trolls' fault. So essentially, your normal lolcow behavior. And the blog post keeps on going, and he cries about videos getting dislikes. And he calculates how much percentage of the dislikes there is in order to make arguments that, the tides are turning against him. And, there are discords, subreddits, just they're out there to dislike him, to brigade him, that kind of stuff. You can read this on your own, but it's essentially a huge pity party that he threw for himself. And he keeps on going, and he calls, he divides his fans into two, like he's othering them. And I'm gonna read this at least. Let's say there are two types of fans, type A and type B. This time I'm staying away from blasted terminology like chill and heated. Type A would be crowd that doesn't care about drama, doesn't care about gossip, doesn't care about rumors, doesn't care about any of this. It just wants me to get back to work on the game. They simply want to see me make progress and aren't going to give a second thought any stupid propaganda. Type B would be the opposite. And then he explains what type N and type B is, which you can essentially, figure out on your own. The type that likes him is the type that will essentially kiss his ass and focus on the game. And type B is the rest of the people, which he will mischaracterize in order to make them look as bad as possible. Essentially, what he thinks that other people are doing to him is what he does to his fans, continuously alienating the supporters that he already has. And at that point, at a very soon point, he's gonna make a video that is not now privated, called Hate and Shame, in which he tries to dismantle all the shit that's pointed at him over the years and will continue to be pointed at him. But he's not done whining about people shitting on him just yet. And instantly after making that blog post about Type A and Type B fans, he makes this edit. I regret suggesting that there are only two categories of people, A and B, A or B. I acknowledge that there is an entire spectrum between the two opposite extremes. It wasn't my goal to portray this in a purely black and white situation, but that's definitely how it came off. Another mistake made, another lesson learned. I'm sorry. And if you do take this as a serious thing, I probably think this is like the one of the only times that he's genuinely sorry about something. And that sorry doesn't mean much in perspective when we go through other stuff. Because this is 2018, and things are about to get much worse. And then there's another story, which I'm going to read you right now, about YouTubers that YandereDev was involved with. So about 15-20 pages back, this is a post from Kiwi Farms, by the way. So about 15 to 20 pages back, I'm sure a lot of you remember what happened to the YouTuber Arjun. He made a video on Yander calling him out for a lot of his BS. So Yander contacted a bunch of his fans and told them to get the video down and strike him, and was given 2 strikes. That's numbers came in today, and the video, there was over 4K, yes, 4,000 reports on the video from his fans. This fuck is unreal. Has over 1 million subs, gets tons of views, every video with every good like to dislike ratio. You can't handle a video on him that only gets 40 to 90k views from a channel with 8k subs. It actually made a lot of his fans upset at him though, and thought it was a scammy that he was telling his fans on Discord that if they are true fans, he'll help strike the channel. I think a lot of his fans are starting to hit puberty and see he is a scammer and shitty person, hence him losing Patreon money each month as well. The main part of the video that pissed him off and his fans off was sending me emails. The emails takes away from the time where I could make the game. Have no time for hobbies or any fun activities. I don't even have shower or any hygiene because all my time goes into the game. Argent had pointed out that per month he streamed about 75 to 90 hours on Twitch, which I also mentioned. That's a lot of time that he that could go to the game, and it's fine if someone wants to break in time off, but don't bitch that the email take away time from you and you have no social life because all your time goes into your work. But the final thing really that got these N-words nuts was he compared him to some other Patreon scammers. DSP Project 7 was because for 2 years now he said the Patreon goal was needed to be reached so he could hire some outside help with the game, whether a coder, developer, artist, etc., anything. And him getting around 5 to 6k for 2 whole years, he has never given another person a single penny to work on the game. He has pocketed all it despite all the videos of him asking for more money because of having other people would get it done quicker. And for some reason, that was triggered a lot of his 12-year-old fans the most, to the point where a bunch of these weirdos would make up 20 to 40 alt accounts to flag the video. The number, a lot of the info was given out by an ex-fan who helped contribute to it, had remorse about it and felt it was wrong and that the video was all fair. And here are the strikes. In the Yandere Simulator Uncensored Discord, Yandere Data Digger got a copyright strike, and YandereDev is who did it. And he did it to a lot of people, mind you, not just 1 or 2 people. Random trolling on Alex on stream. Even highlighting stuff from his stream that got clipped and put in videos got struck by him. He did that to people shitting on him, he did that to people that criticized him, and there's a lot of that stuff over the years. And here you can see. Content, manually detected, claimant, YandereDev, yanderev@gmail.com. More of these. Where's Osana? But comments aren't disabled. How long does it take to make a video game re-upload? And people that re-upload his stuff with commentary, because there's a lot of videos that he privated over the years too, because either too embarrassing or they got too much of a negative attention. And he strikes those re-uploads as well. And there's also another YouTuber that apparently got told by YandereDev to kill himself, and that's something that was done on stream too. So, oh yeah, this happened. I feel like uploading this because I'm as your beloved YandereDev says, an edgy teenager. Who am I? The next Tana Mongedu. I came into his Twitch stream from May 18th, 2018 to, watch the stream. I wasn't a huge fan, but I wanted to see what he was up to because, the game has been in the same state for over half a year now. Like, get the fucking grip, dude. Alex was someone I used to look up to and respect. Imagine having someone you praise make you cry and tell you to end your life simply because I thought 5k, now 4k a month was enough to live a normal life. Jesus fucking Christ. Context. I asked YandereDev why he only responded to people who gave him money, aka donators, because he's always pushed the idea that he's so involved with his fans. Ooh. Someone in the Twitch chat responded with, how else is he going to pay the bills? Which I answered, that's no excuse to ignore fans. YandereDev went nuts and permabanned me. Way to go, jackass. I'm aware his streams are intended older audiences, but I am minor, going into high school, which makes this shit even worse than it already is. You leave it here is much. And there's a clip of that too. Let me dig it up real quick. Where did I put that? So many clips. YandereDev takes you on a pizza date. No, that's not it. YandereDev dates Samus. That's also not it. I was so organized just a moment ago. Sleeping Duckies, YandereDev Turkish. Where did I put that? Either way, I will find it later, but there's another video that we can watch right now. What people consider to be the magnum opus of YandereDev's video debunking careers, and that's the video called Hate and Shame, in which he tries to explain what has been happening to him over a long period of time when it comes to trolling. And we'll watch most of it.
Imagine yourself in the following situation. This is...
Let me get the music down so you can listen to it properly. And again, very highly overproduced video. Production values up the ass.
And this is every single message you've ever posted to the internet over the course of your entire life. Every forum post, every tweet, etc. Most of these messages are pretty harmless. However, a few of them make you look bad. Some of those messages might be something dumb you said when you were younger and less mature. Some of those messages might be something rude you said when you were in a bad mood. And some of those
This video has been now privated and re-uploaded by other people too.
Messages might only look bad without context. These embarrassing messages make up less than 1% of everything you've ever done or said over the course of your life, and none of those messages accurately represent who you really are. However, imagine that someone decides to take all of these embarrassing moments from your past, put them into a list, and show that list to his friends.
Yeah, this is where his fans, his detractors become gremlins.
Then he claims that this list represents you. His friends believe him and develop a twisted mental image of you. They perceive you as a caricature of who you really are, with all of your flaws greatly exaggerated. Unfortunately for you, their hobby is ridiculing and shaming people, and they've decided that you would be a fun target. And so they start stalking you. They follow you everywhere you go, taking pictures of you, recording videos of you, and digging through your trash to look for anything embarrassing you might have thrown away. Sometimes they even try to directly provoke you, because they think it's funny if they get a reaction out of you. You might try to speak with them and explain that they have the wrong idea about you. You might try to explain that they're developing a false image of who you are. However, when you try to do this, they'll just laugh at you. You see, they don't care at all about getting to know the real you. They want to maintain their twisted perception of you because they're having a lot of fun.
See, this is all well and good, but he responds terribly to people, as you've already seen. And his responses to people are just going to be much worse from that point on. Because the only positive times that he himself is positive is going to be where he once again gets compliments and says, and people tell him that he did nothing wrong. He needs those that constant validation in order to function. Otherwise, he's sick and everyone else is a gremlin that's out to get him.
Ridiculing and shaming this image of you that exists in their minds. Even if you make it perfectly clear that you are 100% willing to answer any questions they have, they simply won't ever.
And see how this point is also pretty manipulative, because he portrays himself as this innocent girl that's just trying to go through life and explain herself that she's not that bad of a person, actually. So he gets to the point where he has to portray himself as a girl to seem innocent and, free of blame.
Contact you to get your side of the story. They're not interested in any information that might debunk the narrative they want to believe in.
It's all very skewed.
They've placed you into a category, and once you're in that category, they're convinced that you belong there forever.
With DSP and Christian.
They are also convinced that you don't deserve any empathy or compassion whatsoever, and that the only thing you deserve is mockery and humiliation. If you try to explain that they've miscategorized you and that you're not any of the things they think you are, you're only going to be ridiculed further. You might try to prove that they're wrong about you by remaining on your best behavior for as long as possible, but it won't help. Anytime you ever say anything, no matter how harmless, they will interpret
this. I don't remember if this was 2018 or 2019, because 2018 is the year where he strikes back at people, and this is where essentially the downfall of him begins in terms of him losing his mind. So I think this was either 2018 or 2019.
What you've said in the most negative manner possible. They'll even stretch the truth as far as they possibly can, so they can continue believing that you are the monster they want you to be. For example, let's say you announce that you're going on a diet, but once a month you allow yourself to have a single piece of candy. They will stalk you and take pictures of you on the one day when you're eating a candy bar, make a collage of those pictures, and then claim that you're a fat pig who is constantly eating candy. Even though the pictures are real, the conclusion they are trying to reach is false. Let's say that you announce that you're going to stop eating junk food, but in a selfie that you posted to Twitter, there's a candy wrapper in the background. They'll conclude that you've been eating candy. But if they simply spoke to you, they'd learn that you frequently have guests over at your house, and that you keep some snacks around in case your guests get hungry. Everything they believe about you could be debunked if they simply spoke to you and asked for an explanation. But they have no interest in doing that. They only want to believe whatever allows them to continue talking trash about you. No matter what your profession is, they will convince themselves that you're bad at it. If you're an artist, they'll claim that you're bad at painting. If you're a chef, they'll claim that you're bad at cooking. And if you're a programmer, they'll claim that you're bad at writing code. Of course, you can explain why you chose to use acrylic paint instead of oil paint, or why you chose to use margarine instead of butter, or why you chose to use if-else instead of switch case. But they won't ever
Very
bother to
specific.
ask you. They're not interested in hearing your side of the story. They're only interested in having a narrative that facilitates shame and ridicule. You might say to yourself, "Oh, who cares if there's a bunch of weirdos who gossip about me? Who cares if they believe a bunch of nonsense that isn't true? Whatever, I'm just going to ignore it." Well, it would be really nice if the story ended there, but it doesn't. These people aren't content to simply gossip with each other. They don't just want to talk trash about you, they want everyone else to talk trash about you too. And so they will invade websites, Tumblr, Reddit, YouTube. They'll make blog posts, forum threads, and videos about you, painting a nasty, ugly picture of you, depicting you as an exaggerated caricature of who you really are. And they will try their absolute best to convince people that you are a monster who deserves.
If you haven't noticed, he looked back on the same arguments at least 3 times already. He's just repeating himself.
Shame and punishment. Unfortunately, there will be people who will fall for it and start to believe everything they hear about you, no matter how ridiculous or outlandish it is. After enough people have been convinced that you're an awful, terrible person who deserves to be ridiculed and scorned, you will begin to receive harassment, prank calls, weird things being mailed to your house, getting spammed with pictures of animal abuse and bestiality, being stalked in real life. They'll try to get all your social media accounts banned, and they'll even call the police and try to convince them to send a SWAT team to your house. They'll do everything they can think of to make your life.
Mind you, I don't recall if he ever actually got doxed by anyone or swatted. I don't think he has.
A living hell. Some people
People just assume he lives in California somewhere.
will even impersonate
If there's like a YandereDev historian that could correct me, then do so, because I don't know.
you and behave badly in your name to try and harm your reputation even more. If you ever attempt to defend yourself or clear up misunderstandings, you will be laughed at. If you ever express anger at the people who are tormenting you, you will be laughed at. If you ever try to put a stop to the smear campaign against you, you will be laughed at. No matter what you do, they will always invent some new reason to keep ridiculing you and harassing you.
With all the children that are in his fan base, there were a lot of false accusation against him over the years. But you know, once you have something on the guy, then you can probably pile on some lies on top of it too, and people will most likely believe them. That's pretty much how it works. Even with the latest drama, to which we will get eventually, don't worry. If we're this far into the stream, we'll just finish it properly with everything covered that I wanted to cover. We're kind of almost done with the development parts of this arc, so it shouldn't be that long.
Well, if we're going to keep talking about these people, we need a name for them. We can't call them trolls because many of them aren't interested in provoking you directly. We can't call them liars because they actually believe all of the ridiculous things they say about you. And when they try to paint a twisted picture of you using cherry-picked information and out-of-context screenshots, they are technically using words you've actually said. And we can't call them critics because they aren't judging you, they are judging a twisted image of you that only exists inside their imaginations. So, what do we call them? Well, during World War II, there was a series of workplace safety posters that featured little creatures called gremlins. Gremlins were depicted sabotaging aircraft and machinery because these people are
The gremlins were very racist too.
sabotaging your life.
I remember the Bugs Bunny cartoons where the gremlin was pretending to be like a caricature of a Japanese person.
We'll call them gremlins for short. Now, think back to the first sentence of this video. Imagine yourself in the following situation. Have you been imagining how you would feel if you were in this girl's position? How do you think you...
Yes, we're 2019. or at least close to it. But at this point, there's not that much left.
You would handle it. You might say, I would handle it with dignity and grace. I wouldn't let them get to me. I'd prove them all wrong. Well, that's how everyone imagines they would handle a difficult situation. But in reality, it's not that simple. If you are treated like garbage for an extended period of time, it's going to affect your mood. You're going to become stressed out. You're going to become frustrated. You're going to become depressed. Over time, your original personality will melt away and be replaced with an angry and bitter attitude. Anger will cloud your judgment. Sometimes you'll be rude to people. Sometimes you'll lose your temper. Sometimes you'll get caught up in drama. You might find yourself saying nasty things that normally you would never say. This will make the gremlins very happy, because it provides them with new material to gossip about, and it convinces them that their beliefs are valid. It's ironic, because if it wasn't for their constant harassment, your mental health never would have deteriorated in the first place. It's very easy to explain how a gremlin thinks. Their goal is to say abusive things about other people. But first, they require justification, so they can feel like their target deserves it. Whenever you do anything, they will view you through a warped lens that twists you into an exaggerated caricature of who you really are. They will perceive everything you do as cringy or lazy or evil or whatever else they want to see in you. They will ignore facts, logic, reality, truth, and counter-evidence in favor of perceiving you the way they wish to see you. The way they portray you will lead others to harass you, which will affect the way you behave, which will provide them with more reasons to ridicule you. It becomes a self-sustaining cycle. Does this scenario sound like hell yet? Well, it's about to get even worse. Let's say that you're working on a big project. I mean, a seriously ambitious project. I really can't overstate how huge the scope of this project is. It's going to take you multiple years to finish simply because that's how...
Mind you, there's screenshots out there where YandereDev says that the game is going to be... the game is going to be released like in 2019, 2022. Or even faster than that. Like, he thought the game is gonna be out when he announced it at first, that he's gonna take like a year to make it and it's gonna be done. And guess what year it is now?
How large and complex this project is.
Guess where
there are hundreds of thousands of people watching you because they want to see your project succeed. But right in the middle of the project, a bunch of gremlins decide that you are going to be their next target. After multiple years of being tormented and
You know what? Someone should drop porn of this girl. She's pretty cute.
harassed in a variety of ways,
That's what the YandereDev would say.
Become severely depressed. You won't be able to find the motivation to keep working as much as you did before. Your productivity will plummet. This will make the gremlins very happy, because now they can accuse you of being lazy or incompetent or a scam artist or whatever other fantasies they invent. It's ironic because if it wasn't for their smear campaign, your productivity never would have declined in the first place. Your supporters won't understand why you're not as productive as you used to be, and they will begin to doubt you. They will look for an explanation, discover the gremlin propaganda, and fall for it. Slowly, your former supporters will start to turn into gremlins. Let's say you're working on a project that relies...
Is saying gremlin propaganda racist, chat? Sounds a bit loaded.
heavily on receiving feedback from people. So you interact with your fans all the time to get their feedback. You have thousands of interactions, and most of them are pleasant, but maybe 1% of them are negative. The gremlins could compile a collage of just the times when you had negative interactions and try to depict you as someone who can't take criticism. If enough people are tricked into believing this gremlin propaganda, people will stop providing you with feedback.
Now, again, think about how much art was done for this video alone. And how this relates to Yandere Simulator. Like, how does this help make the game?
Feedback and criticism, and
So
your
much art.
project will suffer.
Pretty cute art, though.
This is just one of the many ways the gremlins can indirectly sabotage your project, even if they never speak to you directly. Tabloid magazines are small newspapers filled with gossip about celebrities. The stories in tabloid magazines are often false, and the headlines are designed to be as sensational and outrageous as possible, in order to grab
How much money?
people's
Probably
interest.
not a lot, considering
It's
he
like
takes all his shit
clickbait
from volunteers.
from before the internet existed. Celebrities usually ignore tabloids and don't bother to respond to the ridiculous claims inside of them. Tabloids are widely considered to be trashy entertainment for a lowbrow audience. Unfortunately, there is a YouTube equivalent of tabloid magazines, channels that are dedicated to ridiculing and shaming other people. These
That's me,
YouTubers
chat.
make
I
money
do
by
this.
degrading, debasing, and defaming others.
I do this.
Eventually, these YouTubers will hear what the
I'm this
gremlins
guy
are
with the
saying
cool
about
haircut.
you, and then they will start making videos about you. It doesn't benefit them to portray you with accuracy
whole
and
streams
honesty.
like this.
It benefits them to exaggerate your flaws and depict you as a cartoonish caricature of who you really are, because
it's their
that would
own
be
words.
more entertaining and will result in more clicks and views, maximizing their ad revenue.
Why did he make this guy so cool looking, though?
If they really were interested in telling the truth, then they would contact you directly and ask you for your side of the story. However, none of them will ever do this. Lengthy character assassination videos smearing your reputation will flood the internet, spreading the gremlin propaganda to hundreds of thousands of people.
There's that term
This
again.
will lead to further harassment, but more importantly, it will cause your supporters to turn against you. Your friends will stop hanging out with you. You'll stop receiving fan mail and start receiving hate mail. The people who were financially supporting your project will withdraw their donations.
They're pretty bad friends if they believe lies other people spread on the internet.
The people
But
you
then again, what people spread mostly about YandereDev is his own words, so there's very little mischaracterization there. But again, I am not saying like that there weren't. There are kids absolutely lying about the shit that he did, but most of that stuff I would say is just pretty accurate to what he does.
relied on for assistance will abandon you. Your remaining fans will also be attacked and harassed until they stop supporting you. Although celebrities don't even bother to respond to tabloid magazines, you don't have that luxury. Everything is falling apart for you.
No, you can not respond like completely. You can ignore all of this if you have skin that's thick enough. But YandereDev is the guy that he's the master of getting one guide. So to him, that's not a possibility. He cannot help himself.
You are being stalked and harassed every day. Everything you've worked hard to build is crumbling, and the people you rely on are
Trolls only troll because they know it works. If you don't give them that ammunition, then they just lose interest. That's how it is.
abandoning you. This isn't a matter of mean words on the internet hurting your feelings. Your reputation is being torn to shreds because of misinformation. This is not only jeopardizing your project, but also the rest of your career, and by extension, the rest of your life. This isn't something you can just ignore. Staying silent is not an option. You have no choice but to speak directly to your audience and address everything that's been happening to you. But what if the act of speaking about your experiences actually makes things worse? Some people enjoy gossip and drama, but other people think it's trashy to spend your time ridiculing and shaming people. A certain portion of your audience will have no interest in rumors, drama, or trashy videos. If that portion of your audience is the majority, then things will turn out okay. But if that portion of your audience is the minority, then you're in trouble. You have no clue how much of your audience has been exposed to the drama. Maybe it's 90%, maybe it's 50%, or maybe it's only 10%. If you speak to your audience about what's been happening to you, you will be exposing 100% of them to the drama. A lot of them will become curious and go looking for gremlin propaganda to learn what it's all about. Some of them will dismiss what they find, but others will swallow the gremlin propaganda without a second thought and stop supporting it.
The gremlin propaganda.
So just the act of talking about it could make your situation far worse than it already is. Or maybe the worst outcome will only happen if you don't address the rumors and lies. Maybe you should tell your audience what's going on. It's impossible to know the right course of action because there's no way to know how much of your audience is the type of person who can be swayed by tabloid-style content. There's also another factor to consider. Gremlins crave attention more than anything else. So the moment you publicly acknowledge them, they will experience
like making a 20+ minute video about them, like that.
Pleasure, and they will increase their activity in an attempt to make you keep acknowledging them. In other words, simply mentioning them could add fuel to the fire and make your situation worse. Also, if you publicly acknowledge the drama, you will keep the drama fresh, which will probably result in more,
like he's doing right now,
tabloid-style videos from people who want to capitalize on what's happening to you. And finally, there's one last thing you need to consider. It's possible that attempting to clear your name might be a complete waste of time, because the people who hate you will simply refuse to listen to anything you say. It's not fun to admit when you're wrong, but it is fun to ride a hate bandwagon and use abusive language. They don't want to lose the ability to ridicule you and shame you because they're having way too much fun doing it. So they will convince themselves that anything you say in your defense is a lie. In other words, there is absolutely nothing you could ever do that would make them change their minds about you. For all of these reasons, it might be a huge mistake to even acknowledge the drama. But you're at your limit. It's impossible for you to be productive or make progress on your project when you feel like you don't have a future anymore. You need to talk with your audience and explain what kind of situation you're in. It might sound something like this. I'm the target of a smear campaign, and I'm receiving daily harassment because of misinformation and lies. Everything I've built is in jeopardy because there are people who are spreading a false narrative and portraying me as someone I'm not. Is this really how my project dies? Is it really this easy for internet gossip to destroy years of work? I need to know if there's a reason to keep going. I need to know if I'm already doomed or if I should keep pushing forward. I need to know how many people out there will turn on someone because of internet slander. When you hear rumors and gossip, do you roll your eyes and ignore it? Or do you actually take it seriously and let it twist your opinions? The people who are attacking me are not a credible source of information. They grasp at straws and stretch the truth to depict me as something I'm not. They allow themselves to be tricked by impersonators. They judge me for things I said over a decade ago. They take my statements out of context. They make up outlandish theories and pretend that their theories are facts. Half the time, they don't even know what they're talking about, and they just make stuff up. I need to know what I should do next. Should I spend my time debunking internet rumors that nobody should be gullible enough to believe in the first place? Should I spend my time working on my project? Or am I already so screwed that I should just give up and disappear? Let's go back to that sentence from the beginning of the video. Imagine yourself in the following situation. Targeted to be shamed and ridiculed by a bunch of gremlins because you did some cringy things when you were younger. Provoked and tormented every day until your personality melts away, replaced with anger and bitterness. Accused of being lazy or incompetent because
Villain origin story.
you are depressed and demotivated thanks to all the harassment. How would you feel if you were in this situation? That's not a rhetorical question. I genuinely want to hear your answer. How would you feel if you were in this situation? What would you do in order to get out of it? How much of this do you think you could take? How long do you think you could last until you've had enough? At what point would you consider abandoning your project because it's not worth the abuse you're receiving? By now, you've probably realized who this video is really about.
Really?
Tell me,
I forgot
what
this
am I
was a thing.
supposed to do in this situation? I've included a poll in the video description. I'd appreciate it
If
if
it
you'd
wasn't
vote.
obvious enough, he had to. Do you guys remember that very old meme called "Unzips Dick"? That's essentially what he did. He unzipped his fucking dick. Unzips dick. And becomes YandereDev. But believe it or not, there's actually drama behind the production of this video itself. Let's quickly go into that one too, because that's something. But before that, quick update, quick update on his doll situation. As you've probably noticed, I've been giving you like infrequent updates on his doll stuff. Well, it turns out that sometime after the production or before the production of this video, doesn't really matter. He fucked his sex doll, his real doll, so hard it kind of broke. So let's see what happened there. I bought a doll several years ago and she's falling apart in a literal sense. None of her joints remain set to the position that I rotate them to. Her limbs fall limp as soon as I let go, so I can't pose her at all. Pose like this or this or this, which he now deleted, isn't possible since her legs fall straight down. Additionally, both of her wrists joints have broken, leaving her hands dangling off of her arms. God damn, he was pretty rough with that one. What did he do with her? The problem is her joints went limp within the first 24 hours, and the only thing I ever used her wrists was for propping up her during doggy. It's not like I was rotating her like a gymnast, throwing her around or dragging her everywhere by the hands. That makes me wonder if perhaps there's some extremely basic information that I never heard, such as never put her weight on her wrists during doggy, always use her elbows. I saw a video on the internet that compared a real doll with a bootleg doll. The bootleg doll had everything in common with the doll I owned, so maybe I purchased a low-quality doll from a disreputable seller, and that's the only reason why she fell apart so quickly. My doll is a lost cause. I've already given up on fixing her. I've already ordered a new doll. However, I want to ask a question to prevent my next doll from developing the same issues. My new doll is a different size from a different manufacturer, but I still want to have a few general tips to prevent this doll from sharing the same fate as the previous one. For example, is it stupid to use a doll's wrist to prop her up like this? This is like a shibari position, if I remember right, but that image is deleted now. Something with bondage, I think. It is stupid to pull a doll's weight onto her wrists during doggy. What would cause the doll's joints to wear out within hours, as opposed to months or years? By the way, this is supposed to be a YL doll bashing thread, but if the problem is I described our known issues with the products that are solved through YL doll, that would solve the middle pretty quickly. So let me know if that's the case. So yeah, during all of this, as the video was being made, he fucked his doll too hard, and then he asked for essentially troubleshoot the problem. But back to the topic of hate and shame. There's drama behind this. Good evening, my Yandere loving friends. There's organized hate and shame behind the scenes. I'll add it on this thread as I remember more stuff. For now, this is all I have to say. And here's some information. We're not gonna read all of that because again, it's strapped for time, just a little bit. But this one part that I want to read to you. When the dev reached out to me about this video, he asked me if I can make 51 illustrations and 13 edits for him in the span of a month. The only payment was exposure. Seeing that he didn't credit the artist on the final video makes me sad, as he promised me that he would credit for the art. I was working on it really hard, but the dev constantly had me rework frames I already had. Sometimes I would show him a sketch and he would okay it, but then as soon as I lined the image, he changed his mind about it. Once even going as far as wanting to change the entire design of the character and making me draw up new concepts. He ended up using a whole different design when he switched to the second artist, haha, rest in peace. And so on and so forth. So you have a little insight of how he deals with fucking volunteers. And even videos, they're 20 plus minutes long with so many pieces of art. Mind you, for that level of art, which is kind of sketch level, like a bit unfinished, a bit doodly, for every single one of those, I would personally pay like over 50 bucks. And he paid jack shit for 51 illustrations. At least 50 bucks for that level of art, I would say. I personally pay that much. And he did jack shit and he didn't even credit artists, so golf clap on that one. And there's a bit more on that one. And there's also a full Google Doc, which is unfortunately now deleted. But the gist of it is pretty much in that previous screenshot. And after this, he commented on the whole situation, which is every supporter is just someone who hasn't turned into a hater yet. Very grim outlook, but that's pretty much how he thinks. With the knowledge that the video is introduced this character with the words, "This is you," and the entire video is about asking the audience to imagine themselves sharing her experiences, would you design her differently? I actually designed her in the way I would design a person similar to myself, so I suppose she's reflecting my personality more than anybody else. I don't actually know how to make a design that would relate to everyone. I don't know, maybe I could make a poll on clothes and slap it in a group chat. You know, like a survey or something. I wouldn't do it that way. I think the key would be designing a plain character who doesn't go too far in any one question. And again, so on and so forth. And moving on to a different issue. Here's the previous owner of a Yandere simulator subreddit, because there was another one, like a Yandere _simulator subreddit, announcing that the subreddit is under new management because YandereDev decided to buy the subreddit in order to prevent further harassment happening to him. After much deliberation, we decided to transfer the ownership of subreddit. We have been looking in the first place. Considering one personal lives have been taking up much of our time, we haven't been able to present as the sub required us to be. Honestly, the content of the subreddit was lackluster at best, best version of Kuri at worst, meaning Kuri Farms. That being said, it was a long discussion, and DPG did not relent. However, in a 2 to 3 discussion, the subreddit was transferred to another owner. And guess who the other owner is? Yes, it's YandereDev, who announces on the subreddit that there is a new management, and immediately he imposes new rules and debunks everything that has been going on the subreddit. It was basically used for stalking and harassment. And yeah. And then the new rules. Have you ever heard Berserk? I love Berserk. So I visit Berserk subreddits. Perfectly functional subreddit with no drama. I think this is due to subreddit's first rule. We're going to copy paste that exact text and use it for ourselves. The subreddit new moderators will actually be fans of the game instead of being people who hate me and the game. Anyone who is identified in being from the stalking/doxing/harassment website will be banned immediately. Any misinformation regarding me or the game's development will be removed. Drama posts are no longer allowed. Is criticism of Yandere Simulator allowed? Criticism of the game always has been and always will be allowed. But just like 99% of the subreddits, insults are not allowed, and civil behavior is mandatory. Is criticism of YandereDev allowed? Email me directly. Again, remember the whole email shit? Like, he doesn't have time to develop the game? Just email me. Make my work harder for me. Email me. Make me read more emails. Because mind you, the email shit is not over at this point either yet. Email me directly. You have personal criticism for me. If you post criticism publicly, it's evidence that your goal is to create a public spectacle. If you send criticism privately, it's proof that your goal is to genuinely provide helpful feedback. If your intentions are pure, then you should have no problem speaking to me directly. Thank you for your time. And then someone criticized him again with Glitch Cloud. Not interested, but this new video he released was god awful, and it's because I know what's really happening. No progress has been made in the last month, so he put a video out trying to throw a pity party for him. His lack of progress has to do with his lack of volunteers recently. He has finally resulted to doing work himself, and now no progress has been made. He spent last month using 12 hours daily, scheduled canceling ideas and coming up with new ones. I attempted to release my video on the subject. After the shit he did to me in November, it's time to spill some beans. I will defend the game to the fullest, but him as a developer, he can fuck himself. From the perspective of a variety, and I think Yandere Simulator as his game, he's a director and that's it. He doesn't make shit. He's fucking star citizening his community and volunteers. Having all these people spend hours upon hours of work for shit that will be scrapped or half-assed because he wants to move on. We spent time and energy working and meeting people on Discord. And just because I was talking to people he didn't like, he kicked me out of the community. The community he wants to meet me back, but his insecure ass won't allow it. I've been keeping an eye out for anything and an update comes out to see if he removes the content I made or removes my credit. If he removes my content, he's a petty cunt, and he removes my name and he keeps my content, I might have to spill absolutely everything. And it goes on. Well, basically reiterates what I already told you about how he treats volunteers, which essentially is like trash, just abusing them, making them do extra work, and then not even sometimes paying them with exposure, like not even a mention. And then he makes a post on I think this was about an escort. It was an escort forum or discussion group in which he asks the following: ever tried to secretly film in a club? Have you ever tried to secretly film in a private dance with your phone camera and brought a tiny spy cam into a club and gotten away with filming the dancers? Why would he ask this? You may ask yourself. We may never know. But he asked that. And how do people actually know that this is actually him? Well, because this name, cannot Google me, was used in other instances where he was actually found out that this was him. So, again, why would he ask this? Why would he ask about secretly filming someone in a strip club? Funny that. Moving on to another issue. As we are deep into 2019 in March, At this point, there's a lot of YandereDev, Yandere Simulator clones out there. Some pretty much Chinese knockoffs, some are more serious. A lot of them are pretty much gonna end up being scrapped because there's like a curse behind this. Like, I know that sounds silly, but a lot of those a lot of those Yandere Simulator copies, these copycats just kind of end up dying because of various reasons. And there's a whole video about this. You can Google like something like the curse of Yandere Simulator copies or something. But YandereDev at some point decided to talk to one of these developers about his game and let's see what that was about. So in short, you're asking me to go up to my entire community and say, "Hey guys, my game was fake the entire time. My code is bad, and I'm starting from scratch because the game is trash in general. Sorry, you can leave the fan base now." Yes, because that's my understanding of the situation. It would be nothing short of honesty and transparency to admit it to your audience. I took people's suggestion. That doesn't mean I'm incompetent or bad at anything. I don't know what to tell you. It's like speaking to people who come from two completely different realities. In one reality, Watashi no Mono, I think that was the name of the clone, is a sham. In the other reality, Watashi no Mono is a genuine attempt at a game. What I do know is that people feel justified in attacking me or lose faith in me or withdraw financial support from me because they believe that Watashi no Mono is proof that I could be doing my job faster. But from what I hear, Watashi no Mono is held together with bubblegum and band-aids. Like, that's rich coming from him, considering what his game is like. And you've ever had reboot development from scratch? So if I make a video saying, "Guys, I don't have enough income," and the response is, "You don't deserve income," Watashi no Mono is proof that I have follow-up by explaining that Watashi no Mono is an example of a well-developed game. It would suck ass to have to do that, since I hate drama discussing other games. So if you come clean to your audience, then there would be an ugly, messy situation for me to have to deal with. What an asshole. Just goes to another guy saying that, "Oh, you're throwing shade on me because you want to make something better than me." Like, you should... This is essentially him telling this guy to go kill himself and his community with him. Like, just by using kinder words. It would communicate the message. I'm so incompetent that I had to throw away everything and made and start from scratch. I took people's suggestions. That doesn't mean I'm incompetent or bad or at anything. The irony isn't lost on me. Is it possible that I have entirely incorrect understanding of the situation? Maybe the volunteers and ex-volunteers I spoke to were exaggerating or mistaken. I've been told that X is 2, which is why I've drawn the conclusion that X plus X is 4. Maybe I've been misinformed about X. What I know that when people attack me, mistreat me, abuse me, and harass me, that their justification is Watashi no Mono. You're working on a project that negatively impacts my well-being. When I ask you, can you please tell the people in your YouTube comments not to be shitty towards me? You won't even agree to do something that's that simple, that basic, that humane? You're literally asking someone else to take down their hard work to better your hard work. That's not basic and humane. And with that, Yandere Simulator has a 5-year anniversary. And following that, guess what? He makes another very, very long post in which he says this: "Because I'm being paid to work on the Yandere Simulator, I have obligation to remain fully committed to it. In other words, I'm not allowed to do anything else with my life until the game is complete. As a result, it feels like I was sent to prison on March 31st, 2014. I've been locked in a jail cell for the past 5 years." Very positive outlook, might I say. And then there's another game that came out. That's a pretty much Yandere Simulator clone, and he makes this post on Twitter in January of 2020. Thought experiment. Imagine that someone successfully convinces the entire world that you deserve to be treated like shit. As a result, you are harassed by dozens of people every day, hours of day, several years with no end in sight. When will you decide to commit suicide? I don't even know if this tweet is about your game or elimination idea at this point. Yes, both probably. Sounds like something Yandere-chan would do to a lower one's reputation via gossip. Hoping that that's what this is, and not YandereDev has been pushed to the point. At least finish the game first. It's been like 6 years, damn. I kind of hope you're junky about it. Else you're gonna get checked, because this is plain rude. And we're done with this part, but there's more. Because 2020 is a very special year for the Yandere Simulator community, and you will never guess why. Well, because this is where a new speedrunning category was developed for the Yandere Simulator Discord specifically. And what is that? Well, I'll tell you what that is. It's the Yandere Simulator server ban speedrun, of which there are videos.
It's time to speedrun. See how quickly I can get banned. 2, 1, go. Upload.
And yeah, these speedruns have gotten so bad over 2020 that he actually made a page later with this. But before we get to that, there's something a lot more serious to discuss. And this is the Joel... Was it Joel? I think it was Joel the Creeper saga. Which is something that's actually pretty serious. But before I continue this, I have to go take a leak. And you will get another intermission. Not as long as the development of Yandere Simulator, but still at least 2 to 3 minutes, as I have to take care of biological functions, and you guys can, I know, grab a drink too, or stuff, whichever. But yeah, I'll be right back.
has read it, therefore he must kill himself.
It's time to speedrun.
I need to
See how
turn
quickly
that
I can
off.
get banned.
But let's watch the speedrun again. And then we'll get to the serious stuff. Remember, 6 seconds to get banned.
Upload.
I wonder if anyone beat that. I don't think anyone ever managed to beat that. Either way, let me boot up the rest of that stuff. Because I had a lot of stuff here. The moment. Putting the music back on too. Been silent all this time. $188. It's a lot. Essentially, before we get to the whole Joel the Creeper arc, there's some build-up to it, as YandereDev had a falling out with one of his moderators called Sirius. And as that was going on in January, he was already losing, in January of 2020, he was well on his way to just becoming the most unhinged person you can find online, with things like this, for example, on his Discord. Let's raise a glass to Yandere Sim's completion. Mon frère. You are the type of person that harasses people over the internet. Do you feel any shame? Do you mean like right now, or just in general? It's a simple question. Anyway, you have no worth or value, and the world would be better off without you. And then he goes on updates and says that everything is bad, everything sucks, and Osana is delayed. Why does everything suck so bad? See, some people have a sadistic desire to abuse and mistreat others, and then he throws himself a huge pity party again, just like with the hate and shame video, and links to his debunk stuff. At the same time, he tries to file a defamation complaint to Google to take down a lolcow wiki page on himself. And there's the legal complaint right there. He also adds an additional disclaimer to an FAQ saying when Yandere Simulator will actually be complete. On your current pace, what is the rough estimate of Yandere Simulator's release date if you had to guess? 12 to 24 months, depending on the severity of harassment. Jesus. Since 2020 is a wild year, his Yandere's underscore simulator subreddit got hacked, and people pretended that Null of Kiwi Farms is responsible for this, and essentially fucking with both Null and YandereDev at the same time. And here's the screenshot of when it was hacked. I am Null, the infamous internet terrorist. I am wanted for the shooting of Christchurch and organizing Gamergate 9/11 on the internet. Suck my balls. Yeah. 2020 is a wild year. And then when the lovesick Yandere Simulator copycat got a trailer, it got copyright struck by someone called Cleveland Rock. And then YandereDev throws himself another pity party with this. I'm not sure if you're going to care, but I really wanted to express something to you. My life has become absolute hell since you announced your project, which he is talking here to the lovesick developer. Many of my friends have abandoned me. I receive dozens of messages per hour from people saying, ha, there is no reason to support you anymore, and the amount of harassment I receive per daily has tripled. Your apology video didn't resolve the problem. Tens of thousands of people are still spreading the narrative that it's possible to recreate all of my work within 2 days. Every day is a nightmare right now. It's nothing but non-stop abuse and harassment. I just wanted to work on a cool anime game and a game project in peace, and now there's nothing but suffering and misery. I can't have peaceful life anymore, and it's because the existence of lovesick convinces people they're justified in treating me like garbage. What hurts more than anything is that lovesick is the name I announced I was going to use. He even had a poll about it, by the way. Like, at one point he wanted to retitle Yandere Simulator into lovesick. I was going to use, and I can't use the name anymore because it's associated with all this pain and harassment. Everything I built has been stolen from me and destroyed, and nobody realizes or cares that is because they've been misled into believing things that aren't true. The actual drama started a while ago, but I don't feel like talking about that. If you're aware that your project is having so many destructive consequences on another person's life, how can you possibly continue? Don't you see how harmful and damaging this is for me? If the cost of Yandere Simulator was ending a person's life, I'd cancel development. This is essentially the part where he suicide baits, like saying like cancel your game or I'm killing myself. And this whole thing became public, and it started to trend at that point in the United States. Hashtag RIP YandereDev, and it was all essentially people laughing at him, wanted to kill himself because of a copycat game. That's how wild 2020 was for Yandere Simulator. And Watashi no Mono pretty much died as one of the first results of the Yandere Simulator curse. We're not reading all of that, but essentially the game died because of various amounts of reasons, high expectations, and similar things that have been happening to Yandere Simulator over the years, but in a kind of microscopic fashion, microscopic scale. And then there's more copyright strikes. False copyright claiming is illegal. I suggest you take the strike off so you don't make yourself look any worse than you already. If you upload someone else's content, you're violating copyright laws. I deleted every video that includes you from my knowledge unless the chat mean it was unavailable. Are you happy with that? Yeah, him just striking more and more people. Then he just outright tells another guy to kill himself. Hey YandereDev, there's a cool video I found and I think that give you some good insight on what the fans want from Yansim, especially the haters. I just thought it was interesting and you don't have to watch it, thanks. Kill yourself, go find the closest knife in your house and cut yourself. If there aren't any knives, use a rope. Tie it to a ceiling fan and die. For the sake of humanity, do it. No N-word. What do you mean? Yeah, 2020 wilding. But there's also another update on his sex doll. The new sex doll apparently has arrived, and it's kind of based on it's based, I think, on the Faku mascot. You know, the hentai doujinshi publisher and also game publisher nowadays. And he kind of put her in those clothes, but also included her in a game. He always has time to update that sex doll stuff. Funny that. And here is how people found out that he's that cannot Google me guy by checking the EvaX emails. As against his password, as you can see here. And you put password was registered to your email address as they tried to input it when they were trying to reset the password. And this is also how they found out he's that creeper that wanted to find out things about filming strippers secretly. And here him is summing up 2020 with more debunks and more crying and whining about what's been happening to him. And he reserved the whole category for Discord speedruns because they were so popular at that time. More videos about him. There's been a lot of videos in 2018 throughout 2020 that came out on Yandere Simulator, and he essentially started striking a lot of them, started making more debunks on his FAQ on his website, and essentially it's all the same thing that he's been doing all this time. More trying to deflect blame to other people, more throwing himself a pity party, like rinse and repeat. And it's all very, very long. You could probably say this is like a hate and shame in text form. And then he also managed to complain about the shameless rip-ups of his game with stolen assets. Never mind that his game was made with assets just bought from like a general store. So whatever. And again, more whining, a lot of whining. And then he calls all of this clown world. We are living in a nightmare world. Truly a shame. Addressing the copyright claims and then summing up everything. And so YandereDev is a bad guy. Continues to be a popular brief, even though none of above narratives are actually true. And here's another one of these weird cases. YandereDev banning a moderator for DID and then lying to the moderators. This is a whole arc that was posted to r/Osana. r/Osana is a new subreddit, well, new, created in 2018, but it was created after, I think, or shortly before YandereDev decided to take control of Yandere _ simulator subreddit to control the narrative. But he never managed to get a hold of this one, and this is pretty much his detractor subreddit nowadays. And this is where his moderator Sirius decides to talk about this DID person that YandereDev went after. This is all very long, and to sum it up, essentially, YandereDev has been under so much harassment that he doesn't believe anyone's explanation for anything, and he kind of could not believe that someone had DID. And that's pretty much the summation of the drama. There's a lot of it, and he even made a debunk specific page for it. It's all very overblown and kind of more of a forced drama. There's just more things to pile on him, as if there's nothing more legit than this. Backstabbing supporters, which is pretty much what you already experienced. Wolves in sheep's clothing. Then he had to debunk more stuff, explain himself about the DID stuff. it's good that we can speedrun this, because reading all of this would kill me, like instantly, instant death. This is a whole kind of a more of a petty drama stuff, but it led to something more serious being revealed very soon after this, and this is where the Joel the Creeper stuff comes in. So let me get that, and then we'll look through that. It's all very silly, chat. But the Joel the Creeper stuff isn't. That's actually very concerning, and you'll see why. Let me read that in full. Disclaimer: this is a pretty much word for word from the farms, which was also reiterated from a different place. Disclaimer: note, we would like to firstly state off that this is a list of photographic and videographic evidence supported by witness accounts accumulated by both redacted and serious. All of this information is about specifically one moderator in question that is involved on YandereDev's moderation team and for the Yandere simulator community, Joel Creeper. Likewise, the information has not yet been finalized, and there's maybe future addendums and updates added to this point in particular. At the time of the writing, YandereDev has not yet committed to any actions about Joel Creeper, and Redacted has not yet stepped down from the YS moderation team. Part 1. Disputing pedophile ban. Serious account. In the past, when I had served as a moderator for Yandere simulator community, I had banned a user who referred to as K for simplicity purposes under the reasons of being a pedophile. When there is a situation, there is an allegations and supporting evidence is indicative of a user displaying pedophilia, regardless of moderation, it is banned to user and to report their ID to Discord with evidential information provided as an attachment when sending a ticket. This was the case for said user. However, Joel Creeper had decided to look into this case as if there was a motive to be a detective about it. Insisting overall I had presumably banned someone falsely on a fallacy, as well as my abuse of moderation powers during this time. One of the messages that went sent by Joel Creeper to me personally in my direct messages DMs was this. Okay, from what I understand, he is a pedophile, but not intentionally. He doesn't like people actually touching kids, nor condone it at all. But with the false accusations and misunderstanding, there is more to him being innocent than anything. Well, that's a good start, isn't it? For instance, this is the exact same situation, just like YandereDev was thought to be suicide banning, which is not sure how I see it as suicide banning. I also expressed relief when I learned that TMZ was an adult 18 years old, because I feared that might have been asked a minor a question that could have been interpreted as inappropriate. This is why I said that is even better. Although my choice of words could have been chosen more wisely in the situation, I hope this debunks the untrue accusations that were thrown in my direction. Joel Creeper explaining how this person is a pedophile, but not in their intentions to be one. I think this is very important to deconstruct the case by explaining how someone can or cannot be a pedophile. Okay, from what I understand, he is a pedophile, but not intentionally. Two things can be abstracted out of this interpretation. The first thing is that Joel Creeper expresses this belief that he can be a sort of middle ground by quoting the words "is a pedophile," vaguely suggesting there is no binary value towards whether you are a pedophile or not. In the real world, there is no such thing as also not intentionally being one. You either are a pedophile or you are not. There is no such thing as a gray area for liking prepubescent children. He doesn't like people actually touching kids, nor condones it at all. The biggest thing that I have absolutely disagree with and cannot contest to is pedophilia has no restrictions. Pedophilia is otherwise a disorder that involves the subject being sexually attracted to pubescent children. It's not something where it is only restricted to certain qualities that involve rather physical interaction. For a guy who's acting on being like a pedophile, then you not have to be limited to only touching somebody or in those areas of that person's interest in order to be one, which completely invalidates the whole point of saying that this is not intentional. But with false accusations and misunderstanding, there's more to him being innocent than anything. No, there is no innocence to having allegations surrounding a name about being pedophile and trying to contact minors. It's a black and white image. That person is a pedophile if there are interests in if those are the interests they share. Part 2. First taste of pedophilia. Back around in this April, leading all the way up to August, a series of messages has been begun to be shared between numerous victims of Joel Creeper, whose identities have been kept undisclosed and anonymous. Where interactions of asking for pornographic pictures of female bodies, sexually suggestive situations, and shared instances of erotic roleplay (ERP) were being posted with them. In one of these situations, Joel Creeper had begun making his advances on female persona in terms of offering sexual actions such as spanking. The user in question had warned Joel Creeper that they were at the age of 13, which is specifically up the age limit in terms of pedophilia. And the moderator had said, "That's alright then," followed by a smug emote. Nothing much should have been derived out of this context to note that this is extremely shitty of a situation where not only you're being creepy but trying to commit to a form of ERP. But even when they speak about their age as being one of the minor bracket, that is was dismissively held as an okay thing from his end. And yeah, this is gonna get pretty disgusting, so I hope you're ready for that. It's all very, very shit. Joel Creeper. Spanked naughty for using Discord underage. Smug emote. Discord's TOS says 13+. Why two sub chats? Joel Creeper being aware that this person was underage at the age of 13 yet continuing. "I'll find you and spank you in a minute." "Nah, JK, and I are a few hours drive away. I could get to Redacted to give her spanking anytime." 13. That's alright then. So you made your account when you were around 10? No, 12. Joel Creeper committed to ERP with 13-year-old minors, stating that this was alright for him. "You wanna join me in the shower?" "Sure, why not? Undress." Undresses and jumps into the shower immediately so my dick can be surprised of what it looks like. "Come in when you're ready." For contextual goes into the shower. For contextual information, both user and victim are the same people. When I do text like italic say "spanks your butt" or "punches a tree," I'm probably saying it as if I was doing it. Going after the crowd. Lewd warning, but this is totally me and you. I'm the guy and you're the Neko. For one, I hope it's not you. And two, I haven't even tried to make you do lewd things when you're legal yet. Oh my god, guess what? I'm getting my teeth whitened today. $1,000 job for birthday. 1 hour and 20 minutes until you're legal. 43 minutes now. Good kitty. Although showing me the color of your panties might be different since it's not straight up lewd and more kinky, but I'll let you decide on that one. I don't know if I want to get up. I'm lying down. I don't have to if you're comfy. I was handling server things on my server. I think we found a piece of lost media. Pulls up your shirt, snags and kitty kisses them. I can't tell whether you're enjoying it or not. Keeps kitty kissing kitty's breast. Gently massage them good kitty. Kitty kiss. Jesus fucking Christ. Pulls down your shirt and peeks down your pants. Pantsuit. They're purple today. I want to peek, but no send if you don't want to. I have an odd question and be curious for the last couple of days. That's a little awkward, just gonna point that out. What is, if you trust me enough, would you show me your panties instead of just telling the color? I don't see why not, if I trust you enough. And yeah, it goes on. I'm not reading all of that because I'm already at my limit with this shit. But you can imagine, like, skimming through all of this. This is pretty damning. Like, there's no backtracking this. All of this. And then there's also the video of this, what I already showed you, which is redundant, so I'm gonna save that. Part 5, conclusion. All in all, there are two things that really come to be the main problem with what I'm dealing with all of this drama in general. This absolutely unacceptable behavior that should come out of anybody where moderators moderate for any person in the internet community. Even outside of the context, VRP being a pedophile leaves a horribly disgusting taste in people's mouths. What is even more worse is the fact that YandereDev has allowed this person to stay as a moderator on his own team. That's making it appear as if he's defending someone for their pedophiliac actions. There are good people who reside on the YS moderation team, however Joel Creeper is certainly not one of those and should be reprimanded for these actions. And YandereDev was contacted about it. This kind of behavior is very wrong for a moderator of this community. Either you do something about this or I will. YandereDev cringes at it. What are you gonna do about this situation? He gets asked. Well, I'm going to confront him about it, of course. I wouldn't have brought it up, but because this person is a minor, I had to. YandereDev claimed that he was going to confront Joel Creeper about this, however, nothing has yet to be done about it. Being a pedophile as well as generalized creep on the internet is never okay when you're a representative of a game developers community. Thank you for reading this. I hope this shines light more on the situations. Signed, Serious. And when Joel Creeper was outed, he had this to say on the subreddit. Everyone might hate me for this. I am not a pedo. I don't want to be one. I didn't want to be. But honestly, I don't know what went through my mind. I liked role-playing a lot at that time, though I stopped many months ago and it's horror, lewd or dramatic. Now I got doxed with my older location leaked, and I'm fucked now, aren't I? I'm such a fuck up now. Nobody will forgive me, but I want to say sorry for my actions, really. You'd be surprised that I had no memory of that user until earlier today. It made me sick to my stomach what I did, and I really got sick. For my actions. Again, sorry for my action. I honestly didn't know what went over me. Accidental pedophile. Sorry, I just had an urge for kids at that time. Don't know what came over me. You need to work on your apologies, good sir. Hopefully you learn from experience in a positive way. I did learn my lesson. I am honestly sorry. I'm such a fucked up person. I honestly don't know what went over me at that time. I'm gonna leave the internet for some time. And this is where YandereDev and his moderators are even more involved. And this is one of the worst things in relation to him and his community and the people that he chose to moderate for him. Hashtag channel mod business. YanSim channel after Joel was confirmed as being a pedophile. Thanks to Honey and Vanilla Tea for sharing these screenshots. These are all mods, by the way. Ah, sorry, you're right. Sorry to hit that Jolie and who the fuck uploaded that. Let's move past it, please, for now. I just hope Joel is safe. Somehow, as Spritza said, we should probably continue our work and do our best. Joel messaged me a little while ago. He's abandoning his account and thanked me for being a good friend. Sad face. Everyone's sad facing. Fuck. He left me an award before leaving Reddit. I feel so helpless. I want to help people, you know. I just hope he'll be okay. And they're all crying and hugging one another. I just came back and holy shit, it doesn't sound good. I hope he will be okay too. Wait, Joel. Sirius is causing drama too to make things worse about this. Dev said it would happen, and I'm aware of at least one other person. I feel utterly disgusted at this point from what Sirius has done. Now Joel being gone from here makes it worse. Feels like way too convenient for Sirius to just post this the same day this shit happens. Joel isn't gone, he has his bots. can still come around. Let's not think negative thoughts. I'm just assuming, of course. I just wish I could done more to help Joel. Same here. Do you understand how fucked up this is? What they care about? They care about more his fucking well-being of the pedophile than, you know, the people that he tried to ERP with. Joel is a dear friend to me. Seeing this happen to a friend, I'm really sad now. I'm going to miss him. Makes me sick too. He's been here for me even literal years. He was a best friend to me even. Makes me angry to know that someone would do this. I don't want anything to happen to him. Joel didn't deserve this. No one deserved this. It makes me angry too. He doesn't deserve this shit at all. He has a good heart, would never do anything to hurt anyone. But let us continue to work on our team. As Joel posted, someone is still spying on us. Especially to be labeled as a pedo as well. It's disgusting. Ah, yeah, true, Dolphin. You're right, Dolphy. Sorry, YDF. If you don't want us discussing this, we don't need to give them any reaction, as hard as it is. Okay, and we need to remain silent in here. The spy is still among us. Yeah, I just said that. Sorry if I got too emotional or anything. I just got angered by all of this. No worries, but it's best to keep it to DMs. Yep, don't expect too much here. Joel knows how much we care. And then YandereDev chimes in. That's true. I'm 99.99999 whatever % certain I know who the spy is. Would you have a problem with me removing someone from the mod team if I'm over 99% sure they're a spy? Not at all. We have to protect our team. Yeah, maybe. Dev, you're the boss. However, whoever you want to hire and fire is up to you. We can simply make suggestions. Do you see what they have, like, what YandereDev has problems here with? Finding the spy. And not the fact that every one of these fucks is covering for Joe. This is one of the main problems I have with all of this stuff. Like, all of this abuse of volunteers, all that's is bad as shit, but this shit is just beyond anything else. Yeah, it's nice that you care about us, but you are in charge. Yeah, you are. Do what you think is best, Dev. And then he makes an announcement. The user who created and maintained our bots has left the server. Fortunately, I've acquainted with someone who has the know-how necessary to host, maintain, and update the bots from this day forward. Control of bots has been transferred to my acquaintance. They will remain anonymous and you will not be introduced to them. There was a point when nobody was personally introduced to Spirit Bonded, when there was just a nameless, faceless person who was helping me behind the scenes with no connection or any other moderators. That's how it should have stayed, and that's how it will be with the new bot manager. Any requests for changes / improvements to the bots should be sent to me. And here's them agreeing with, you know, removing the person that's the parent spy. God damn. And here's them sucking up to him. Overlord, I like this idea very much. Yeah, it's a good idea. Follow your lead, Dev. Have to work tomorrow on my day off, so I need to sleep now. I let things be unknown to us when it comes to keeping the server safe. After what happened to Joel and other issues beforehand, we need to protect protection from Dev. Night, Lily. And there's more. Yeah, haha, just saying, if you were legal, I'd chase after you. So if it's another moderator, by the way, if you remember, the Regulus fellow was one of these here. It was somewhere in here. Either way, back to that one. Yeah, you're just saying I thought you were legal. It chased after you. Sorry if that sounds creepy. Nah, it doesn't. But you have this kind of looks I'd be into, and I know many guys like Chris and I are out there. I just look really intimidating unless I'm laughing. I doubt so, honestly. You aren't looking hard enough. You dig older guys, but you're looking too old. Also, don't forget the Dom/sub community. I'm a switch. I'll rip someone's head off without issue, but at the same time, don't mind letting the lady take the lead. Yeah, the LG is pretty interesting. Well, it depends. The baby thing is weird at ACF. I lay it out for you. I'm a 31-year-old man who has done many things in his life and has near triple-digit body count, and I found you attractive. The body count thing is me fighting ISIS in the last 2 years of military enlistment. And you seem like a very nice girl. You'd be surprised at the quality of man you can find if you're a patient. We all have our issues. And to be frank, sometimes a woman should be pinned down and fucked into the mattress if she's up for it. I'm a bit weird. Meh, that's normal, I think. I'm off to bed, but one more lewd thing. You're taller than I am. This means I don't have to lean down too far, if at all. Motorboat or loot your tits. Oh. And yeah, that's the type of people that are in his moderation team. I don't know if they're still there, but holy fuck if they are. Jesus Christ, man. I don't know how people didn't bail from him after this shit. Because this shit is public. It's not like people didn't know about this. I don't know how this was justified. Or if they put some kind of spin on it. Or if this is just a whole, like, weird gay-up. But it sure as fuck looks weird from this point. But we're not done yet. But the development saga is almost done, and we're gonna get to the latest allegations very soon. So do not worry. You will not be held here for the rest of your lives. But let me get back to the point of it all. And after this whole incident, YandereDev just continues to lose his mind over very, very weird shit, especially on Discord. So let me put up some stuff. Here it is. I received too many DMs to read them all, so if you want to get in contact with me, you should use email. Sorry for the inconvenience. Again, the email thing isn't resolved at all. He's just making worse for himself. Then he goes to the. Then he gets asked by a couple of people on his YandereDev Reddit account, and he compares himself to XQC. We're not reading all of this because it's just another thing that him pitying himself, him mentioning the shit that's been happening to him over the years. We all know this. More. If it took 6 years to make Osana, because at this point it's 2022 already, by the way, will it take 60 years to finish the entire game? I didn't spend 6 years working on a rival. I spent 5.5 years working on all the rivals' features that would make it fun to limit rivals. And then again, he makes more excuses for why it took 6 fucking years. Here is him making more excuses for himself and more of that pity party throwing stuff. And he calls people that are on this r/Osana subreddit a cult. He outright calls them a hate cult in this one. So yeah, on top of getting paranoid, he's just losing his marbles more and more every single time. And at one point, since his audience is full of terminally online minors, and people are complaining because the game has such and such content, which is with underage characters, as if that's the problem and not his behavior and the one of his moderators. But these people are probably oblivious to all of these problems anyway. So he pretty much changes changes the direction and the setting of Yandere Simulator from a high school to a post-high school academy, whatever that means. At one point, he gets pissed at the guy so much that, you know, asked him a question, he just spams him with a link to a channel that would answer his question. That's how pissed he got with this one. Here's him complaining that his crowdfunding campaign, which again still hasn't taken off. Remember how it was mentioned in that previous video in like 2019. It's 2022 and he's still talking about it. But now he has another reason he could complain about it, because there's character assassination videos going around and the campaign will just fail because of that. Again, more reasons why the campaign would fail and what he wants to do after that. And here's, I would like to finish the game and I won't be able to do that if I constantly add new things forever. So I would like to put a cap on the amount of planned content, but just a few more things into the game that I deem to be necessary, and just focus exclusively on finishing the game. He's been saying things like this for years and he just continues to bend the knee to the feature creep, just keeps on adding useless shit. I feel that people use the term fan game in a very broad and misleading way. An official illustration of Mario is Mario fan art, and an unofficial story is Mario's fan fiction. To only call something Mario fan game if it's about Mario, or if it features Mario as a protagonist. And he makes these points to say that the Yandere Simulator offshoot games, which are copycat games, are not real fan games. They're just 3D school assassination games, not fan games. That's his justification. Here's someone reporting something to him, and he kind of blows up on them too. YandereDev, huh? You should put a texture for the Ryoda. You're not supposed to see the texture. Yep, that. But as a joke, no, I shouldn't. Go fuck yourself. Pretty much flips him off because someone reported back to him. And the continuation of that. LOL. That's rude. Emotional damage. Telling me what I should do is rude, especially when it's objectively wrong. If someone's going to try to boss me around, they should at least come up with something meaningful or valid to tell me to do. It was a joke, I think. Yeah, Jan, it's your game. Don't let people control you. Keep your jokes away from me, Dad. You see how much he lost his mind. Remember these statements where he said that interacting with this community was the only thing worth shit? So yeah. Here's him saying that he will be reporting more bugs and fixing more and more bugs, because every single new fix causes more bugs. August 6th, more bugs today. 7th, more bugs today. 8th, more bugs today. 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. And so on and so forth. Someone tried to post a fake screenshot of YandereDev's account on Steam, and he plays like shitty hentai games. This turned out to be false. Again, as I was saying, some people try to pin terrible shit on him at the same time. He adds an etiquette rule to his server, adding very weird contrived rules to it, like how you should behave on the server. When young and immature people join the server and demonstrate annoying and obnoxious typing patterns, I can create an atmosphere that discourages more mature fans from wanting to participate in the community. If you exhibit childish and irritating typing patterns, you will be timed out. Examples of obnoxious typing patterns: typing in all capital letters, putting cutesy emojis words in the end of negative statements, ooh bestie, overuse of certain emojis that are exclusively used for low effort shit posting, like the crying faces and skull emoji, ending sentences with dash, saying help when someone surprises you. 6. The server is not TikTok, and this server is not Stan Twitter. Do not speak or behave in the server in the same way you would speak or behave in those places, even if it's to be ironic. The list will be expanded to include more obnoxious and immature speech mannerisms as they are observed. In general, you just do not send messages who would not create the impression that Yandere's simulator community is dominated by annoying children. Yep. And then there's more. Anyone who doesn't talk about YS and usage channel for anything else is getting timed out for the week. Don't use these emojis. This is not culture we want to have here. This is not TikTok. Don't act like you're on TikTok. And then he gets reactions with the things he told them not to use. More of that. Sorry, but you gotta read etiquette. We don't want the kind of annoying ass culture in here. He gets so butthurt to the point that where emojis start to bother him. Absolutely deranged. Go away, annoying little children, as people are talking about the game. Conversation is getting weird and looking like a bunch of annoying little brats. So every single thing now annoys him. And then, instead of just typing anything, as he gets more and more annoyed, he just makes this fucking face. And it's pretty much every single time he's gonna make that face, it's gonna be that. Wouldn't it improve the community if you just start banning people who constantly send utterly stupid messages? You're about to join the cult of people banned from this server. Again, because someone uses emojis and they're talking about things that YandereDev doesn't like, even if it's not breaking any server rules. Time to add new stupid shit to the etiquette channel. Yeah, now time to ask YandereDev to add spam channel. Question mark. Fuck off with your stupid dumbass spam shit. Get the fuck out of here, fucking insufferable. Again, the guy that wanted to interact with his community. LOL, spam yourself. And points out to rule 1. Don't acknowledge trolls, don't talk about drama. This is the most important rule. You cannot follow this rule, you will be banned. Then someone talks about the 1980s mode in his game. And then someone asks, how is everyone doing today? And the dev says, off topic. And tells everyone else to go off topic. Because everything annoys him. Then if you want to know how his progress on the game is in 2022, you will know that next stream will be concluding my 130-hour Xenoblade Chronicles playthrough by defeating the final boss. So, still streams so fucking much, and the game's development is stalled fucking forever. Someone tells him about the placement of the minimap. I don't like the place of the minimap, to be honest. Maybe move it to there. Place doesn't matter at all. It's there to test functionality. Don't judge it by its placement. Okay. Just test it if it creates bugs. KK. That passive-aggressive face. Here's someone showcasing him how you can speedrun his game and kill Osan in like a few seconds, and he calls it lame as fuck because it is not the way the game is supposed to be played. It's supposed to be played like fucking Hitman or any of these other games that are good that he actually likes. More. rewarded to clarify. Price. People complaining at the price of his game. Yandere Simulator has been free for 8 years. However, after MI is implemented, the game will be have so much content that it will no longer be comfortable giving it away for free. After MI is complete, I'll put the game on Steam and start charging $5 for it. After all things rivals are in the game, the price will change to $20. Anyone who bought it when it was $5 will have to rebuy it when the price changes later. This is the current plan, but the exact numbers might change in the future. Like, he's just becoming like a very, very little Hitler with this. Constantly angry, constantly changing the rules on everybody. People are complaining about the price. He tells them to stop whining about the price, then gets hit with a weird cat meme that pats himself on the back. I'm going to add to the rules to make it timeoutable if you keep complaining about it. Gonna have to make a server rule not to complain about the price. Imagine working on something for 8 years and hearing people tell you that your work isn't worth $20. Then he makes a cope post about what his game actually is and compares it to Genshin Impact. Yandere Simulator is the type of game that regularly receives new content. My focus is on periodically adding new features, new activities, new characters, new weapons, quality of life improvements, etc. It doesn't make sense to say, did this game release yet, or when is the official release? My objective for years now has been to continuously improve the game with updates and new content. I believe that a continuously improving game is more meaningful than a game where you just stab 10 girls and you're done. Genshin Impact is an example of a game that's regularly updated with new events, locations, characters, etc. But you wouldn't call Genshin Impact a game that isn't finished, right? That's really funny, comparing Genshin Impact to his game that just has a bunch of people stabbing one another and a whole bunch of unfinished features. Same games are simply the type of games that the developers support long-term with constant updates. That's the type of game that Yandere Simulator became. There is a mode with Yandere Simulator where you can eliminate 10 rivals, see the credits roll. If that's your criteria for a finished game, then the game is already finished in that sense. Hope that clears things up. New feature, and then he pretty much strikes something from R. Osana because someone posted it without his approval from his game. And he files a DNC takedown on the R. Osana subreddit. YandereDev, genuine question that didn't find on the FAQ. I really don't mean this in a derogatory way, but in a lot of ways your videos mention how you overworked your field. Have you considered hiring people to do more work? I like to, hire a lot of people, but hire up people who can help organize different sections of the game so you can focus on one thing. He's done multiple videos on why he doesn't hire people. Hiring people isn't easy as it sounds. Those people will take time to train. And then he responds, the problem is a lack of money. The entire purpose of the upcoming crowdfunding campaign is to gather that money. I've made multiple videos explaining this. Again, campaign that will not come out. Then he wastes more time explaining like timelines for his games, like lore nobody cares about. Here's him Here's someone complaining to him that Japanese schools don't have cafeterias. Makes these passive-aggressive faces a few times at them. Makes more of these faces. And then says this: you don't know that more than a guy who has spent 8 years researching Japanese high schools. Then he's after that, like a Turkish news station decides to shit on Yandere Simulator, saying that it corrupts youth, and they make a whole fucking video about it in Turkish, and also post an article saying that basically that his game is the devil, which probably didn't put him in a very good mood either. Then someone asks him on Discord if he supports the LGBTQ, and he responds with this face. And feels like there's only one reason you'd ever have to ask the question. If he says no, I can shame him on social media, which means that anytime anyone ever asks that question is with negative intentions. No, they're already here. Meaning the LGBTQ characters. And this is the only time he actually was happy in his Discord, when someone gives him ass pads for Samus, as he fucks Samus, because, you know, if you remember, one of his dolls was dressed up as Samus, one of his fuck dolls. No matter what feature the dev works on, he always manages to nail it. Just like when he nailed Samus last night. And he posts laughing in smug faces. Then he has this cope. As we are entering 2023, Yandere Simulator isn't really the type of game where the focus is to get finished. It's one of these games that is released for free with an incomplete story mode and regularly updated with new content. It doesn't matter that, you know, he said that the game's gonna cost $5 and then 20. Here's him complaining about more kids and more content for kids. It doesn't matter that his fan base is still populated by these adolescents. The type of thing that kids post, where the video and image is extreme close-up of a person of a cartoon character's face making a weird expression. The server isn't for kids, please don't act like a kid here. And again, more spragging about the kids, and it goes on in 2023, where he makes weird notions about that he has too many kids in his servers, even though, you know, it's been like this for years. But since everything's bothering him nowadays, it's just all par for the course. He adds more rules to his etiquette stuff, like responding okay after someone writes a long detailed message, saying bro instead of he and sis instead of she, saying not me before describing an action that you're performing. This server is not a TikTok, this server is not a Stan Twitter, and so on. Here's him saying what anime he likes and tell people to read the rules to find out what anime he likes. Here he voices a cat, wasting more time. I have a clip of that, but I will not subject it to you because it's kind of disgusting. Here he tries to explain to people that why his game characters are now 18 plus, and he changed it from a high school to his post high school academy or whatever. Essentially, a lot of this is cope, and he's very angry about it. He makes a very drawn out post about drama, which is essentially reiterating the hate and shame stuff, and he doesn't say anything new other than, you know, whining about his station in life and saying that he's been at it for 9 years, and it's nearly impossible to be productive while experiencing abuse and mistreatment every hour of the day. The game that I'm developing definitely would have been finished by now if I had never been the target of multiple year-long mass harassment campaign. Yep. Here's him linking to all of his debunk stuff in the same drama post. Here's him a random fan having a reaction to a game. What do you mean by that? Basically a game that bamboozles you into thinking it's about cute anime girls only to be hit by a wave of emptiness and depression at the end of a story, and he responds with, "It costs you nothing to say that." Anyone can make the claim that they created something. It would be deep and philosophical and could be invoke specific feelings in the viewer. Talk is cheap. Instead of bragging about how awesome you think you are, how you actually go make something impressive and then show us. The Yandere sim was made by you. Wouldn't exist because you spent all your time boasting about yourself on Discord instead of actually making it. How much backlash did you get for the high school thing? Enough bitching for him to actually change it. Despite the fact that he says that he will never bend down to like SJWs in the early years of the game's development, where saying SJW was still relevant. And essentially the kids bullied him into changing the game's direction into that. So that's how much principles he has. But don't worry, we're almost at the end of this. We have one last arc remaining. It's not gonna be that long, but there's very important stuff in there. Then he updates the etiquette stuff more, with more shit. Using words like pookie, pookums, pooks, or any variety thereof. That's incredibly specific, but I guess it bothered him on that particular day, so he decided to add it to the etiquette. Here's him bitching more about the volunteer stuff, and him not having any motivation to deal with it anymore. And then acting entitled when the volunteers don't deliver what he wants. This kind of shitty to volunteer to do something and then just never do it. If you're not going to do it, then don't volunteer in the first place. The volunteers are greatly appreciated. And then he responds, I strongly dislike your attitude, not. Just leave the majority of your messages are going to be so snide. And yeah, this is pretty much it before the latest allegations. And we're getting into these allegations right the fuck now. Because the stream has been going on for 6 hours. And shortly, the stream is gonna be as long as the development cycle for Yandere Simulator, so let's not get to that point. But this one will have to be discussed in length and with attention to detail. So hold up, I'm gonna get it done. Development nears the young years. Recent happenings. There it is. Divided into 6 parts, but not that long. So, a full context here. The person here that's apparently groomed is called Jelly, and the person that's making the video about her is called Ali MC or something like that. And before this video actually dropped, Ali MC and Jelly had a conversation about it on Discord, in which Jelly kind of got cold feet about the video being released, and they had a whole discussion about it. So give me a moment. Right, here it is. You could step away from the internet for a while after the release if it'll help. At least the way you won't have the situation hanging over you and continue to worry about it. There's nothing Alex can do to you. I promise you're safe. He's just having a tantrum to try to avoid consequences for his own actions. Being his usual asshole manipulative self. You'll have friends, you'll have support. Everyone here is for you and wants you happy and well as on the other side of this. I just want it uploaded right now. I'll hold off on it for now, but really believe it if it's a mistake. I don't want you to regret not coming forward, as you always encourage other victims to do. I can't handle it, maybe in the future, but right now I have so much going on. I feel like you're being really unfair to yourself. It's a mess of emotions, believe me or not, I have been there. I know for a fact, but you don't want to let that creep win and continue abusing people. Don't let him scare you off like that. You deserve better than that. I just don't want it. I know you do. Maybe not in the moment because you're scared. I know you are. We all are. If you don't want it, you'll have worked this hard and pushed as much to expose him. Don't be afraid of Alex. He shouldn't be allowed to win after all you've done. You owe it to yourself to see this through, and it will help other victims of his as well. And he'll never be able to hurt anyone again. I know this is precisely what you wanted. You've talked more about other victims than yourself, so I know how much you care, how much you want to help them. I wasn't joking or bullshitting when I said you're a person worth looking up to, because you're doing so much for so many people. I'm feeling very uncomfortable with this entire situation. I'd like the video to not be released. I'm sorry for having me work on it for so long for no good reason. I don't want the video to be released. I know and I completely understand. This is a scary thing to confront head on. Is there anything I can do to help? Is your decision, but honestly, I feel like you're delaying it now would be a mistake. Now that audio has already been released, so many people are anticipating the video very soon. I would feel awful if the situation was left hanging over your head and you don't get closure from this. Because you deserve closure and to be done with this. I promise you will feel better after you're on the other side. And we'll be here to help you if anything you need the whole time. I feel like my best option right now is to just not be public. Delete my TikTok, ghost the online friends I involved, and not talk about it. In the future, I feel truly traumatized. I absolutely will revisit the topic. But right now, I'm stressed and I don't think this video would help me right now. I believe that is just the fear talking now that we're so close. There's nothing Alex can do to hurt you. You deserve to finish this. Jelly, please believe me when I say you'll feel such immense relief once everyone sees him for what he really is. It will help you so much. You've been telling me that you scrapped the video and that is my choice. Could you please just not release it? I'm scared of the outcome and I'm overwhelmed by a lot of things right now. I just don't want it. I need you to please keep the video unreleased. Jelly, please take some time offline and connect with some in real life friends or family who can support you. And think about the honest truth. There are other adults who find this relationship and behavior of his conduct conducive to pedophilia. I understand you don't want to feel like you're ruining his life, but he's responsible for his own actions. Touch grass. I'm imploding anyways. You're mocking her. And I'll give you a bit of spoilers here. There's a lot of wrong with this jelly person that apparently got groomed. This is not victim blaming me. This jelly person is genuinely fucking fucked up, and we'll get to that. Stick around for that, because as I said at the beginning of this whole fucking stream, this whole thing is a lot more sinister than it looks. Both, you know, when it comes to what YandereDev did and what this jelly person actually did too. This shit is it's pretty fucking bizarre when we get down to it. But I won't say more until we actually watch the video that was dropped on this. I didn't watch it fully yet because I wanted like a genuine reaction to it, but I know what's in it and what's it about via like descriptions by other people. But let me get it up, lower the music, and we'll watch it in full together. Again, more disgusting stuff coming your way, unfortunately. The recent happenings.
A few words before we get started. There have been a lot of developments throughout the process of making this video, especially in recent days leading up to its release. And in many ways, this situation is still ongoing and there's quite a few questions that have yet to be answered. I've spoken with someone in association with YandereDev who was very respectful during our conversation, who just wanted to learn more about this situation like the rest of us, and I'll get into that more later. So I'd like to ask, please watch this video all the way through and be kind to everyone involved. Thank you. If you've been following this situation within the past week, you probably know it's been quite a roller coaster, but for those who haven't, let's get everyone up to speed. Back in July of this year, I was contacted by a 16-year-old girl and fan of the game Yandere Simulator, who I will be referring to as Jane, and she alleged that she was actively being groomed and sexually abused throughout the summer by YandereDev, also known as Alex, creator of Yandere Simulator. And she was reaching out to me to help get her story and gathered evidence out to the public while keeping herself anonymous. Throughout the next couple months, she continued conversing with Alex as she had been while collecting more evidence of his behavior in the form of Snapchat recordings and voice call recordings. If you're a fan of Alex and you've somehow made it this far without throwing down a dislike and angry yet grammatically questionable comment and dipping out of the video, please watch this all the way through. In fact, if you're a fan, it's even more important that you watch this video, because anyone who still supports Alex in any way needs to see this. You need to know exactly who you're supporting and giving your time and money to. I'm going to play the voice recordings now and I'll give my own thoughts later, and I encourage everyone to form their own opinion. For full transparency, these recordings have been lightly edited to condense for time and pacing with unimportant small talk removed. There are some specific portions I'd like to highlight, but the context itself has not been altered in any way.
You go to like bars and stuff?
No, I don't go out. I just stay inside and work on the game.
You should turn your camera.
Oh, you'll see how old I am.
Okay, look at you.
You're cute.
Yeah, exactly. You should. I will for you too.
I don't feel good about it.
Okay.
Oh, you're sweet.
I have a question for you.
What's the question?
I want you to like call off guard or anything.
Go ahead.
You talk to other girls, man.
No.
Okay.
Wouldn't it make me a bad guy if I did?
It would make me an upset person if you did.
You'd be upset?
And then it's just like, not like in a serious way, just like, you know, oh.
Am I a bad guy for talking to you? Should I stop talking to you?
No, you should stop talking. Well, I mean, like, you should, but please don't. Just, like, you know, pause. I like your company.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Do you think you can call like this more often?
Maybe. I had fun. You're funny. It's fun to listen to talk.
What if I'm not high next time? I just make it.
I would also be very interested in interacting with you when you are regular. I want to learn what regular you is like.
Okay.
But high you is very cute and fun.
Great. My hands were fuzzy.
Yeah, you do that a lot when you're high.
I do a lot when I'm sober too.
You're so cute.
You're saying that.
It's because you keep being cute. If you don't want to be called cute, then stop being so cute. It's simple logic. And I thought it was just normal.
That's not normal size.
Oh.
No, I think average size one of those in the U.S. is like 5.5.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how to respond like that. I don't know what to say about it. I don't have one, so I'm not like a penis expert.
There's this one really important thing to remember, and that's that all the money I get is donations from people who want to support me. And if I start working less, then they will think, oh, he's not working, he's lazy, I should not support this guy.
Why can't you start OnlyFans?
Okay, let's just hypothetically imagine I have an OnlyFans. Now, what do I post on the OnlyFans? You mean like just naked pictures of me? I don't think I'm good looking enough for anyone to want to subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Like,
when you turn 18, are you going to start an OnlyFans?
God, no.
Well, how can you recommend that someone else do it if you wouldn't even be able to do it yourself?
Like, personally, guys under 5'9" are just like...
So you're basically saying short men are not human and don't deserve humans, and you want them all genocided. That's basically what you're saying. I'm only 5'11". I'm barely... I barely meet the cutoff criteria for being a human in your eyes. What if I told you I'm only interested in girls with double D breasts? Anything less than that is just not attractive.
Well, I mean, like, that's your preference, but do you understand how cup sizes work?
Nah, no. Big as a girl's head. I want them big as a girl's head.
I have what are considered, these are A cups, isn't that crazy?
Because you're so skinny?
Yep.
So it's like the ratio of the bust compared to, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're very skinny and that's kind of hot. Sorry, am I a bad guy for saying that? Should I go die?
No.
Am I a bad guy?
And I can see where they got the idea from, but with context, it's not.
Yep, that's my life right there.
I don't want it to be something that you're going to get mad at me for asking.
Uh-oh. Okay, go ahead. Just go ahead.
There was like a girl forever ago, and she said that stuff between you and her happened when she was 14. Is that like true stuff? I'm just
No.
curious.
Nope. There's a whole story behind why that accusation even exists, but it's like it takes a million years. I'd rather not talk about it if I could just explain it with text.
I understand. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just curious. I just wanted a yes or no answer. I don't care why she did it. I just wanted to know.
There was no girl. There was a guy who made a Tumblr page where he made up the fake identity of a 14-year-old girl. And he said, oh my god, like, I knew YandereDev when I was 14. He said this and this and this to me. Oh my god.
If you remember, what he said on other instances is that at one point this girl was apparently didn't know that the girl that sent him the nudes was underage. He thought she was 18, and now it's just some guy catfishing him. So again, the story changes every single time it's told.
It's like an internet troll posing as a 14-year-old girl. Like, I could go to Tumblr right now and make a blog and say, oh my god, when I was 14, PewDiePie raped me, and like, I'd probably get a bunch of clicks and views. Oh my god, Mr. Beast, he touched my pussy. Because it's like, you put the name of a huge creator into the title of your whatever, and you can just get attention. There wasn't even any proof or evidence on the blog. People just ran with it.
Wait, hold on. Did you ever answer that question? I asked you if you were a virgin.
Yeah, then my phone rang. Very conveniently, I had to go flee to answer the phone call. Here's a question for you. What makes you think it's possible that I'm a virgin?
No, ask me that and I gave an answer. What was it?
You're like, maybe you were shy in college and you haven't had any time to meet people because of YandereDev.
Yeah, exactly.
If I'm a virgin, does that make me a pathetic loser?
Why would it make you a pathetic loser?
It's like, oh, this guy has no riz. He can't get any girl to sleep with him. Pathetic. Maidenless. No bitches?
Like, I'm half hoping you are, half hoping you're not. Because, like, if you're not, then, like, good for you, you had sex. But if you are, like,
You want to steal my first time? Well, I'm not very experienced with ladies.
I can tell. No.
Wow, okay, bye.
You just
How
don't
does he
have any
think
time.
this is
It was not like
appropriate
that.
for
You're
any
still
kind of
having time.
conversation?
Wow, so mean. You're such a bully.
Hi.
Hello there.
How are you?
It's an average day for me.
You probably have like a whole tree of things
Yeah.
with all their little branches of ideas, all that. Because you have been working on the game since I was 7?
I've been working on it I've been working on it since 2014.
Oh yeah, I was 7. I was 7.
You're
It's just, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to process that. So, I know that the official ages are 18, but like, is it high school?
No, it's a post-high school academy.
Huh. So how old is everyone?
Everyone's 18.
Just like 18 or like 18 plus?
Everyone there's like adults, like the teachers are older than 18. The headmaster is like 60, but all the students are 18.
Oh, that's weird. I feel like high school age makes more sense.
It would make more sense, but then everyone would complain, oh my god, the characters are under 18, so I have to contrive.
Well, one of the voices, the girl's voice, Jelly's voice, was edited to hide her real voice for this particular video. I don't know in what way YandereDev's voice is edited in this one, but if you're questioning the validity of this video, and if he really said that, he really did say that, and he actually admitted that on his blog, which we're gonna be reading. But again, there's a more sinister underbelly to all of this, and you'll find out what it is as I go through the shit. And this is still an ongoing story of what actually happened in all of this. It's pretty fucking creepy.
A story that makes them over 18 or 18.
Because everyone gets so mad about kids. Because, like, you can't sexualize minors. I mean, you can't disagree with that without sounding like a creep. There's nothing I can really say about that.
Mother Nature sexualizes minors. Puberty starts to give breasts and wide hips to children before they turn 18. It's not like, you know, a person does it to a child. The child's own body does it to themselves. It's not like an adult can go to a child and cast a magic spell that gives them breasts. Haha, I've sexualized you. I gave you breasts. And the child is like, no. No, the child just does it. The child's body does it automatically. A child gradually becomes an adult over time because...
Mind you, this is also the guy that talked about people having sex license and reducing the age of consent, which is also another thing I can show you later, but this is more important than what he said in the past, even though it gives context to a lot of things.
The puberty.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Doing it. What, does it sound silly when I phrase it like that?
It sounded really silly.
But it's true, though.
I'm unable to do this weekly challenge in SAS. It is so hard.
What's the weekly challenge? Don't masturbate.
Oh my god!
Undoubtedly, there's going to be some discourse over the severity of the evidence provided, as is typical whenever someone with an adoring fan base is exposed for acting in a less than decent manner. In my opinion, while the evidence doesn't prove anything outright illegal, because unfortunately, as fucking creepy as it is, there's no law against an adult simply having a sexually charged conversation with a minor, because sadly, the law doesn't do shit to protect children, it just waits until they're significantly harmed to take action afterwards. I feel that this could have easily been a stepping stone for further behavior that would qualify as breaking the law. A significant component of grooming, especially over the internet, is the normalization of sexual topics. If this relationship had continued on, who knows what would have happened in the future? Especially with certain Snapchat conversations, I don't want to assume Alex was basically waiting for Jane to turn 18, but there are aspects of this that definitely start ringing some alarm bells for me. At Jane's request, I had put together a 3-hour documentary-style video essay detailing some of Alex's past behaviors and mannerisms that could have been viewed as a precursor to these allegations. Then I also sat down with Jane for a total of 4 hours worth of interviews to get her own story in her own words. Everything was done to her specifications. She was involved every step of the way, and I would routinely send her segments of the video for approval. The video was set to be published on Friday, September 22nd, but as we were approaching the intended release day, one of her friends posted a TikTok with snippets from some of the audio recordings at Jane's request that went viral, and Alex caught wind of the upcoming video being produced. Following this, there were a series of frantic conversations taking place over Snapchat where Alex was severely guilt-tripping and manipulating Jane to stop the video, even asking her to lie on his behalf and threatening legal action, according to her. Here are some of the other Snapchat conversations that Jane managed to record throughout the course of their relationship.
Let me read those, in case you're not catching them.
Managed to record throughout the course of their relationship.
If I said wait 2 years and try again, does it technically count as grooming? I think so, legally. Yeah, you can't go from sexual talks with a minor to saying, wait until you're legal to continue this with me. That's I think, is the definition of grooming. But if I say, whoa, don't say that until you're 18, the subtle change is phrasing. Makes it grooming? Makes it not grooming? Perhaps? Not sure. I think anything implying you wait for me to be 18 is grooming. Oh, I look forward to the videos. I bought so many low-rise jeans. Those are my favorite. What? Wait about the videos. Do you want me showing off the clothes or actually putting them on and being undressed and stuff? Well, that would be super erotic. I'm just not sure what kind of stuff to send. Oh yeah, he also said seeing you undress. CP is legal and all of that, but if you don't care, that's fine. Oh, damn, there's more. Okay, I don't have a problem with it, but if anyone found out, they would. They would. Is there a way I could convince you? I'm just a year and a half away from 18. It is honestly that different. I seem desperate. Yeah, I think about that sometimes. 17 is 94.49%, 0.4% of 18. So therefore, being attracted to a 17-year-old girl is 94.4% okay. Well, only a few months until I'm 17. Like the physical differences between a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old is like less than a 6% difference. So being attracted to a 17-year-old is nearly identical to being attracted to an 18-year-old. It's not really a black and white thing where a person transforms overnight as soon as they turn 18. It's a slow transformation over time. If the age of consent was actually about keeping children safe, it would be 26, since that's when the brain is fully developed. The origins of age of consent laws had to do with voting rights. It wasn't actually about not having sex with kids. It was about giving landowners, married people, more rights. Yeah, I know about all of that, but my personal opinion doesn't matter whether or not I think it's immoral. It's still illegal for me to having a romantic / sexual conversation with someone under 18. Yes, no one in law enforcement would found out though. Personally, I have too much stuff going on in my house to ever have police anywhere near. I'd have to take down my whole garden, and that would strongly impact my source of income, so I won't be dealing with cops. Yeah, I know, but if you ever decide, fuck that YandereDev guy, you would anonymously release screenshots of some horny statement I made towards you. I could, but I haven't saved any screenshots and see if you did. This account has no ties to you. Not your name, not your Bitmoji. It looks like a fake account. And you confirmed that you added me on Discord. I suppose people would believe me just because they can. That's how Twitter works, but there are already a lot of people saying saying you DM'd them stuff. I wouldn't have any more substance of validity than the current rumors. Well, I wouldn't take a trip to the other side of the country, and at this point in time, I'm not emotionally available right now, since 90% of the time and focus of the game development right now. So the only thing for me to get out of this are loot pictures and videos to fap to, which I provide if you promise to keep it secret. Oh, heart emoticon. I would keep it secret, heart emoticon. Distribution of CP is legal for both parts. I can't press charges without also being charged, and I do not want people to court looking at my nudes. I'd kill myself. And I have a single dad, so I'd be disowned. I do have warn you that I don't share anything though. Not allowed to buy razors. Well, I'm not going specifically explicit. Send me nudes now, please. Well, well, I like hot ladies. Can I change the chat delete settings every time I leave and come back? I forget that I said, but it's up to you. Sure, but I might get real silent and not say much. That's okay. If you want me to change chat settings back, I will. I don't want to put you in a bad position. Well, okay, you talked me out of it. Nothing for me then. No, sorry. I'll send things. I promise. Oh wow. Holy shit. She actually sent him shit? Heart emoji. Heart emoticon. That was so hot. Heart emoticon. Thanks, LOL. I'm getting
This
nice.
next recording is quite a
Oh,
long
damn.
one, but it's the final piece of evidence that Jane sent me, which shows clear coercion and manipulation on Alex's part, guilt-tripping her and exploiting her feelings for him
Jesus
to get her
Christ.
not to come forward.
God damn. Wait.
Guilt-tripping her and exploiting her feelings for him to get her not to come forward.
This really sucks. So it's counterproductive to let the video happen. But I lost respect and admiration for you with the my chance daily life stuff. I didn't get into it with you, but I dealt with some serious childhood things. Wait, did he show her my child's daily life? Okay, that's fucked up too. Oh, come on. It was a manga I read 20 years ago. I am not saying I enjoyed it. I was just weird and made it stick into my memory. You seemed really bubbly when I talk to you about it in VC. God damn it. Just you're going too fast with this. Hold up. Seemed really bubbly when you're talking about it in VC because the mood atmosphere was bubbly, which I didn't record on audio. They jumped too much on this one. Can you consider it not judgmental man in my life ever, which is horrible considering you're a 35-year-old man. If you're the catalyst of the destruction of my life and career, then yeah, I'm not going to be in the mood to chat with you anymore. Surely you realize that, yeah, right? Yeah, I do. This really sucks. So it's counterproductive to let the video happen. And we read all of that, so I'm not sure why that upper part didn't show before. Which I didn't record on audio. I just don't know how to feel about how to feel on either side right now. I feel guilty because I looked up to you for years. But this relationship was totally not okay. I'm 16. I'm so lonely, miserable, and depressed, and I'm not happy. Of course, the one time a girl actually is nice to me, I got attached. We're so fun and funny and charismatic. It made me want to keep talking. I'm not an evil predator who goes around raping little girls. I'm a lonely, vulnerable man who made this mistake of being flirty to a girl who was a bit too young. It's absolutely no defense for any of this. Then please don't let this Holly. This how I personally felt happen, but this isn't okay. Could you take accountability in the exact way you just phrased it? And then I won't have to let the video happen, but people already know. I can take it back. It's your profile with your voice. I don't fully understand what it is that you are asking me to do. Yes, yeah, can you do that? If not, I don't know. I'm kinda panicked right now. Well, me too, panicking for about 16 hours now. My heart is all fucked up. You said heart palpitations. I could relate to that. I can't breathe or focus at all. I am full of panic mode over this. I understand. I don't know what to do. No VC or is that off the table at this point? It's just getting hard to type because of my eye. My eyes are watering. Disappoint the people since destroying a man's life is not worth it. I know better than to VC with you. You have shown me what the consequences are. Could be recording. Could be recording. Recording these texts right now, though. So either way, I haven't ever said anything villainous. In these texts. Okay, just this fucked up, and I don't deserve this, and I don't feel like you do. Feel like I'm exposing a boyfriend, but you're 35. You have some weird views. Just a lot of things. Please spare my life. I haven't done anything bad that I don't deserve to lose everything. Absolutely everything. Forever. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know what to do. This should be an easy call. I have a life outside of this. Me too. With way worse things going on, and I don't know what to do. Well, this is actually the worst thing that has ever happened in my life. Nothing else compares. I'm really sorry. Oh, genuinely sorry, and you'd save me. You are the only human on Earth who can save me. I might, but I need to think. I really need to think. I won't get anything in return if I save you from this. Please do not bring this much harm into someone's life to entertain some people on the internet. It doesn't benefit me at all to save you, but what if there's other girls? But what if you were lying? What about cisfs? Please do not please not do this to me. If you're truly traumatized, people need to be held accountable. I don't think I don't think I traumatized anyone. I don't feel traumatized, but in 10 years I might, and then what? You are the one traumatizing me. I'm sorry. This here is trauma. This is abuse. This is power imbalance. I'm being emotionally abused by you. I'm 16. You have the massive blackmail over me. You're 35. I was a fan. I can do nothing to you. I feel like you're right, which is making me feel awful. I really don't want to ruin life, but I also think I have to. I'm a lonely, sad game developer. You're a girl who secretly records, because I'm the only one with proof. You do not have to do this. Please do not do this, please. Dev, I really think I need to. No, you don't. I'm not a villain. I'll sit on this. I have done nothing wrong. You're really persuasive. A girl was flirty with me and I was vulnerable, so I flirted back. This is the extent of the situation. Oh, it's much worse than that. I'm not an evil, traumatizing predator. I'm sorry. I think you're right. I talked to Bug right now. Let him know. Ask him to take down the videos. But I need to contemplate stuff with Ally. I would be eternally grateful if you would save my life. Would you? There's good in you. You can make the right decision. What would you do? Well, first I need to some time to calm down and recover from the worst experience of my life. He's refusing. I'm gonna say I know what laws say, but I don't want to risk it. It's my decision as the victim. I don't know. It's my recording, so it's my decision to make, not yours. You can be forceful with him, make it clear that your word is final and he does not have say in the matter. Dev, I don't like this. This is textbook grooming. After this experience, I will never want to talk to a minor for the rest of my life. It is anti-grooming. Well, mission accomplished. I don't think this is how it works, but I'm trying to convince minor to stop being entangled with my life. So this is really as far as from possible grooming, from possible as grooming. I don't think that's how it works, but you're good at twisting situation. Master manipulator, I don't know. Grooming is like, mwahaha, I will ensure that I fuck this girl when she turns 18. Mwahaha. And you were just casual flirting with it, engaging in sexual stuff with a minor. Not planning to get with me when I'm 18. Meanwhile, here I am, being like, damn, I am lonely and this girl is the only person on earth who is nice to me. I'm starting to get a little too comfortable with this. I don't know. A groomer would have tried so hard to spend time with you. Play Phasmo, show on webcam, etc. Instead of avoided those things. I was distant because I prefer to be very distant from any minor or grooming behavior and not engage in it even 1%. Yes, very distant. I feel like this establishes that I'm not an evil villain with dirty intentions. Yeah, for sure. A real player jumps at the chance to ensure a minor, whereas I was distant as heel. I get it. I talked to Buck. We'll see. He's asleep. So wait for tomorrow to talk about that. Sorry for stressing you out. Stress. Sorry for panicking you. And almost ruining your life. My future is still in grave danger, but I appreciate your effort to prevent the video. I'm really sorry. As long as you take steps to reverse what is happening, everything will be okay in the end. Okay. I got out of hand. Thank you for seeing reason. Can I go to sleep though? I have school and it's 1 a.m. Yes, okay.
To be perfectly clear, Alex has admitted to multiple people that these Snapchat conversations and voice calls did in fact happen and that he did participate in them. I know there have been many fans recently not wanting to believe someone that they look up to could turn out to have done something so repugnant. So there were many claims from the fan base saying that the audio clips are an AI or the Snapchat isn't actually Alex. Anything attempting to preemptively discredit Jane, the evidence, and even myself. To an extent, I can understand it's hard to come to terms with a person you idolize doing something awful, but I can confirm Alex's admission to these texts and calls, and I hope in the near future he will do the right thing and make his admission public as well. And unfortunately, with Jane being a huge fan of Alex and being greatly infatuated with him, his coercion worked, and Jane wanted to back out and retract her allegations. She even posted a comment on another creator's TikTok video stating that he convinced her that ruining his career was bad. And really, I think that says it all right.
If you're a victim, how are you waiting for it? You backed out and had videos removed unless that's not you. I talked to Dev a lot of. He convinced me that ruining his career was bad. How so? I'm on your side, but I don't want you to think I'm cornering your anything. I'm just curious. I'm just waiting and watching.
There. Following this, I was unsure if I would be posting this video at all, because from the beginning I made it a priority for her to maintain full control of how her story is told at all times. That's something I pride myself on in the very few situations like this I've been involved in the past, is always putting the victim first. And so I told her throughout this entire process that if she ever changed her mind and didn't want her story to be shared, I would respect her decision. But that was if she came to that conclusion on her own, and sadly, I hadn't anticipated if someone she alleged was actively abusing her for months would push her into silence and not seeking proper help that she had so passionately wanted throughout this entire process. Not just for herself, but for other alleged victims of Alex as well, who have been in contact towards the end of the original video being put together. At this point, after discussing with Jane's friend, the alleged victims, and others involved, we were unfortunately put into a situation where we had to decide between Jane's wishes and the wishes of all the other victims who also couldn't speak out for themselves, and were begging us to post the video with the accompanying evidence to expose Alex for what he's allegedly done to numerous young girls. We were forced to decide if, at this point, this project had come so far that it had to leave the victim's hands, meaning Jane, and enter the public responsibility. Because without the evidence, and especially with Alex convincing her to backtrack her previous accusations, he would face no accountability, and we had to consider if this just meant he would become better at hiding potential future abuse. Would we just have to sit around and wait until this happened again to another girl? If we were to do nothing and this whole situation blows over and someone else did end up becoming victimized, we would feel at least partially responsible for not taking action when we had the chance to prevent it from ever happening. As I mentioned at the beginning, I've spoken with someone associated with Alex who wanted to learn more about the situation, being just as concerned for Jane's safety and well-being as the rest of us. And of course, being someone who is far closer to Alex than I will ever be, we had some differences of opinion, but there were also many things we agreed on. And while they don't agree with this video moving forward, they understand why those of us involved feel that it's a necessity. It was a very respectful and productive conversation, and I would like to sincerely thank this person for being cordial and reaching out to me. Unsurprisingly, though, this person denies that Alex ever had any malicious or illegal intentions with Jane. Though I feel with what Alex has said in these voice calls and text messages, the best case scenario, he led this girl on to allow her to view that they were in a romantic relationship and didn't shut it down despite having many opportunities to do so over the past several months. And worst case scenario, he's done some very illegal things And with those options, I am not taking any chances. Because I personally don't trust Alex enough to give him the benefit of the doubt. Even if Jane is lying about certain things, which I'm not saying she is at all, he still allowed these interactions to happen. Jane is a child, and he is the idolized public figure with millions of followers. She's compared coming forward with her allegations to a breakup with a boyfriend. So obviously she feels hurt and affected in some type of way because he allowed it to get there. So after much discussion with everyone involved, it was a unanimous decision that we'd gotten the ball rolling on this video and there was no turning back, especially with details and portions of the evidence already made public. A video with the evidence would be posted in some form. However, I went back and modified Jane's audio clips to disguise her voice as that hadn't been done for the original video, and we decided not to include her testimony given during our interview, which had been retracted in its entirety. It felt like a decent compromise with wanting to bring the evidence to light while also acknowledging Jane's desire to now be completely uninvolved. Since her retraction, she's been doing a lot to try to diminish the abuse, all for Alex's sake. It's a bit ironic because throughout the interview I conducted with Jane, we chatted quite a bit about the recent Colleen Ballinger situation, another YouTuber accused of grooming her underage fans. And it became a topic of conversations partly because Jane has been closely following the story and is a big fan of Adam McIntyre, one of Colleen's alleged victims who has been very outspoken about her wrongdoings. And in that particular case, when we've talked about it, she is able to objectively recognize inappropriate behavior from an adult. But unfortunately, she's got too many feelings wrapped up in this instance and wants to protect Alex at all costs. And this is why I and everyone else involved with the situation feel that the proof of Alex's misconduct needs to be made public, even if it goes against Jane's wishes right now. Make no mistake, continuing on and sharing Jane's story without her sickens me to my core. As a victim myself, it feels foul, because the last thing I ever wanted to do was further violate a victim's consent or remove their autonomy. However, this has grown bigger than one singular person, and people need to know about this. They need to know what Alex has done and make an informed decision on whether they want to support him or not, especially with much.
He already did an apology with a blog post, like he usually does. We'll read for that once this video is over.
Of his fan base still being underage. I'm aware that many people may strongly disagree with this decision to proceed with the video, and I completely understand and respect that viewpoint. So likewise, I hope everyone understands and respects the position we were in, choosing whether or not we would allow any potential further abuse to happen and more alleged victims to be harmed. We truly believe we've made the best decision for everyone involved under these circumstances. So, where do we go from here? It should go without saying I would highly advise against support in any form for Alex or his game. That includes views on his streams and videos, financial support of any kind, and yes, it also includes interacting with and playing Yandere Simulator. That's just my personal suggestion, and I'm not going to demand what anyone does with their lives. Before Alex or any of his more rabid fans start crying, "Cancel culture!" Alex is not entitled to an audience. He is not entitled to anyone's money or their time to watch his videos or play his silly game. He is not entitled to a platform, especially when he uses it to do something as heinous as participating in inappropriate conversations with his underage fans and then pressuring them into silence when they decide to come forward. Alex is not the victim when the power imbalance leaned heavily in his favor, and as the adult and public figure with tremendous amounts of influence and control over his very young and impressionable audience, Alex should have the wherewithal and the responsibility to say no. The onus was completely on him to put a stop to it, and he should have ceased all private communication the moment Jane said she was 16, but he didn't. Any consequences he faces from his own actions are his own doing. Of course, I'm much closer to this situation than I ever intended to be, and do admit that as a victim myself, I have tremendous survivorship bias. But I don't believe he is allowed to say, "Oh no, I'm so hurt, please pity me," when he gets burned from a fire that he set ablaze. The evidence clearly speaks for itself, in which even he acknowledges several times what he is doing is wrong, but he continued doing it anyway and even tried to provide some warped justifications for why it's okay, actually, that he's engaging in very sexually charged conversations with a minor. It does not matter if she messaged first. It does not matter if she went along with his sexual advances. It doesn't matter if she wanted his attention. She is a child. Someone who is neither physically or mentally or emotionally mature. And Alex is a 35-year-old man discussing his penis size, virginity status, breast sizes with a child, calling a child hot, telling a child it would be so erotic to model outfits for him, telling a child he could get lewd pictures and videos to fap to and that he'd keep it a secret if she provided them, discussing how biology sexualizes a child and so much more. There is no context or explanation that will ever make any of this acceptable. He made the choice to engage in this behavior when it should have never been allowed to happen in the first place. I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, and thankfully I know this does not need to be made any clearer for like 98% of people watching this video. But every single time in these types of situations, no matter who I'm talking about, there's always those select few who try to justify or excuse or diminish misconduct. And my patience and understanding for those still among his fan base with their rose-colored glasses on only goes so far. As for Jane, I know you may hate me. I will understand if you do, and I wouldn't blame you one bit. I've said it before, and I will say it again. I urge you to take some time offline and connect with some IRL friends or family who can support you. And think about the honest truth. If he truly did nothing wrong, he wouldn't have asked you to lie about it. There are plenty of other adults who find this relationship and behavior of his conducive to pedophilia and grooming. I understand you don't want to feel like you're ruining his life, but he is responsible for his own actions. No matter what you may have done, you did not deserve for this to happen. And the guilt and shame for anything is not yours to bear, and you have people who will be there for you to support you when or if you want it. To emphasize this point further, I do not condone hate or harassment towards anyone, and I ask that, especially in regards to Jane, please keep the comments kind and respectful. Don't even try me with no victim-blaming bullshit. I do not have the patience for it. She's not doing this for clout or attention, or whatever else some of his fan base have come up with in the past 48 hours. She doesn't even want to be named, and clearly at this point, she didn't even want the video to happen at all.
See, this might sound pretty bad coming from me, but I know a bit more than this person does after seeing what the people on Kiwi farms have dug up. And this is much more sinister than you think. And don't get me wrong, Alex is fully to blame here. He thought he was conversing with a minor. He is a pedophile, that's no question about it. But there's a heap or a lot of questions about who Jelly is. Because people have found out some really, really spooky shit about this girl. And we'll go through that stuff too.
As I've said, all blame and responsibility lies with Alex to prevent this type.
Like, you've seen how she was talking to him right there, like as if she was a fed, right? Which would be normal, like, you know, sting operation for pedophiles and shit like that. But again, there is more to this.
Of relationship from forming with a child. There is no such thing as a perfect victim. I cannot stress that enough. When Jane first reached out to me, she did make accusations of illegal activity on Alex's part, though there was no evidence for that specific claim, only her testimony, which has since been retracted along with her allegation. I know there have been people questioning why we don't go to the authorities, and this is precisely why. And let me just say for the record that I see and fully understand everyone's frustration and disappointment with this video being delayed and not being what it was initially promised. Trust me, no no one feels more frustrated and disappointed with this than myself and those trying to advocate for Jane behind the scenes. When I announced the original release day of this past Friday, the video was essentially complete, and I had every intention of posting it at the time I said. But Thursday was when a nuke dropped on the entire situation, and we were left scrambling trying to figure out—
Like, the girl was incredibly eager to do stuff, and she, like, kept being coy about talking to him. Oh, I like you, I don't like you, you're a master manipulator, or maybe you aren't. Maybe there's something else, or maybe I won't do it, maybe I will do it. It's very, very weird.
what to do. Perhaps I shouldn't have ever announced the release date at all. That is my mistake. But as I said, up until less than 24 hours before the video was set to go live, Jane was still acting confident about moving forward before she shifted so suddenly and drastically. So I do sincerely apologize for all the chaos and—
Yeah, that shift is one of the very suspicious things about this. And we'll go through this. We're going to be playing a bit of a detective with this shit.
Confusion and broken promises on my part. And I hope everyone can understand that much of this was out of my control. And when threats of legal action are thrown into the mix, our options become far more limited. I'm just an average gaming YouTuber trying to play games and do my own thing. And I wanted to be a voice for a victim who reached out for help to get accountability for someone she originally alleged was sexually abusing her. I understand not many people are going to take my word for it, but that was my only goal.
I trust this person's intention. But again, there's more to this.
Throughout this whole ordeal. If I had any idea just how much this would—
You mean this particular video? This video was first copyright strike, but we'll get into all of this. Because again, this whole thing is much bigger than you guys think it is.
blow up, and knowing certain things that I do now, I'm certain I would have approached this quite differently. My heart hurts, and this project has brought up a lot of things I tried to bury a long time ago. And right now, I just want to be done with it. Since Alex often likes to claim content of this type is only made by clickbait drama YouTubers making up lies and controversy for profit and blah blah blah, any ad revenue I receive from these videos discussing him and his nonsense goes to certain charities, such as RAIN, the largest anti-sexual violence nonprofit organization in the US, and NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, who provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness so that all individuals and families affected by mental illness can build better lives. These charities were chosen specifically as they relate to past controversies Alex has been involved in regards to more vulnerable communities over the years. Though, more often than not, due to the nature of topics being discussed in these videos, they usually get demonetized upon upload, and I suspect it will be the same for this one as well. So with that in mind, I want to encourage anyone who's made it this far in the video to at least consider donating to these organizations if you are able to, or whatever your favorite charity is supporting those affected by mental illness or sexual abuse. And on the off chance I'm actually able to monetize this video, I will happily donate any revenue earned as well. I'm not gonna lie, it'll be kinda weird to just go back to happy, silly gaming content after this, but it's probably best if we all go on with our lives as normal as we can after purging all traces of Alex and Yandere Simulator from our lives. Thank you everyone so very much for watching, and until next time, I will see you folks later. Bye!
Yep, that's it for the video. And now on to other stuff. Let me get it up and let me explain things that happened after this with a proper timeline that was established. Because again, I divided this latest arc into 6 parts. After the video was dropped, there was a series of copyright strikes on this particular video. And YandereDev, upon seeing the video, changed his Discord profile description to this. If you're a minor, do not attempt to flirt with me, do not ask me sexual questions, do not use sexually explicit language towards me. This is following by this. Have you talked with the parents of the victim so the police report can be filed. I think it's an important step to issue. He gets punished for his actions. This is a crime. Ali Marie is the person that made the video. Supposedly her parents are aware of the conversations, though I have no way to contact them myself. Where are the girl's parents during all of this? Did any of the recordings get sent to the authorities? I feel like parts of the situations weren't properly handled and it's only going to get worse. I believe her parents are involved now. Unfortunately, as laws against grooming are very weak in the US and we don't have evidence of anything outright illegal, it's not possible for us to go to the authorities. I have to ask, did you get her parents involved here, before, after idea for a video? How recently were they notified? We didn't have any way to notify her parents ourselves, but she has claimed they are involved now. And this is apparently the name of the person that got groomed in this situation, but she wasn't the one that put up the copyright claim on the video. This is Alex. This is YandereDev doing it in her name. Alex filed a copyright strike using the victim's real name against her wishes. More in the comments. See? Which actually showing which part of the video was claimed here. In a close-up. creatorevolutionbiz.gmail.com. Mind you, making claims like this in someone else's name, using your own, it's illegal. Alex has issued a copyright strike on the video using the victim's real name, which is why I censored in the screenshot, even though I know it's already out there. And I ask everyone to please do the same when posting screenshots of using her actual name. From a third party who's been in the direct contact with the victim, I can confirm she didn't even want this claim to happen, but they still filed her on her behalf, thus leaking her full name to the public when from the beginning she wanted privacy and anonymity. And make no mistake, these people are evil and will do whatever they can to cover up their wrongdoing. It is not legal claim for him to file on someone else's behalf, especially if they do not want it. At the moment, I'm unsure what to do about this. When filing a counterclaim on YouTube, they get all my information as well, which clearly I don't trust them with. And they could potentially take me to court if they feel so inclined to fight it. At minimum, it'd be consulting a lawyer and seeing what my options are. The video is out there, the uploads and mirrors have already been made across the internet, so the video continues to exist in various forms, even if this one is taken down. We know what you have done, Alex. You cannot hide from this. And the video then was taken down with a copyright claim. The victim did not file this claim herself. According to her directly, it was done on behalf of Alex and Cameron in her name. That horrible name choice is directly linked to him, not surprised at all. Alex Mahan attempts to silence evidence of Alex Mahan grooming a 16-year-old girl, then obstructing justice by turning her into silence. Of course, so again, they're trying to silence her, but Alex, bro, I thought things in the video were just taken out of context. I thought the video was just slender. Moving on. More. Hold up. Part 4. Jelly has a conversation with someone called Kagon. Kagon is a YandereDev detractor, has a YouTube channel. And this is the type of profile that Jelly has on her Discord, which is setting off a lot of weird red flags. Jelly Squish, small adolescent, Chris/Hansen, which you know is responsible to catch a predator. Ooba loop dub the loop, Minecraft TP, Tidepool, Aterranus, me, Lunar Client, Optifine, required to use data packs, see custom textures. Jellyfish joined the party. So this is his official server. Some people don't listen to music for religious reasons. We get into the conversation soon because a lot of this is just noise. I don't know, it's like ham or something. I dated a Muslim guy for a few months. So you're just boring. It's against his book about the guy with the magic or some. You should try Ayesha Erotica. The listening party is over. And then there's a lot of bullshit here that they're just talking about when K-Gon actually joins the conversation. That's when it becomes important. They just talk about music here. Here's K-Gon joining the conversation. First thing first, the girl in the video talks very dramatic and pressures the viewer to give so much attention as possible, keyword attention. You don't hype people with the fact you're abused. Second red flag, she claims to act on behalf of another person. What stops that person from coming forward and releasing all this herself? This has already happened not long ago with some weird Nintendo emulator developer whose friend claimed he committed suicide. I noticed it's a common thing for people to try to find YouTubers willing to talk about how they were abused. It makes sense if someone is big as they have an audience, but if they're nobody, it's easy to see that they're just there to take blame for the victim when the victim dips. It turned out the friend faked the message for outlash, and there were no suicide happening. While they're playing a victim, if you whiff just getting some attention from popular topic, in which case you would get even more attention. Good point. How many followers does that TikToker have? People have too much free time. Because mind you, if you remember what was in this video, is that Jelly has given this evidence of the conversation with Alex to some TikTokers for whatever reason, despite going to this YouTuber to make a video about this. Which is weird that she just, I don't know, makes a hype man sort of statements about this. Like, as these guys are saying, the hype surrounding this is incredibly strange. Why would you hype this thing up? And since YandereDev is a pretty bad person, to be honest, I don't really care anymore. I was in middle school when this drama was starting to cook, and now I'm working adult. Accusing someone like him as a scapegoat would be much more easier. Don't know, but probably not a lot. So this makes less sense. She doesn't have much views on her videos, averaging at 2,000. And here's Jelly Squish joining that conversation finally. Because I have no platform, I didn't want it released. Dude, just let me chill. No vid, no anything. I don't want it out. I want to be alone and away from this stuff. He will re-offend if it's your choice, but he will. Literally disregarded me saying I didn't want it out. Okay, so you're saying, so you are the thing behind this. I'm a girl Dev is friends with, and they took his silly voice clips out of context, twisted him saying, oh yeah, into him trying to blend in with kids to groom them, because he's so evil. Aren't you ashamed? For being friends with Dev? Being a snitch. Haha, what? I think about it. Did they ask you to talk for them? Oh, can you still see that? Yes, alright. I told them to stop talking about me and for multiple times. Your friends? They refused. Only one friend is involved, and he isn't a friend anymore because of it. Sorry, I lost myself. Who is the Dev? YandereDev? Yeah. And you're a friend of the groomed girl. I am the groomed girl. Right. What do you mean? Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you scared of him? No. Lol. He isn't scary. Do you seek help from a postal police? Who? What? You are miserable. What are postal police? Internet police. As simple as it sounds. No, why would I do that? Dev didn't groom me. People are just saying he did. Oh, okay. I clipped some of his audios from my own Discord server soundboards. Then my friends were like, ew, that's predatory. Get better company, really. I did. Totally avoiding these people now. They took it to TikTok and Twitter and Reddit. So now there's a stupid video coming out about them. Report them. I have. The biggest video was taken down. And the progress on the YouTube video has been delayed by 2 days already. Keep us updated with it. I'm trying. God, these people suck. I just got annoyed that Kagon said it was AI generated and I did it. It isn't. It's real, but out of context. Sorry if I didn't understand at first. I'm destroyed. Now I'm very convinced about the context of his speech about breasts. Which one? I need it now. We're talking about it, the big booby purple girl. Sorry, my alarm went off. Okay, alarm turned off. Moving on. Funny, isn't it? Which one? Kokona, I think. Yeah, it was literally just game talk. Who was the girl from TikTok? The voice of the person posting. Person posting is a former friend. The voice is me. The girl posted he's trans, he, him, and his name is Bug. Former friend of mine until he wouldn't stop talking about it after I asked him to stop. You talk crazy. Everyone is crazy around Yandere Simulator. I don't know you at all. I'm here from r/Osana to correct some misinformation. The VC of me of Dev isn't edited AI. It's just one of the out of context, so he sounds creepy. But with the context, we're talking about how big Kokona's boobs are. Where are you from? USA. What do you mean? These people here he's talking to, I don't know who that L person is, but Kagon is one of YandereDev's detractors. He has a YouTube channel. I'm pretty much dedicated to trolling him to some instances. Let's continue. I'm in the state. And why did you come here? I haven't been active for years. I'm irrelevant. Because you have been posting on r/Osana and I saw it. When? PA. The first thing, the girl in the video talks very dramatic and pressures the viewer to give much attention as possible. Keyword attention. A new thread has appeared. LOL. Who is this snitch? What are the other pages of that post? I'll be right back. I need to do something real quick. Alright, back. Who is this snitch? What were the other pages of that post? Linking to the Osana subreddit. Oh damn, I'm too busy for all of this. LOL. Anyways, just came here for that. Allegations are aren't fake, but they are being manipulated by people to make Dev look like a bad person, and the evidence is all but real. But out of context. Did YandereDev message you first? No, LOL, I messaged him. The post at the end is mine. At least this one fits his character. What a convenient excuse to release phone calls. And this is the I'm the victim, please drop the situation post from a subreddit, which I'm gonna be reading to after this. This is actually my post, which was then deleted by mods because r/Osana hates him. From the Yandere Simulator community on Reddit. I'm making the post here on the behalf of someone else who keeps getting banned when they're trying to post it. You know, Alex cannot afford the lawyer to do anything with the released phone calls. This is mine too, but posted by a friend. I don't care. Alex is my friend. He doesn't deserve his career ruined. He didn't groom me. Alright. This stuff being said about him right now is all half-truths. But when you told him how old you are, what was it? What do you mean? I'm 16. He knows that. Did you say you were 16 or 18? 16. How long have you been having these phone conversations? Dude, are you a fed? Honestly, no one's business other than mine and his. No, why? Is this a radioactive green glove that gives it away? Alf/Osana is extremely quick to call Alex a pedo. There is no conclusive evidence and all victims turned up weren't actually abused. Yet these dipshits will still basically take anything anyone says against Alex's gospel. How much I'd love to sit next to them and watch they sit without knowing anything, but oops, they are lions on the internet and little tiny bacterias in real life. They had you in front of them, they'd shut up. Alright, I guess I'm too close to the mic. Is this better? If it's better, then I hope it's better. All evidence about me is conclusive. But I personally don't feel groomed, so it's whatever. Can you just say what was the real story? I'm trying to piece this together. You've been talking to Alex despite him knowing you were underage, but you're not going to elaborate anything beyond that? Mind the word filter. Yeah, I don't know what this is, so here's a message deleted. The real story is that Dev got a little too flirty with me. I started it, and now people are calling him a pedo and a groomer, even though he never did anything sexual with me. Yeah, thank you. Like, he just called me cute and stuff, which is true. I'm super cute. You mean to say that you have initiated this conversation? And he isn't a pedo for it. Yeah, of course, I'm a skinny blonde girl. Of course I'm cute. It isn't a crime to call me that, but they're acting like he's grooming me by giving me a compliment. You didn't send him anything you were not supposed to be sending. Ooh. He never asked, didn't he? No, ew. He likes girls with big boobs. I'm not that, and I have a boyfriend. We're just friends. I could see Alex talking casually with a 16-year-old. He volunteers like AMZE were 16 when they're working for him, but he was a boy. But what was the context of that maturation speech? Yeah, he just said it was cute and funny, which is true. And I was high, so I was very funny when we voice called. What? I'm talking about his character is going through puberty. Next lie, you are sandboxed. You owe me some explanation after me going through out-of-body experience listening to the demented speech. It's like, how old are they? And he was like, yeah, you can't depict puberty in games without being called a pedo, so for the sake of the story, they're 18. And then he elaborated how the female development works in a silly but not creepy way. What lie? Sorry if I talked weird. I'm autistic, so please use sarcasm sparingly. Is that where you're being told in school at sex ed? Were you high from smoke or alcohol? Uh-huh. Marijuana. That's good to know. What? This entire thing is so weird. Alright, we get it. But the thing is, I'm trying to understand this. Why? Why did you record all that? For soundboards. He says some great things in streams, and he does in VC too. Was he okay with it? I clipped the funny stuff. But why a private call? No, I've apologized and removed them from my server. An autistic teenage girl high on cannabis talking with Alex about female puberty records him and proceeds to put him on the internet? Sounds like it's just another day in the Yandere simulator community. I think I put it on TikTok. Guy from TikTok did that and refused to take it down when I asked. I wish that were true. Gosh, how much I'd pay to be high and record a grown man without his consent and then make him look like a weirdo. I wasn't trying to make him look like a weirdo. It's not that difficult to make Alex look like a weirdo if you think about it. To be honest, yeah. He's a clown on his own. He says really weird stuff if you remove the context. Sometimes even with context, he's just a silly guy. We know he has issues. Stop the context thing. He was still talking about video game tits. It's in the character. The embarrassment is so strong I get second-hand feel of it. Well, if the situation did happen, it's a weird and alarming, but the entire thing is so bizarrely coupled with the fact that Alex's special needs, it doesn't seem like enough to call him a pedo. It lacks the necessary lust to it. Or the lust was available in his text conversation, but again, this has more depth as we go through this. He isn't a pedo. He's just a weird antisocial loser who happens to talk like a 16-year-old girl. Serious. He repels child probably only anime girls. Can you please tell us about your TikTok acquaintance a little more? I'm sleeping. Good night. Trans he him SJW who doesn't actually care about the victim and just wants clout. If that wasn't obvious. How did he get it? What was going on with the 2-hour-long video she promised? The 1-hour-long video is being delayed right now by Cameron, the composer for Yansim, and he got it from Ally, person making the video, or Ali. His histrionic personality disorder was glowing brighter than a Fed at a protest. Person making the video got it from me. I asked her not to make the video because he twists his words and removes context. She said no, and is still making it against mine and Dev's wishes. By the way, what actually made you change your mind about Alex? Some clips from TikTok look doctored. I've had a crush on him since I was 9, and it isn't his fault I'm creepy. He didn't groom me. He wouldn't have to, even if he wanted to. Okay, now this is getting weirder. Keep going. I don't think I will. Alright. Brownie face. Didn't you say you have a boyfriend? Now you're saying you had a crush on Alex when talking about him? You understand how you shouldn't have been caught in a private conversation with a guy like that? Yeah, it's harmless. To crush on my boyfriend is still great. God, he must be desperate. Like how guys have girlfriends still have crush on a Scarlett Johansson or WTV. Celebrity crush. But I'm chronically online, so my celebrity is deaf. I do. And autistic. Yes, it does matter. Is that important to the story? Well, this kind of a story that would get featured on the New Zealand Fruit Forum. Is Kiwi Worms. I've had autistic people in my class at school. My stepbrother is autistic, and all the autistic people I've met in real life are as bad shit insane as the ones on the internet. They'd be ashamed. No, we just act normal in real life. It's called masking. YandereDev got talking about boobs in a phone call with an autistic girl who had a crush on him. Yeah, which is way different than YandereDev groomed me a girl since she was 9, which was what people are saying. They acted normal online too. Do you think I'd act like this around people I know in real life? Wouldn't be surprised. You don't have to have autism to have weird internet. It's just an excuse. Exactly. Dev is so real. Oh my. Did you show Dev any of my messages? No, I just sent him the Reddit link. I don't mind. I'm just curious. Cam told me not to engage with you. I'm not supposed to be here. Cameron is one of YandereDev closest associates. We'll get to him too. Sorry, Alex. We know you're not a child molester, but you really gotta watch out for videos like this. Who told you not to engage with who? Cameron, Dev's friend. With me? Told me not to engage with you. Yes. Oh, sweet Cam. Why are you doing this? He doesn't trust y'all. Little fool. Why? Does he have a reason not to? Fair enough, but why? We covered his ass when he got under fire. Wait, I think I know why. Why? I won't elaborate right now, but he's doing everything so much worse. We don't bite. If you don't lie, then we swallow whole. Add jelly squish. Do I get it right that you're still actively chatting with YandereDev? Yeah, as friends, casually. YandereDev usually should really reconsider that. True, probably. Wait, how did you find the server? Possibly through Cameron? your YouTube channel from r/Osana. And they advertise me still? How nice of them. Yes. Did you know about big video before TikTok posts? Yes. If you knew what we're doing, why you let them continue? Because I have a hard time saying no to adults. Now, r/Osana will say that Jelly got forced and pressured into lying, further trying to crowbar their point home. Let's see if this is true. Take a hammer and hit it on your finger. They're already saying that. Ouch. If that implies absolute obedience to parents, that must be terribly irresponsible. I only have a dad, and he works all days. Not much to be obedient to. Did Alex really tell you he will sue you? He said to me he might have to, but he isn't going to as of right now. Should really drop the cannabis. Won't be good for the developing brain. This is the part I don't get. You're on the good terms with him. And why all the noise about the lawsuit, Fred? I would like to sit here and watch this court battle. The judge would have to go to therapy and the judge would resign. He might just wake up one day and say, feeling's pretty good, might sue someone. There isn't anymore. We're cool. You claim he knew you were 16. Yeah, he did. He's definitely the worst looking party in this situation. But Cameron said you told 18. Oh, interesting. By the way, why Cameron knows what's in your conversation? Cam thought I said I was 18, but Dev was mistaken. Very careful wording you picked there. He misunderstood ages in junior year, and I clarified before my first voice call with him. Dev told Cameron you said to be 18. I said I was junior, and Dev thought juniors were 18 because he was homeschooled. He didn't know. I told him I was 16 on Snap. What Snap? Wait, you guys talk on Snapchat? Yeah. I never expect Dev to have Snapchat. Yeah, I want to exchange snaps with him with the weird filters they are. By the way, what's the Snapchat? Nope. I only heard the name, never saw the screenshots. Here's one thing that's very important to know. Time he assumed you're being 18, and time you said you're aged. Yeah. Before we voice called, we started talking on Snap. One more time. When you told him your age before voice called on Snap? Was it before or after Boop maturity speech? That was just 2 days ago. Yes, about when I started talking to him, you were talking with him for 4 months now. It doesn't make any less weird to have such an odd specific conversation with someone underage. To verify your identity, we'll have to hear your voice. I think Alex's line between creepy and an educational is very blurry. Voice call? Like, he just can't tell the difference. Record it in a file. Why can't we just VC quick? I'm in bed and on the phone. Yes, that's very quick. What price do you think will work for us? Wow, technology. And then she recorded. Thank you. Do you have any more time to satisfy our curiosity? Talking to someone right now, so here's a clip of me just talking. You know, if Dev would be chatting with some girl, would know about it pretty fast. It just took 4 months this time. Yeah, I love him so much. He's so hot. I wish he would groom me. Don't do kids drugs. His voice. Did Dev say Cameron, you were 16? Dev told Cam I was 18. Sorry for bringing this up so many times. I think he's just afraid of being called a pedo if he admits I was 16. Cameron knows you are in fact underage. Yeah. This kind of damage he is not going to wash out. I mean Cameron, going around places asking people to flag things en masse. I want you to let us know. What was the full context of the boob talk? What was the premise? Who initiated it? How was it going on? And how it ended, please. I was high and I said, who was coconut girl with big boobs? Take your time to fill in the details. I initiated and it ended with me falling asleep after the voice call. Like we were just chilling. Can you recall specifically what prompted Dev to talk about maturation? It's very important detail. I said we were there. I said, wait, are they in high school or college? And he said high school would make us more sense, but insert talk about liberals, minors having boobs. Alex repeats this speech often. He should make an entire video on this at this point. this nature sexting minors, sexualizing minors is a strange way to say it's puberty. Yeah, he's just socially retarded and he doesn't know how to say things normally. Just to be clear, the primary reason for the delay is due to victim backtracking severally within the past couple of days on many allegations she's made. I personally believe it may be due to coercion on Alex's part based on the recordings that were sent to me before the victim cut contact with me. So at this point, I'm going to back through the video and remove her involvement so much as possible to focus more on the evidence of inappropriate behaviors that Alex participated in. The victim and I had done a couple of interviews that are now being removed, allegations she no longer wants included for safety reasons. And overall, because this is in many ways still ongoing situation, there's a lot more care that needs to be put into the final product that is being presented to the public. Or production, whichever. Can you comment on this? This is true, and Cameron helped me out with that, and I'm not being coerced. Dev would never have to do that. You made allegations against YandereDev, didn't you? Not quite. She spun it into allegations. What was it then? I was just stating facts. I spoke to Dev and I'm 16 equals Dev groomed me. You bragged about chatting in private with Dev. Yeah, because I've had a crush on him since I was 9. I was so excited. Why did you share your convos with her? It's been 7 years of me wishing I was his girlfriend. Multiple reasons. Mine one being friends talking me. He was creepy and wanting me to reach out to Ali. She asked you to record it? No. How did she know those records exist? Did you just throw it at her? Jelly squish? Please be so kind and let us know. I just threw them at her. What was the purpose of that? I don't know, to be honest. I was high. I keep asking you these questions because I have lots of them. Be patient with my curiosity. That's cool. So you just share your private phone calls with Dev. How long ago was it? 2 months. I see. You have been recording them and making sure to prove it I was him you talked to. Right? To brag. Here's another thing. How long that project video was developed? If you know that detail. Jelly Squish, 2 months. If you know that they were doing, why did TikTok spill to say stop? You essentially have been providing them with material. Took Dev being vulnerable with me, and then I got genuinely feelings for him and I wanted to back out. He opened to me about personal stuff and I don't want to get into. I feel like super horrible person because I was being one. And I pulled the plug and they wouldn't listen. You can share this in my DMs if you want. I never capture my private conversations, only public ones. Nope, not sharing that one. I respect his privacy. There's very little amount of respect you have, if you ask me. The key to all Alex's secrets is his cervix and working vocal cords. Don't make it any more weird, alright? I'm going to bed. Don't be weird while I'm away. Can't sleep. Good night. I also sacrificed like 2.5 hours of sleep for this. But thankfully, it's a weekend, so no work tomorrow. How to work because I have to pay for extra education I'm going to have next year. So what difference did it make to the situation? Nothing? Everyone needs therapy. I need a double whopper and some fries. And this part is over. And as you see, it gets much weirder, especially from her side. Especially what the Cameron guy is doing, because all of this is starting to seem a lot of sinister. And again, this is not defense of anything that Alex did, because Alex did pedophilic acts, thinking that this girl is 16, and then having sexual conversations with her on top of, wanting her to dress up for him all sexy like shit. Yeah, there's no defense for that, but this still goes deeper, believe it or not. This is not over yet. More. Next part. There is a twist to this, believe it or not. After this, Alex did have a response on Discord. YandereDev did respond on Discord. 90% of DMs I get are harassment, but sometimes fans DM me and say they want to be friends with me. I usually just turn them away and tell them I'm busy. A few weeks ago, a fan started DMing me and I tried trying to make friends. She reminded me of an old friend, so I did something I almost never do, and I agreed to talk with her. She was funny, and we gradually became friends. After 2 months, I agreed to do a voice chat. She let me right off the bat that she was 16. I didn't care because I will only judge people by whether or not they are nice to me, not by their age. The longer we talked, the more comfortable I got, so I started being very open and candid. For example, she mentioned that the people who got to her school know what OnlyFans is. I thought to myself, oh no, it's currently girls completely ignoring school because they are planning to reach from OnlyFans. So I asked her a very uh, so I asked her, started being very open and candid. For example, she wanted. So I asked her a very blunt question, like, "Are you going to make an OnlyFans?" If you hear just that question, you know nothing else about the conversation. You could interpret it as me as encouraging a minor to enter a career in pornography when they grow up. But of course, that was not my intention. The only reason I asked that question because I was trying to learn more about what the current generation of kids is being exposed to, what kind of life choices they're making, which is, this all sounds like some serious bullshit. Sometimes I spoke to her while working and wasn't focusing very much on the conversation. At times like that, I would answer the questions on autopilot without thinking very much about what I was saying to her. Sometimes she would fish for compliments, and I would give her the compliment I guess she wanted to hear, without really stopping to without thinking much about what I was saying to her. Sometimes I would fish for compliments, really stopping to ask myself if it was a weird thing for an adult to say to a minor. Sometimes she would make an adult joke or be flirty. Usually I would shut that down immediately. However, I was worried about hurting her feelings or losing her as a friend. So I tried to reject her advances without being too harsh. I didn't know how to do this properly, which led me to making a lot of awkward statements that completely failed to communicate that I was trying to turn her down. But well, that sure as fuck doesn't sound like turning someone down, especially with the Snapchat conversations are involved. Throughout the conversations we had, there were a lot of moments like that, and a lot of moments that really looked weird in isolation. But you know that context, and that's the motivation behind my words. I wouldn't sound bad at all. I again highly doubt that based on the Snapchat thing. Throughout the conversations we had, there were a lot of moments like that, and a lot of moments that looked really weird in isolation. But if you know the context and the motivation behind my words, I wouldn't sound bad at all. She thought that it was funny, so she started recording our conversations without my knowledge, so that she could share my jokes with her friends. However, one of her friends interpreted my remarks as showing sexual interest in her. They convinced her that I was trying to groom her, and that she should really release all of her recordings to expose me. Her friends pressured her into providing the recordings to drama YouTuber, who began producing a video about the situation. A preview of the video revealed that the intention of the video would be to categorize me as a predator/groomer by presenting clips of the conversation that sounded sexual. Gradually, the girl recognized how ridiculously out of hand the situation was getting. It had gone from "check out this funny joke YandereDev made" to a full-on hit piece of video meant to mischaracterize me as a predator/groomer. She didn't actually feel groomed or manipulated or victimized, so she instructed the drama YouTuber to stop making the video. However, the YouTuber refuses to listen. The YouTuber insisted on using the girl's recordings even without her permission to make a drama video. The entire situation is actually quite ironic. I always try to extremely hard to disapprove the hateful remarks that people make about me. Yeah, you guys seen all of that shit. By doing the opposite of what they expect a lot of me. For example, if people say I'm lazy, I'm responding by working more hours than usual. If people say I'm greedy, I'm responding by turning down opportunities to make money. If people say I'm interested in minors, I respond by adding rules to Discord server to actively discourage minors from participating. At every turn, I try the absolute best to disprove every ignorant and hateful false accusations that people make about me. But in this situation, I actually did the opposite of everything I usually do. Instead of trying to turn someone away, I decided to try trusting someone for once instead of being accusations, instead of being cold and distant. I decided to be open-handed. Instead of doing everything in my power to disprove the allegations that I'm attracted to kids, I made some remarks that sounded questionable when heard out of context. Please don't get tricked by the dishonest editing of the video. And please don't misinterpret any statement that I made in some sort of predator groomer who makes a habit of saying inappropriate things to children. There are very obvious differences between an evil predator and who preys on kids and a socially awkward guy who did some stuff that sounds weird when it's removed from context. Just hope that the most people are reasonable enough to tell the difference between those two things. Yeah, YandereDev 45 is a pretty good good thing, but I don't remember if EDP himself ever provided like this much of a blowhard justification for his actions. But again, not where this ends. Not at all. But don't worry, we're closer to the end of the stream than you think, but there's still more. I would feel bad if I didn't go through all of this. After Alex's response, there's the continuation of all of this. What happened after that? Is the I'm sorry that you can find on his blog page, which in which he basically apologizes everything that has happened, and the way he talked to her wasn't okay. I don't know if you guys want me to read that. You guys can read that on your own, but he basically reiterates a lot of things I've just read to you that he said on Discord, and adding an apology to the fact that, you know, he forgot to do that last time. And he basically expands on all of this. And then he donates to Rain, you know, that charity for survivors of abuse, and he donates $1,032.70. I know it doesn't instantly wash away my bad decisions, but I hope it demonstrates that I'm willing to do whatever feels necessary to be atoning for my mistakes. I'd like to apologize to my volunteers, to my fans, and to anyone who has ever called themselves my friend. I am truly and sincerely sorry. Actions speak louder than words. Also, I'm going to try my hardest to grow as much as I can from this and make an absolute sure that nothing even remotely similar to this ever happens in the future. Added, please don't bash the fan who DM'd me. That's the last thing I want. And here's the disrespecting the victim post, which essentially reiterates what this whole story with Jelly was, and how it first came to be. As this person who is Jelly says this: you've probably seen a TikTok claiming that Dev groomed me as a minor. There was a video recordings of it. I'm the minor and I'd like to give my side of the story. First, here's my proof of my identity. Same voice as in the TikTok. This is linked to a voice recording. Claiming Dev's grooming me. I messaged Dev because I'm a fan. He usually doesn't do voice calls, but after 2 months, he finally agreed. He was so distant at first, but eventually he loosened up and started making jokes. Some of his jokes were so quotable, like, oh yeah, oh yeah. So I started recording our conversations so I could make a soundboard balance out of Dev's quotes. I really wasn't trying to bait him into saying bad things, but I did ask him suspicious questions to hear weird, funny answers, like something I asked about topics like age of consent, because it's an inside joke between me and my friends. Very weird and very specific inside joke, by the way. If he gave a silly answer, I would share it with my friends. One friend took some of his quotes way too seriously and started saying he sounds like a predator, and we need to expose him. I have a hard time saying no, so I agreed to do what he said. I shared every recording to you, a YouTuber named Ali, and she started making a video on it. When Bug, the friend, started sharing clips on the video on TikTok, I realized he was twisting it. In the video, Ali made it seem like Dev sought out and called out to me, which isn't true. I DM'd him first and called him, not the other way around. I decided that the whole thing was blowing up in a really stupid way and told everyone involved that I didn't want them to use my illegally taken recordings to make a video anymore. Ali really wants to release the video though, so she keeps trying to manipulate me into thinking that I'm a grooming victim. Even after I revoked my consent and told her to stop multiple times, she still plans to release the video. Girls at school saw the TikTok and they recognized my voice, so now this stuff has spilled over into real life. Ali says she's making the video to protect victims, but if she releases the video, things will just get worse for me at school and hurt his career. I keep trying to say all this in their subreddit, but they ban me and delete my threads when I do. It's ironic that they call this place North Core Reddit, but they're still silencing me because I'm not supporting their narrative. Here a screenshot of multiple times when Ali, not to use any of my recording, she totally ignored my wishes, not the super manipulative language she uses. So gross. See, as Jelly goes after the person that apparently tried to help her. I do not think Dev is a groomer. I do not feel traumatized by him. I am making the post to say that I oppose what Ali is doing, and no matter what she does to try to protect my identity, she's still harming me by releasing the video. Jelly said it. I got access to my account. I've been blocked by creators in the threads in the subreddit. People who claim to be my friends say they care about me are silencing me on purpose. I did too. Jelly asked that I link her original Reddit post here. I will of course respect her wishes and do that. First post and second post. There's the first post. I am the victim, please drop the situation, which was also deleted. And I am the victim, please drop the situation, also deleted. YandereDev isn't a saint, we all know this, but he didn't seek me out. He wasn't trying to groom me, and recording his calls with me was very, very, very legal in my state. I've spoken to him about court, lawyers, everything. At this moment, he's not taking any legal action against me and is not actively threatening me. He would have every right to take me to court if the videos were published, so please just drop it. He isn't an abusive predator, he's just a lonely weirdo. He never pressured me to do anything sexual and never verbally abused me. Though the 19-year age gap is admittedly kind of fucked, he never used me to make me feel less than or vulnerable. I'm not saying he is a good person, but the situation is very specific and I don't want anyone else in my business. I did not block anyone, but I did leave the Discord servers or certain people who are mocking my situation. Ultimately, the most illegal thing, being 100% proven in the video, is me recording him. This started off as laughing at weird things he said in a small group of chat, and now I, the victim, feel like being blown out of proportion. Bad behavior? Absolutely. But not abusive, and I'm not traumatized. Please just drop it. And then people on Twitter started posting fake logs from the r/Reddit. YandereDev is a dirty fucking bastard. Hope he rots in hell. And this is a fake log. Okay, sure, I send them tomorrow. I'm at school right now. That's fine. Look forward to it. When do you want to take the video, though? I've never taken nude bath before. Haha. I don't mind. Anything is fine. Sorry for the late response, but one more thing. Because I'm underage, what if I get in trouble? Sending that stuff is illegal if I'm underage. It's only illegal if you report it, and I trust you won't. So, again, as you see, there are some things that these people spread, even though it's false. If this is real or fake, don't matter. He's a criminal no matter what. Update. These particular screenshots have been confirmed fake. He's still a freak, though. These are edit images. Op has confirmed in Discord message. Reddit. But there's obvious abnormal JPEG artificing and aberrations that can be seen in the images. And then, all the voice actors, well, not all of them, but most of the major ones that were working with YandereDev throughout all of these years. This is the one for Yandere-chan. Michael Alos just straight up saying, if you're underage, stop talking to adults. I don't care what your intent is. Stop trying to be an 80s band groupie just because some adult told you that you're mature for your age. If you're 18, give me a biggest sympathies for being stuck in the middle of this. If you're an adult, stop talking to minors. I know 99% of you are not gross fucks, but there's literally zero reason to chat with a kid beyond teaching them how not to be shitty human. Be better yourselves, fuckers. Be better example for folks that look up to you. And then she pretty much quits the project because of these allegations. makes a statement. I am a voice actor who simply voices characters. I voice a character in a game developed by an individual who is being helped by multiple volunteers like myself. I have not, nor will I ever condone actions that harms others, especially minors, in a capacity that, so my opinion on the offending matter is irrelevant because I am not at the heart of the issue. In terms of voicing Yandere-chan, I am right now in a state of mourning. I have voiced her and others in the game for almost 10 years, and my contributions to the project are almost innumerable. I work in a volunteer loyal only to project's development and completion. I did not join to be a defender or arbiter of anyone's actions outside of the project. This is a serious issue, so this choice is not made lightly in the meaning of the word. I'm spending my participating as a voice actress for Yandere Simulator. I still hope the game gets completed and have consented to my work to continue being used, with an exclusion of AI, which will never consent to. And another voice actor saying the same, backing away from the project. They was the one for Budo, different character. And an illustrator, Mulberry, who has his own drama, of which we didn't talk about, but it usually involves tracing and running all kinds of defenses for Yandere developer, but not this time around. And another one. I stand with Michael and will no longer be participating in Yandere Simulator as Senpai's voice actor. Thank you. And another one. I have removed Tsuzuro Yamazaki from my resume, and if contacted by the dev or anyone on their behalf, I will not be reprising the role moving forward in this game. And lastly, Cameron makes this statement, one of YandereDev's closest associates. My future with Yandere Simulator. In which he basically reiterates that he does not condone his actions and there's nuance and he needs to think about what he would want to do. And later on, he also runs a stream with Jelly, where they talk about this whole situation. That stream, I think, is archived on Odyssey and goes on for like 2 hours of what happened here, where both of them reiterate what essentially happened in this whole thing. He ends with, I will never condone or defend what happened. I will pray for anyone involved for the best guidance on what steps I will take in the future. I ask that you respect the privacy of everyone who's worked for the game, past or present, and give them their time and space. The last thing they deserve is harassment. And Yandere Simulator was also involved with this game called Monsters and Mortals, and Yandere Sim was part of a DLC. And now that DLC is essentially cancelled because of this. And it's done. For asking, yes, Ayano's Lopsy Labyrinth, previously shelved, is now officially cancelled. And then there's more posts from r/Osana. I named the Jane on Discord. The voice to voice my support. I was promptly banned from the server, but be cautious when messaging. Just now, I had messaged the victim of the situation on Discord, and seeing that they're open to being messaged about the drama, I told her that everyone is here to support her, and tried to explain to her how Alex is using her as a trump card in the situation by guilt-tripping her and manipulating her. Overall, just trying to be sympathetic. Was highly defensive about it and denied the whole Snapchat thing for Alex asking her for pictures, and how he isn't deleting negative or questioning comments on his apology blog. Before I could explain to her how he is, she blocked me and I was seemingly banned from the Yandere Simulator server. The point is that it has been made clear that Jane is unfortunately in close communication with Alex and other mods still, and has likely been told to inform them of anyone whose messages her to voice support against him or questions her about the drama in a negative light, so they can ban them. Be cautious in messaging her, and she's being used by them in pin out these trying to reach out and change her mind. Do not blame Jane for this. She's not the antagonist in this situation. She's still a victim and clearly still being used. And upon all of this, YandereDev says this about the future of the game. Replacing all voice actor would be remarkably difficult, so it's more likely that all voice acting will be removed from the game. It's funny how he still thinks that his game is gonna get anywhere at this point. And now it'll just be a voiceless game. Honestly, should have kept it that way in 2014. Adding voice acting is just added the amount of work necessary to finish the game. And now I will show you something very, very creepy. Before I show you all of this, the Kiwi farmers have dug into a bit into Jelly and who she may or may not be. And they found a Discord, a past Discord on which she was at least running it, or at least was a moderator in it. And in the Discord, there was a Google Doc with a lot of shit in it. That Google Doc had a lot of incriminating stuff in it, like screenshots of her acting sexual with a lot of people. In case you think I'm talking out of my ass because I don't want to show sexual stuff on the stream, I'll link you to that specific page on Kiwi Farms where that is actually revealed, what she has on her Discord, so you guys can watch it for yourselves. You can see it here. And they dug into that Google Doc, and lo and behold, that Google Doc, as they were starting to look through it, it immediately got axed. Like the moment that they started to look through it, indicating that someone that owned that doc, was watching that particular thread. And part of the stuff that I found in this particular Google Doc is this, which is very, very fucking strange. Jelly's honeypot rules. Don't dox him if you don't DM him first. He isn't in place to resist if you seduce him on purpose. If you DM him first within reason, you are not a victim. No leaking. Don't ruin the trust. If you want to gather more evidence for an arrest, you need to keep him feeling secure in your DMs. Don't expose him to anyone other than the police. No romantic promises. Don't make any promises of marriage, love, or babies. As soon as you start acting like a girlfriend, you are not his groomie. Getting feted by someone who loves him will be traumatizing. Keep your clothes on. Sending nudes is still illegal, and you're more luxurious if you're never nude. Your innocence and exclusivity make them much more vulgar. They subconsciously make up for your lack of sexual intent / action with being 10 times more horny. More evidence. Make sure he's sober, drunk / high under any sort of influence. Your powers of seduction are much more for him. He isn't in a state of mind where he makes good choices, and these choices shouldn't be used against him. He may not even remember it the next day. One at a time. Multiple men at once can be overwhelming, but also just inconsiderate. You're already sending him to jail. Have the decency and compassion to be loyal at least. Don't dox if he's loyal to you. If he's loyal to you, he loves you. You're gone too far, and more will traumatize him. Abandon your plans. You have a new boyfriend, not a new victim. You may think, oh, this might be roleplay, right? Like in the best possible interpretation. But you know what I think happened here? I think this was someone way over her head trying to honeypot, another man into basically becoming a criminal. Because, catching pedophiles. So she essentially was this stand-in for a fed. And there's more to it. There's even a question of validity if she's actually 16. What the Kiwi farmers have managed to dug up from the Google Doc or someplace else, you can take that with a grain of salt, because that's actually not confirmed if it's true or not. But I've seen like her ID, and apparently she was born in 2005, which, if you make small calculations, how much is 2023 minus 2005? How much is that, chat? Quick math for you. How much is that? That's 18. But it doesn't matter if, like, for Alex, it doesn't matter if she's 18 or not. Because he still knew that this person was apparently underage and he still engaged in that sort of acts with her. But it's very possible that she's still lying about her age and all of this is just some fucking gay op that she orchestrated either alone or with her friends. And she could have gotten way over her head with who she decided to go after. And the attention got too hot for her. But that's my theory. There's a lot of shit here that's still unconfirmed. There's more stuff that they managed to find about her. Apparently, she has a transgender fetish. And she likes to go after transgender individuals in this way, apparently. And it's all incredibly suspicious. She has a 4chan profile. I mean, not a 4chan profile, but she goes to 4chan quite a bit. And there might be some very inappropriate imagery connected to that. And at this stage of where this drama is, the Kiwi farmers are still finding more and more of her stuff. And this is pretty much how sinister this is getting. This is some shit right here, chat. Like, it's fucked up people doing fucked up things to other fucked up people. And I don't know where this is gonna go, or if any one of these popular YouTubers will actually cover this in length, because this is insane. What has happened in like the last week? This is insane. What's happening? Like, what is true? Who is manipulating who? And to what extent are they manipulating one another? Who is pulling the strings on who? And the fact that Jelly is still in YandereDev server, and she says, and again, this is not over yet. She says some shit. So let me get that up. But before that, YandereDev still answers to the allegations a bit more. With everything going on, the allegations, people jumping ship, popular YouTubers backing away from this game because YouTubers that have been covering his content, they bailed too on YandereDev because of these allegations. It's too soon for me to make a meaningful decision about exactly what will happen moving forward. I'll need to think for a few days to decide. The most important thing for me to do right now is to look at all of the correspondence I've received over the past couple of days and learn who is still willing to assist me and who is no longer willing to assist me. That will probably be the most significant factor in determining what will happen from here on out. So, might be dead. Yandere Simulator might finally be dead with this. And lastly, one more thing. Longest stream. That's like a marathon stream. Holy shit. Jelly is still in YandereDev server. Just talking away. This is just her. DM me about Jama. Just kinda living on it. Really. I'm so excited to be in stream with Cameron. First time ever. This is before she had the stream with Cameron, one of YandereDev's former biggest supporters. Oh, Michael Law said she was taking a break from voicing. And roast heart emoticon. Confused by this. I'm taking a break from voicing Akiano, not part of the game. Or is that the wrong chat? Again, it seems like she's gloating here that she's still in the server. And that nothing's bothering her about this situation. Either she's incredibly oblivious, or this is just some kind of actual gay op. This is either a kid that doesn't completely know what they're doing, or this is like a huge gay op. A gay op that's multifaceted. A gay op that's still not revealed the full extent of. Like, where does this fucking end? Yeah, and she's just still there. Discuss personal problems in my DMs or go too off topic for insults. Just not bothered by anything, just still sitting in that server. Acting all coy and shit. Check his blog and kindly shut the fuck up in here. Yep. Feel free to do whatever you want in DMs as long as it doesn't involve the server or his personal life. Not sure why all that needs to ask stupid questions. As promised, answering is in the rules. She might be getting dogpiled probably in the DMs or something. It's very possible. Or, you know, people just might not give a fuck to this extent, which is strange in itself. Personally, I'd rather not get murdered for crashing on a basic guy. I also have an experience used to do a lot of fanfic reading for people. I want to get help to help Dev as much as possible. I've been following and supporting the game since 2015, but with the recent proofs that have come out, I doubt myself I should stick around either, to be honest. Hey, no. Chill out, people. You should DM me if you have any concerns. Please take any questions, drama, to my DMs and my and any opinions to his blog post. And that's it. And this is fucked. And I don't even have music for the most of the stream right now. Because that last part was so fucking strange. Holy shit. I don't know where we stand with this chat. This is like Blue's Clues level of investigation that's needed. Like who manipulated who? Is someone actually underage? My voice is fine. I've been hydrating. I've been talking for 8 hours, but I'm good. I'm more interested where this shit is actually gonna go. And if anyone is actually gonna cover this properly and do some actual investigation in this shit. Because from what the farmers on the New Zealand fruit farms are uncovering right now it's really fucking bizarre. And I've seen girls like this that are basically groomed by 4chan to do terrible shit like this to other people. So if she's actually real for what she's doing, and yeah, she is terrible, and so is Yandere developer. And that's pretty much what I have to say about this. We went through just a small chunk of YandereDev's drama here, and it still took 8 fucking hours to do. Remember, there's over 2,400 pages of this nonsense on Kiwi farms. That's the extent of how well documented this whole thing is. So, especially with the last part of the stream, make up your own mind. I personally think that yes, YandereDev is a predator, he would go with this even if this girl turned out to be underage. And he can make all kinds of the justifications he wants for this. Apparently, he thought she was 16 anyway, and he still went through these sexually charged conversations. It doesn't matter what kind of predator the girl herself is, but his intentions for what he did were pretty fucking clear. And there's no hiding from that. And I don't know how his game is gonna recover from this. And I don't give a fuck if it does and if it doesn't. I think it's time for this chapter of the internet to close on itself. Because this has been going on for too long. If YandereDev is gone, this is probably gonna be a positive thing on everybody, because the guy has abused and keeps abusing so many people. From volunteers to actually gathering other predators around himself. I'm still so fucking surprised that nothing came of the his moderator stuff, where he actually did protect a fucking groomer. And all of these other people that actually did too. The fuck happened with that? I'd like to know. But I'll probably not get my answers anytime soon. But such is the fucking nature of the internet. You can be all kinds of fucking groomers, and as long as you memory hole all of your, you know, bad actions properly, if you memory hole them well enough, people will just either forget or run defense for you because reasons. It's so shit. I covered predators before that are well known or lesser known, and they're still around and they're still doing their shit, and no one's touching them. It's a fucking insane asylum run by the lunatics. That's what it feels like to me. And believe me, like, I covered this very huge document a few years ago. Well, a few years ago, wow. That sounds fucking silly in perspective. With a guy called Hydroversy. And his ex-girlfriend has brought out like this huge fucking document. And in it, he apparently forced her to, like, engage in sexual acts with a fucking dog or some other animal, and all kinds of other abuse, including like phone call abuse, like physical abuse, shit like that. And there's like this huge document about it. It's like insanely big. There's a whole Google Doc, and it's all on my Twitter, and I also link it to it on my Twitter. There's so much stuff in that one, like stuff you cannot simply like dispute. Like, it's all out there and it's all based on facts, and no one gives a shit about it. Like, the guy is genuinely a criminal. Like, there's no disputing that, and he's still in the VTuber community in some shape or fashion, and no one gives a fuck. All of these retards in the VTuber community care about recent dramas. They don't care about resolving anything. And it's just gonna continue to be like that. And for the sake of everyone else that will ever engage with YandereDev, I hope just the guy just gets put away in some way. If he doesn't get put away, I just hope he gets just chased off the internet at this point, because it's been too much. Like, haha, funny man spurgs out about, you know, girls and shit, is an incel and has a very low self-esteem of it, has a very low self-esteem, and at the same time is narcissistic, but still manages to do all of this shit almost every single year. And, you know, people just don't care because the drama isn't fresh enough. So fucking stupid. Yeah. But I'm done. I'm done for today. I'm genuinely fed up, especially with these last revelations. I just hope this goes somewhere this time around. Because if it doesn't, then everything's just kind of fucked. I don't even want to play, like, upbeat songs as an outro today. I'm just kind of out of it. So this video is gonna stay up. If YandereDev decides to go after it for whatever reason, I don't give a fuck. He can try. I'll dispute it if he tries to go after it. Because there's too much shit that has been shown in it that needs to be shown to other people, and I think they need to know. But yeah, I'm out. You guys have a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time zone you're in. I am just gonna ponder this and then very likely go to sleep or do something else with my time. And next time, I don't know if I'll let you guys vote for the next stream, because if I'm gonna be doing things like this again, mind you, they're self-imposed, then I still wanted to do it myself, but still 8 hours, going over 8 hours is a bit too much, I think, even though it's a weekend. But yeah, you guys be good, and I'm out. I'm fucked. I'm fucking off. Take care.